Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, where we're building a global Black pipeline or a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. Again, this is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans. I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the dynamic duos that make up the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. And we're always here to give you a nice live subject because it's all about us organizing ourselves together for straight nation building. So greetings and good day, my good brother Kala Genesis. And tonight we have another dynamic topic for you. And tonight's topic is
bro.
Black YouTube, the new Blaxploitation. And this is the Afrikstan analysis live with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. So yes, family, it is another incredible weekend. I mean, last Tuesday or Tuesday this week, we were doing an incredible Liberia presentation and wanted to really just get more of our people open to the future of Liberia and open to the future of what we're looking to do, which is build a Pan-African state, a Pan-African nation, a Pan-African operation to where we can get our people ready for repatriation, get them ready to live, do business, and invest in Africa. So got lots of things to talk with you about. And, my style and my program is using tourism and investments to build that connection in Africa. So want to always start off with sharing with you some incredible information. The first thing I want to share with you is, and this is a reflection of the videos that we currently have on this YouTube channel, which is dealing with the updates of the Black Star Pan-African community, the 15 and 60 acres. 15 acres sold out and 60 acres is our next venture. And then we're looking to work with good people who can bring a level of investments, whether it's contracts or even grants or just different ways of how we can really develop not only the 15 and 60 acres, but also develop the town of Jahadzi so we can have more Africans from the diaspora be a part of the future and the growth of the actual town and make it a vibrant energy to where we can really build a Pan-African energy. So family, this is something that I've built experience with from working with projects like Fiancra, which at this current moment, we have built more homes than they have ever built, and then also Garvey Town, and which was neither one was my project, but we do our best to work together to help to kind of build something dynamic. But unfortunately, we have had to move forward. So this is 4 years in the making, and it has surpassed all the other projects that I've seen other people working on. And it's give you just a nice feel to where you're in a beach town, a beach area, and you're somewhere where we can literally just grow, and it's not a whole bunch of politics and things going on. So that's the Black Star Pan-African community. And you can always find this information along with all the tour schedules and tour details on our website at Africa for the Africans.org, which is dedicated to our tourism investment. So when people out there want to know what we're doing, these are the things that show our people over the years. When we're in Africa, we're showing you our connections, our networking, whether it's business conference, whether it's land tours, whether it's just us organizing together and us saying, hey, we're going to put our money together and invest in the country and do a Black cooperative economics. So I'm always trying to pull more of us together to do these things on a group organized energy. When I mean a group energy, I mean the main cores of the people organizing to push the leadership and also work to get things done. So far, so good. This is our foundation project. So as time go along, we're going to come at you stronger and stronger and stronger. But this is impressive for a situation where you don't see a whole bunch of people who have gotten land built anything on their land. It's a lot of times people talk about I got land here, I got land there, but you ask them where's the program and what has been accomplished or built. So these are things that we have to get involved in, because in order for us to really build our Pan-African state, our Pan-African community, we really need to just organize ourselves together. Yes, you can go and live with the people, as some people call it, but this is more dynamic. You're building a Pan-African community, a Pan-African town, which represent the diversity of us as Black African people from the diaspora and from the African continent coming together and say, you know what, We're going to solve our own problems, on issues. We're going to build something to where we can have it to where our generations coming can have, something incredible to build upon. So these are some of the basic highlights. We have a whole lots of photos on our Black Star Facebook page, and a whole lot of videos on our Black Star YouTube playlist. That's right here on this YouTube page. So one thing we always give you is just a whole lot of documentation and a whole lot of updates. And one thing you're gonna always see is just a whole lot of groups of people, and you're gonna see these actual houses. They're completed. So in the videos you see the updates of the houses, but we also just do documentation to show you from the foundation up. We have organized builders and organized professionals, and so through that period of time, you find the best people that you work with, and then you keep on building from there. So this is an aggressive project, and it's a lifetime dream of a project. And as we build more energy in Liberia, we'll work with those who want to do something together to bring it home for our people. So when you build these communities, you can have investors build the other aspects of what needs to be built in the town, including making the beach as vibrant, and even going after building on the beach in that area. So that's the best thing that we've been able to figure out, is to find the ideal town to build our future plan. So for those who want to know more information about these things, I'm always telling you, family, my phone number is here, my email address, our website, all those details are available where you can check out and you can be clear on. And if you want to really know what's going on with us and what we're doing, you can reach out, or you can check the documentation, and then you can compare it and see if we're real compared to what other people out there talking about. Because a lot of people out there talking a lot of stuff, but then when it comes to showing you what they're completed and what they built, they can't show you anything. You have that bootleg investor, RJ Mahdi, is out there that's literally vouching for people like Akon, because birds of a feather flock together. But these guys literally just talk about investments in Africa and things like that, but then they don't ever have anything tangible to show you. And they just have a criminal network of people that's playing games. So we're building something, and we don't have any rapper name or any big name and things like that. It's just grassroots people. I like to consider myself a blue collar worker. You know what I mean? Someone that's for the longer part of my professional life, been a business administrator and a technical administrator, to get right to the point, to deal with all of the different things in business and technology that we deal with, from our Bomani technology website to Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment to the Black Star Pan-African community. These are grassroots business built to where we can work and build energy with Black people. And the more of us build business, the more of us can support each other business and work together. So this is our project that we're showing everyone that this is what we're built, this is what we're working on. And we're gonna grow it and grow it. So when people out there talking, tell them to show you what they're working on and things like that. And let me switch over from that to our, here we go. Let me switch over from that to our website and give you our tour schedule and where you can find all information if you're interested in anything that we are doing here at Africa for the Africans. And we just keep it that simple. We're just keeping it on this website. So once you get to the website, the best thing to do is to scroll down past the banner, the slideshow, and the MP3 player, and that will give you all of the action, all of the details, because it's a website based on documentation. And this is a long list of countries that we're going to take you to and get you connected to the roots and culture. And then what you have is 17 years of tours that have been completed, and you'll see all of the group photos when you scroll down and keep on scrolling down. So right here we have our incredible connection in Tanzania, and that's for exclusive safaris. So with our partners there, we can just organize safaris in the most popular parts of Tanzania. So that's one thing that we have. But the rest is just the tour schedule. Just got back from Senegal and Gambia in March, April, and then in Ghana in May, June. So that's West African tours for the spring time. So next we're looking to venture off to Tanzania. So that journey is in place. We're leaving in a little more than 3 months. So That's the 4th journey of a lifetime to Tanzania. So you get a chance to just connect to this tropical places like Zanzibar Island, enjoy the beautiful beaches of Nungwi and also Kenwa, enjoy incredible history of Tanzania and Dar es Salaam and also Arusha, and visit historical people in the movement of Pan-Africanism and repatriation. So that's always a dynamic journey. So we have a nice size group ready for that journey. And then South Africa, another nice size group as we venture to our 2nd journey of a lifetime to South Africa. And that is going to be December 24th to January 4th. So Christmas, New Year's, nice time to get away from America and be in Africa, enjoying paradise. So that's a nice luxury journey, flying directly on Delta Airlines from Atlanta to Johannesburg. And, got a domestic flight on South African Airways from Johannesburg to Cape Town. And then we just return back from Cape Town directly to Atlanta. So nice route, nice setup. And then we're going to set off the year 2024 with our feature journey to Liberia, our great fact-finding mission to build repatriation investment for reconnection and get our people open to a pan-African energy that we can work together as a people and make it a viable option for those of us who want to live and do business in Africa. And as always, we're pushing and promoting West Africa. I like East Africa for tourism, Southern Africa, and North Africa for tourism. When it comes to Black Power Nation building and us building something that's going to stand the test of time, we need to do it in the blackest part of Africa, where we have all of our DNA connection. That's right there in West Africa. So countries we have for investment is Ghana and Liberia. And some of these other countries have been removed, especially the French countries that are more French than, or the African Francophone countries, or African countries that was colonized by the French. So you don't see a lot of them up here. The last one you see up here is Senegal. That's the next one to go. But I've gotten rid of all of them. Yeah, I'm fine with taking us to places, but we got to connect the relevance to certain places. So that's what we're doing as we just build a strong tour energy. So once we finish there in Liberia, we'll build a level of energy and we just do all of our documentation, because those who can't make it, our goal is to show you everything to the highest level there in Liberia. Our goal is to show it to you to where it would encourage you to want to come, want to do things, and then understand that, hey, this is grassroots energy that we can build up and we can make it to what we need it to be, as far as this a Pan-African focused country that we're just pushing the things that we're pushing, that we can literally get places. So when Kala talk about Afrikstan and we talk about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about not just going to Africa and just being tourists, or going to Africa and just randomly living in different places. We're talking about an organized energy on a whole different level. And that's what we have to do, family, in order for us to just really progress and get in the direction of where we're looking to get to. So that is the foundation right there, the Liberia journey. So click on the link, you see an incredible itinerary, and we just looking to just make it as memorable as possible. So lots of energy, from nightlife to social gathering to pool parties to incredible dining to just an incredible time that's there on the beach resort that we're staying at, and just making our way around the country and just enjoying beautiful beaches and just a great time. So that's that. And then we're going to connect back for a 24th journey of a lifetime in Ghana. That's July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. So these journeys are all ahead of time. That way you can plan accordingly. You can get stuff organized. You can be clear about what you need to do, and how you are going to get prepared and ready, because there's always preparation lists on all of these links. Egypt, going to venture to our first Nile Valley journey, which includes us enjoying some time out there in the Red Sea on a nice tropical water park / resort. So lots of history, culture, and fun and excitement and adventure on that journey. So family, that's it for 2023 and 2024. And as time go along, we'll build some fresh schedules for 2025. Right now, the only thing that we have up is Senegal and Gambia, April 1st to 11th, 2025. So we'll see how that goes and see if people are interested in going. And if that is so, we can keep it or move it to another time. But that's the 7 countries that we have up on the list. And then the last link is what I talk about, land for sale, investment at Black Star, Repatriation, and Pan-African Community. So looking for vibrant, energetic people that can bring other aspects to this community to where we can work together and make it something that's incredible. We know we've done a lot so far with our initial energy, so now it's always time to just go out there, network, and meet some more people. And as you scroll down, so main menu, there's lots of information on the main menu about us, my bio, our company information. We have articles on repatriation and investment, school supplies that we collect for all these different tours, a list, and this Marcus Garvey vision, and a few different details on the main menu just to support our operation. So you scroll down and you see all the information for our next conference calls, August 20th and September 17th. So you can always join it if you want to know more about these Africa tours and investment. A full Zoom conference call, public, and it's available for anyone to just click and join. And as we scroll down, I have a whole bunch of links on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn information, all details so you can know what we're working with and what we've been building and working on. That way you don't see or think that we just showed up a few years ago. This is 17 years in the making. As far as this business, Africa for the Africans, 19 years and traveling to the African continent across 10 countries, and 20 years studying about Africa repatriation and nation building energy in Africa. So these are our last two ventures where we have our tour groups. And as you can see with the Africa for the Africans colors, this one is green. Then we have red, then we have gold, and then we have black and blue. So those are our main countries that we have been going to: Tanzania, Senegal, Gambia, and Ghana. And then we have added literally Liberia and Egypt. So the expansion is always going, and we may remove one or two and then add one or two. But these are the years, as you see, during the height of the COVID-19. Just we're still out there just getting people to come to Africa because it's a connection that we don't want to ever see die. So as you scroll down, you see just all the years of all these multiple journeys. And when you look at these journeys, it's something that we have to organize and we have to put together, from flights to accommodation, transportation, making our way around the country. So it's real technical and business administration work. And that's our background, so we make it work. Our largest group, Ghana, Togo, Benin, that's November 2017, that's 43 of us. And 10 years earlier, October 2007, there's 42 of us. So you have these big groups, smaller groups, but you just always have a busload of people with us. And then after 2017 is just one journey a year. And, so we've been building for a while. It takes you a while to just build to that level to where you can do all these journeys and then get involved in other projects. So that's our foundation right there, family. December 2006 and October 2007. So the journey continues. Yes, my good brother, Color Genesis. Yes, sir. Yes, brother. Yes. Are you ready to get into the topic?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, family, let me pop up the topic and let's get ready to get into it. Now, tonight's topic is Black YouTube. Is Black YouTube the new Blaxploitation? And that's serious. So we're going to get into the Afrikstan analysis, and Color Genesis is going to break it down. We're going to play some videos. We're going to analyze it. And also want to always let everyone know that's listening, don't take it personal when we're talking about your favorite YouTuber who's always, we always say that they're Pan-Africanist in name only. Basically, they talk the talk and they present the presentation. And when it comes down to it, they're just a YouTube figure, a YouTuber, and things like that. They're not really serious about the movement or dedicated to the movement. When you have people trying to compare Woody Meyer to Marcus Garvey, it's a joke. When they're saying certain other people is a Pan-Africanist and things like that, I'm like, how? Why? Show me that. Show me the. Show me the credentials. So the issue, family, is the bar is set too low. You know what I'm saying? So me and College Genesis, I've set the bar up. To what it means to qualify to, actually say that you're building something with Black people. Because a lot of times we have a lot of big talkers and people pushing a lot of stuff, Brother Kala, and what they're really doing is exploiting our people. Some of them have literally came into the Pan-African game, the Pan-African movement, and fronting like they're, like they're about building and things like that. If people are really real about building, brother, me and you are here. You let me know how many phone calls you're getting from all of these people. Say, yo, Kala, you know, I know you out there, you and Bomani out there. You know, we should work on this together. This is what I can do, and you guys can do this right there. And this will help our people move forward, and this will create more economic opportunities for our people. And this will put us in a level to where investors take us serious, and real serious people out there will want to do things with us. But we don't get those phone calls. But what you see is people talking on YouTube, and then some people, they're so fake, you can't even find their information on YouTube to either call them, text them, and things like that. Because I've tried to reach out to some people. I'm like, well, you guys must don't want nobody to reach out to you, or you must not be about that business. Because when those of us about that business reach out to you guys, y'all start running and everything. I guess y'all realize that we're gonna show you up. Like some people won't have me on their show anymore because they, you know, it's like they put me on and we talk about all the things that we're into, and then they'll take it personal. Like, man, I haven't been doing much, and you know, you haven't been doing much if you're gonna compare yourself to real people that's doing certain work. So I'm telling people out there, show us what you're building, show us what you're doing. Are you really building a movement with Black people, or are you taking on a persona of just Blaxploitation, and you're using this YouTube energy and this YouTube platform that you all have out there to take advantage of our people? Yes, my brother Colin, you know, I've said enough, man. Rock on, man. Let me know how you want to down.
Okay. First of all, I want to talk about the term Black exploitation. It came in the 70s, right? Before what we had was the minstrel shows and everything was Black degradation, you know, Black degradation. Black exploitation had to do with Black people voluntarily participating in what we call exploitation. It started in the movie industry. And the thing was, they said that it reinforced a lot of negative stereotypes. In other words, basically, I'll give you a perfect example. There was a couple of movies that came out in the early 70s, right? A movie called Cornbird Earl and Me, right? It was a good movie, right? I remember that.
Yes.
And then there was a movie called dang, slipped my mind. I got remember this, you know. What was the name of this movie? God. It had the lady from Jeanette Dubois was in it. What was it called? Five on the Black Hand Side, you know?
Five on the Black Hand Side.
Five on the Black Hand Side, you know? That movie right there, you know, it's obviously low budget or whatever like that, but that was a beautiful film. There was no violence, no drugs, anything like that. It was dealt with the changing of the guard in Black America. And also dealt with Africa because at the ending they had an African wedding, you know, and it talked about the African value system and stuff like that. It was a beautiful movie, right? But the movie wasn't that popular, right? Because it didn't get it out of the advertising and stuff like that. But it was still a groundbreaking movie. It was a beautiful film. Same thing where people don't realize that the movie Shaft was barely made because Shaft was a cop, you know, and it took a lot to even get Shaft made, you know, because at the time, people wanted movies like, and these are some of my favorite movies too. Hell Up in Harlem, you know, the Harlem Godfather and all this kind of stuff like that. The Mac, Superfly, and all like that, right? That's what we call Black exploitation. What I mean by exploitation is you're exploiting a part of Black culture, right? You're exploiting Black culture for your own gain and notoriety. That's exploiting Black culture, exploiting Black problems, okay? Exploiting Black issues, right? And putting them out to the world, airing Black people's dirty laundry to the public, you know, and embarrassing the community. Muhammad Ali one time said that, right? On they asked him about this new films, right? He said, "Why is they got these?" They'll ask him about Foxy Brown, right? The movie Foxy Brown, and he said, "Well, why do they always got to show the worst in our people? You know, why do they got to show the pimps, the hustlers, and everything like this? You know?" And when he was over in Zaire for DR Republic, former Zaire for a fight, he was like, "Man, look, you know, in Black culture in America, the problem in America is our culture." He said, you got people down here in Africa that got a dignity in their poverty, they're good people, right?" He said, same people in America, right? They're nowhere near as poor as these people, right? But they lie, cheat, and we got a lot of bad people in our culture that do us harm, everything. And he said, "I'm gonna get back, I'm gonna fight against these people that's in our community." And Muhammad Ali always said, like when he came, he said, look, he did a lot of work in the community. He said, he said the people don't want to listen to him unless you got 5 cars, 5 cars. You got all these women around you and everything like that. That's basically what white people want to see. They want to see with a heavyweight champion, he got to be a womanizer. He had all these women and everything. They can't stand with the idea of a guy coming home to his wife and a family, decent. That's your value system and everything like that. And so therefore, he basically took shots at like even Joe Frazier one night. Frazier, he showed up in a commercial, beer commercial. Hey, smoking Joe Frazier. He got 2 women on his arm and whatnot. Muhammad Ali wouldn't do that, He goes, that's exploiting black male sexuality, Then they came out with the movie Mandingo, this idea of the over-sexualized black man, And then I remember there was a scene where Raquel Welch kissed Fred Williamson or James Brown, one of them, right? He kept his cool, right? And that was like the first kiss where a black man kissed a white woman. That was like a big thing, a black man. Because all this was like exploitation, the black man with the white woman, And then a couple of years before that, there was the scene where was it Shuri of the Star Trek, the black lady, Star Trek. Her and William Shatner had an interracial kiss, And then what people saying is this is black exploitation. You're exploiting black people. You're exploiting race. You're exploiting them like that for personal gain, And so when we always talking about stuff like interracial marriage, you're always talking about black crime. You're always talking about all this stuff like that. That's part of exploitation, right? Because you're not trying to solve the problem. What you're doing is you're exploiting it for your own viewership, your own gain, everything. I understand these things need to be talked about, right? But what tonight I'm going to talk about is are the YouTube community solving the problem, or are they profiting from it? And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about it. We'll delve into tonight. Some people may disagree, but what I'm saying is after I sat back here like 3 years ago, and I saw that people were not, this Pan-African movement was not growing, Despite all the information I'm out there putting out information and everything like that, educating people about nation building and infrastructure and stuff like this, right? People seem to gravitate towards negativity, and problems and everything. And so therefore, when you do a show like you said, there was the show we did the other night on Liberia, Journey to the Promised Land, right, had few viewers because we're not doing exploitation. And that's what YouTube has come. People see, oh, you're talking about history, college. We did a show, I would like to do I like to do a show on infrastructure, and city and smart cities, but nobody's going to tune in because people are so geared to exploitation, right? And I would think the people with the bigger platforms, and I learned this years ago when I listened to O'Shea, and he used to have all these people on that were basically experts in all these fields, like how to get your credit pair and stuff like that. Every time he'd do that, there was nobody tuned in. Same thing with Dynas. When they would have people on that were experts talking about this, that, thing, nobody would tune in. Now, so what I'm saying is a lot of YouTube people, they still got to content create. They still got to make money. It's a business and everything. I expect them to do what they want to have to do to make money. I understand that, right? Right. But what I'm saying is this, though, the YouTube community, right? The black, is it the YouTube community or is the audience itself? It seems like the YouTube community is only responding to what the audience wants. And the audience likes foolishness and ratchetness and talking about it. Now, that's one thing, right? Now, when you have people that's supposed to be beyond a YouTuber, right? Right? I'm not talking about the people who just do YouTube and everything, and that's the cover topics. I'm talking about people who call themselves activists and everything who use YouTube as a platform, right? What's their excuse for not saying, okay, I got a following, right? I'm a public figure. So I'm going to spend my time on YouTube talking about education, talk about business, talk about all the stuff like this, right? I'm not going to engage in the muckraking and stuff like this. That's the problem I have, right? People who do content creation, that's what they do. They make content so they can get viewership and everything. But the people that call themselves Pan-Africanists and nationalists and activists and all the stuff like this, and they basically say they're trying to build stuff and everything, you have a responsibility to put that negativity to the side and basically build something, you know, or at least balance it out. Now, the term, what is Black exploitation? It says right here, it says, while many African Americans found stories of in characters of Black to be empowering, some critics felt the films reinforced negative stereotypes of African Americans as violent, hypersexual, and criminal. Isn't that what we see on YouTube today? Every time we look, someone's either we're victimizing or we're being victims. The worst part of YouTube is the Black victim. The woe is me, racism, white supremacy, and all this stuff like this. The woe is me crowd, the racism, white supremacy, and all the stuff that people put out there for consumption of to the public. And that's what we're talking about tonight, you know? Talking about tonight. The woe is me crowd, you know, we're victims, and also up like this. So there's a Karen video. Oh, Karen in Walmart said this. Why is that so important? You know? Why is it? The worst is this guy named Dr. Rashid Riley, whatever his name is, goofball, that's on the Young Turks, right? This guy basically came on the scene about a year, 2 years ago, and he's on the Young Turks and everything. And the Young Turks are using him because, think about it. The Young Turks gave him a platform, right? And all he does is talk about racial incidents, everything. He got the police department did this, police department did that, this, and that. That's all he does every day on YouTube and everything like that. I said, this is Black exploitation. People using pain and suffering and everything to get clicks, viewers, and likes and everything. With that, you want to play a couple of videos I sent you with him?
Yes, I would. A couple of videos with who specifically?
Rashid Riley.
Yes, that's a brown skinned guy in the few top videos.
Yeah. This guy is so annoying, you know? It's so annoying.
Yeah, I wish you had some better videos for him. See two of them at the top. Anti-wake app.
Woke
app. Get sold. Which one of them you want to play?
I'm going to play both of them. They're only like 2 minutes long.
All right. This guy is something else. Karen videos.
I'm so sick and tired of these Karen videos. You have to like
Karen videos. All right, ready for this one?
Yeah.
And videos.
That's really racist. You shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that.
Really? What?
You shouldn't tell her to go back to a different country.
You don't know
That's
nothing about what's
racist.
going on.
Yeah, but that seems kind of racist to me.
Well, you should have heard what racist.
I know, but you shouldn't tell her to go back to
You don't need
Jamaica.
to stop and mind your own business.
No, I'm recording it because you sound kind of racist and it's annoying.
I'm not racist.
You sound like it.
She is not racist. No, I'm not.
Man, you just got there. Telling somebody to go back to Jamaica, where they came from, is a racist statement, madam. People will literally offer a comment that is patently racist and then claim that despite the comment, they actually are not racist as the comment is. Can you explain this madness to me?
Go back to Jamaica where you came from.
This is what I'm talking about, right? How is this in the scheme of building a community, building stuff like that? Why is this important, right? Why is this important where some stupid white lady has a falling out where people say stupid stuff back and forth to each other, right? Why is that important, right? Why is that important? Why is basically centering our whole life around what white people think important to our well-being? This is what I'm trying to talk about tonight, and so what I'm saying is as long as there's racism, and there's plenty of it, right? These people like Dr. Rashid Wiley, whatever the hell his name is, right, will have a job, because his job is basically to have you so traumatized, and it's called trauma porn, Oh, racism, white supremacy, white supremacy, vote Democrat. Racism, white supremacy, vote blue no matter who. Racism, white supremacy, get the orange man in jail, racism, white supremacy, white supremacy, orange man bad, Democrats good. All this stuff right here, what I'm talking about is the negativity and the exploitation of black people in America. That's why we cannot, when you ask black people, what is the game plan, right? We got to keep fighting racism. We're not on code. Back about a decade ago, black people were talking about things like development. You've seen it, Bomani. There were black business conferences. Remember the Essence Fashion Fair, the Expo, something like that. People going around the different cities showing their stuff. Their black businesses expo, black business expos all around the country. And people talk about business development in the community, right? All that has disappeared over the last 10 years. Why? It's been replaced by people sitting online all day talking about Karen videos, talking about racism, talking about crime, talking about police brutality, right? So what I'm saying is YouTube is a new black exploitation, okay? Everybody on YouTube, right? Myself included sometimes, right? Myself included, I go like that. Engage in this sort of exploitation to get our point across. Racism, America's racism, racism, right? It's exploitation. And the bottom line is we have to be careful of that, right? Because what we're doing is we're burning people out. People are getting tired of negativity. And what happens is this: when somebody comes around and they basically, like a Snoop Dogg will come around and he'll be like, yo, you'll see him out there. People are like, you know something, man, I'm ready to get back to chilling. I had people tell me that, right? I want to get back to the way things used to be and whatnot. Let's go back to partying and whatnot. You saw it at the previous Super Bowl. I think it was last Super Bowl, not the Super Bowl, last Super Bowl, where they show all these white people dancing to Dr. Dre and Snoop song and whatnot, and people are like, yeah, this is the way America should be and everything. What's happening is the people who call themselves conscious is losing black people. Why? Because instead of us talking about being the vanguards of the good things about black America, the good things about black life and everything, and basically balance it out. Okay, we know the problem. All we do is focus on the negativity. And so therefore, human beings are not going to sit there and listen to negativity forever and act on it. We did a good job in shutting people down. We talked about black business and everything. Everyone's giving up on that. The Buy Black app, black-owned social media platforms. We're so poisoned and negativity against each other. We got YouTubers fighting with each other, going to war with each other. So you think these people can get together, right? We always say, okay, why don't these record companies, these moguls like Suge Knight and Puff Daddy, why didn't they work together and do this stuff like this, right? Well, why don't the black content creators get together and come together and build our own black-owned platforms? We can't do that because we're fighting with each other. Everything is negativity. We're looking for somebody to tear down, right? We're looking for somebody to tear down and exploit to uplift ourselves. And so, like I said, I don't see anything good coming out of the online community right now, the so-called alternative black media. And the proof was people thought that the alternative media said no tangible, no vote, but yet the black people did not listen to the alternative media. They still went out there and voted for Joe Biden in record numbers. So what it tells me is that the so-called alternative media, the Jason Blacks of the world, whatnot, also like that did not work because the black people tuned you out. Because you cannot sit there all day and talk about you're the black authority and everything you do is negativity, racism, white supremacy, the race soldiers, all stuff like this, right? It does not translate or transition into people taking corrective action and doing stuff like that. Because you cannot build something on negativity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is what we have in the so-called black YouTube spaces, right? It's negativity, it's black exploitation, because no one, and I asked a question, how many people know the video we played months ago about the 20 top black-owned businesses? Nobody knows about that. I asked several people, never heard of it. Why? Because it's not negative. What about all the black people that are doing well in America? All the record number of kids going to college, right? What about all the success stories we have in the repatriation movement? People going to the continent, actually making it big in countries like Botswana, South Africa, and several other countries. Black people making it big. How come that's not being talked about? But what they do is sit around waiting for me to fail, waiting for Bomani to fail, so they can jump all over it and say, "See what I told you? What I told you?" And everything. And it's to the point where people are terrified to even do anything because they're scared of the YouTube streets. They're terrified of the YouTube streets. They're terrified about what people are going to say on YouTube. And then people in the comment section on YouTube, people don't even know, won't even show their face or in the comment section, blah, 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 blah. People talk shit about me on YouTube and everything, don't know me from Adam or not, won't show their face, won't come up there and show their face with camera. But they got a million things. I just go into a chat room and I just say hello. And next thing you know, I get all this hate. Colin, what the fuck are you doing here? Blah, 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 blah. People don't even know me, never heard of him before. Colin's the worst, Colin's this, Colin that, so this is what you have. And so I ask the question, what does all this do for us, right? If everything we talk about is negativity, is a problem, right? Are we just a problem people? Is there anything good about us, right? It's the same problem with the black exploitation movies in the 70s. All you would see is black men being gangsters. There was a movie called, I forgot the name of it. It was about a prison. I remember the movie. Do you remember the movie? Hollywood Shuffle, right?
Not directly.
Hollywood Shuffle. That came out in '87. It was a funny movie. It basically was a spoof on the black exploitation movies, right? And in one part, the guy goes, "Yeah, man, I got a new role, and next week we go up there. We're gonna shoot a movie in the prison up there and whatnot." It was basically mocking it was basically a spoof on the but I'm gonna send you a trailer to it, so you get an idea. It was a spoof on the negativity. But after Hollywood Shuffle, everybody said we got the point. That movie came out '87, summer of '87, right? But it seems that no matter how many times we do this, right? Whether it's the rap music, whatever like that, now YouTube and the social media, whatnot, this exploitation stuff just keeps resurfacing. After Hollywood Shuffle, right? Everything died down a little bit, and we got better roles of movies and whatnot. We're proud of ourselves in the '90s and everything like that. Here comes the 2000s and whatnot, and this stuff starts seeping back again. Why? Because there's always somebody. And now the thing is, it's not white people that's doing it; it's black people that are producers. It's black people. Look at all these negative movies that we have coming out on streaming services, on Hulu and Netflix and everything. Everything's negative, Stars Network, HBO Plus, whatever the hell that is, whatnot. With this BMF family and all stuff like this, the Power series, everything is black exploitation, exploiting black people, exploiting our culture, exploiting all the negativity, right? Because that's what sells, right? And what gets me is, okay, we understand that, right? But you would think that the social media would be a counterbalance. Social media, I thought, right? And I have to apologize to the world, apologize to myself. I thought when I got on 2006, I tell us all the time, I said, finally, we have the means to show what we're really about. We could put out content and show the real side of Black America. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I friggin' fucking wrong. You know, I had no idea, right? The internet would be hijacked by people who just want to put out gangster thug stuff and the gender wars. We didn't have a gender war 15 years ago in Black America. I did not know there was going to be a Cynthia G, you know? The very worst aspect of Black male and female relationships. We got a Cynthia G out there, you know? We have all this stuff like this. We have a Paris Milan. We have all these people out here just spewing out hatred and everything. I had no idea, you know, the crazy people used to always say, I got a Native American blood. I had no idea there would be a man called Dane Calloway. You know, this fool actually believes that he's slavery never happened thing. It's YouTube is Black exploitation. They exploit Black pain, Black ignorance, and Black foolishness for their own aggrandizement, you know? And this is what we're talking about tonight, you know? I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you're found offended by it. Tonight, I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm telling you the truth because the truth will set you free. You know, 99% of whoever you listen to on YouTube is a lie. You know, it's somebody basically playing you for a sucker. You know, if it don't feel right in your soul, in your spirit, it's wrong. You know, half the stuff you listen to is wrong. You know, you're not no damn Israelite. You know, you're not no damn Moor. You know, your ancestors were not here before the transatlantic slave trade. You know, your ancestors come from sub-Saharan West Africa, you know, sub-Saharan Africa and West Africa and Central Africa. You know, you're the product of the transatlantic slave trade. You know, your ancestors come from Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, and everything. And your ancestors were picking corn, cotton, whatever the white man held a whip over your ancestors to do. You know, you were not already here in North America. So therefore, the bottom line, the reason why you believe this is because it's reinforced because there's nobody gets on YouTube and says, you know something, we're going to start censoring people who put out fake information. So people can get on YouTube, right? And they can even have a freaking live debate, charge you $30 per view to see two idiots talking about Aboriginals versus Pan-Africanists. And you basically sit there and eat it up. Because this is all about Black exploitation. They know you're ignorant. You know you're stupid. They know you're slow. They know you're weak. And what's going to happen is when you get in old age and you believe this stuff and whatnot, you are going to be mentally insane by the time you hit your 60s and whatnot. And you got to go there and they do blood work on you. And they tell you that, oh, yeah, you got some disease that's only unique to African people of Africa. Said, they're going to look at you like you're crazy. Not only are you sick, right, and you got an incurable disease that's endemic to Black people, right? Your mind is sick, so we're going to put you in a friggin' mental institution because you're crazy enough to believe that you're some Native American Aboriginal, right? And so like that, where the DNA, everything tells you you're a Black African, you know? So this is what we're talking about tonight, right, folks? This is what we're talking about tonight, folks. I am sick and tired of exploitation, people exploiting Black ignorance. The biggest thing you could exploit in America is Black ignorance. You know, no one will ever go broke exploiting ignorant Black people. You'll never go broke, you know, pulling the wool over the eyes of Black people and making Black people look stupid and everything like that. You'll never go broke exploiting Black people, making it seem like you got grown-ass men. There was a video the other day I posted where a grown-ass man in his 50s was taking a selfie with a gun, shot himself and killed himself. You know, trying to look like throwing up gang signs. The man in his 50s. This is how bad things are. You got grown-ass men out here still trying to gangbang, still trying to thug. You got people out here. Tell me, why do I know who the Fleece the Booty Bandit is? Why should I even know who the fuck that is? You know, but his video, everybody's talking about this idiot, and it pops up all over YouTube and whatnot. And I got to sit there and scroll through it. Yo, Fleece the Booty Bandit said he has a craving for booty. You know, what the fuck kind of stuff is this? It's a new form of Black exploitation. Anything degradation and degrading gets put on YouTube for consumption. We got a YouTube channel called the Hood Vlog, right? Now, I'm not saying I'm the most exciting person in the world, right? If like 3 weeks and we get our videos that we do here get 600, 700 views, I'm happy, right? Tell me why the hood vlog video owned by white people, owned by white races, right? Which go into the so-called hood, right? Within 2 days, 2 million views. Black exploitation through YouTube. They don't have to make movies anymore. They can make their money, just as much money exploiting you on YouTube and everything like that because you're going to watch it. And that's what YouTube is there for. So in the future, people that want to talk about YouTube, we have to get out of this exploitation business. So you want to play some more videos, Bomani?
Yes. All right, so that's the next one that you had up for that guy that you.
He's annoying. I'm about to block him on YouTube. You know, but even me, I get
brands with our wallets. That's why I use the Beams app when I do my grocery shopping. Okay, this has a very poor rating, so we definitely are going to be putting this back. But look at all the other ice creams in the store that have great ratings. We have Bluebell, we have Dryers, Tillamook, Blue Bunny, Halo Top, even Baskin Robbins. So let's go pick up some ice cream that supports our values. I'm so glad someone came up with this app. It makes value-based shopping so simple.
Value-based shopping, anti-woke products. Now, I need these products that she mentioned to make a statement this week, or I'm going to simply assume that you all are proud of the new label that has been deemed upon you as anti-woke, which really is a parallel phrase for them to mean anti-black. So understand what I'm saying to you now.
The best way to fight against these woke brands is with our wallets. That's why I use the Beams app when I do my grocery shopping. Okay, this has a very poor rating, so we definitely are going to be putting this back.
Okay, now what gets me is this. She said, okay, if you look at what she's talking about, Ben and Jerry's ice cream, right, puts a lot of transgender stuff and stuff like this. What the hell does that got to do with black people? So why, see, this guy, Rashid Raleigh, is trying to tether and tie this anti-woke stuff to anti-black. You know, I don't want to buy Ben and Jerry's, whatnot, because they're for LGBTQ and all stuff like this. They put a transgender on the ice cream and all kinds of nonsense and everything. And so therefore, how does that mean anti-black? So what he's doing is using this to push a narrative that if you don't agree with all this stupid woke stuff, right, you're anti-black. You see how what I mean by exploitation, black exploitation? Everybody wants to use black pain to promote their friggin' nonsense, you know? And it's a little bit about Candace Owens. I guess she's gleeful that LeBron James' school flops and whatnot, you know? And before we play this, I want to say something, right? Yeah, look, opening up a school is not like opening up a basketball camp. Everybody thinks they can go to school. You think these educators, right? These educators get in schools, right? And school is the most serious thing you could be with a kid. That's why I said I don't agree with your favorite basketball player open up a school, because right away the kid's like, oh, this is LeBron. Do you think they're really serious? No, they all want to be basketball players. You think they concentrate on that math and science? No, they're thinking about being the next NBA star, right? And I'm not saying that's LeBron James' fault, right? But if LeBron James' school failed in math, right, and he hired teachers, and he got the money to hire good teachers, Umar doesn't even have a faculty yet. So why is Umar going to criticize LeBron James where his school hasn't opened yet, and he doesn't have the money that LeBron James does? So Umar is doing this to buy time. LeBron James school is open, what, 2 years now? And they said for the past 3 years now, they said none of his students were able to pass the math, which is sad. You know? And what Umar is saying is that this was it wasn't his school, it was a charter school, state school. So Umar's school, basically Umar's saying that the school I'm going to have they don't have to pay take these tests or all the stuff like this because it's self-funded. So how do we know Umar students are going to be educated? We're supposed to take his word for it that they're educated when they get their certificates, whatever. That's why Umar does not want any state funding or whatever like that. You know, he wants his own private school, so he don't have any scrutiny, or there's nothing that he could compare it against. You know, so let's see what this brother got to say.
Umar can't tell you when the HVAC coming. Umar can't tell you when the school opening. Umar can't tell you how he would pay the utilities in the school. Umar can't tell you how he would pay for the staff. Umar hasn't verified that he's even hired a staff. He can't tell you anything of note about this school, but he does have the time to comment on who a high schooler should take to prom. This is just another indicator that Umar, although he's a great orator, although he's very entertaining, he's not somebody we should take seriously. Seriously, man, like if y'all care, if anybody cares about who Bronny James is taking to prom, that's how you know you do not have enough love in your life. You don't have enough hobbies, right? Like Ketanji Jackson got on the Supreme Court. She has a white husband. No, we don't care. Black men don't care. The only people who care are women that are losing and people that are losing. And Umar can't tell you when the HVAC coming. Umar can't tell you when the school opening. Umar can't tell you how he would pay the utilities in the school. Umar can't tell you how he would pay for the staff. Umar hasn't verified that he's even hired a staff. He can't tell you anything of note about this school, but he does have the time to comment on who a high schooler should take to prom. This is just another indicator that Umar, although he's a great orator, although he's very entertaining, he's not somebody we should take seriously. Seriously, man, like if y'all care, if anybody cares about who Bronny James is taking to prom, that's how you know you do not have.
Yeah, well, I agree with that part. But
well, there's a message, go, man. Leave Umar alone. And then other messages, LeBron should have given the money to Umar. This is the Jamaican Junker channel. What do you think about that, brother?
Well, that's I agree with that. I know he's probably just joking, right? Because the bottom line is this.
We can't necessarily look at someone's comments and say they're joking unless they
Well,
say that they're joking.
You know,
who's this Negro?
But check us out. My whole thing is about that is the fact that Umar basically threw black contractors under the bus. Oh, I couldn't find no black contractors, right? He's in Delaware, the Philadelphia area right now. He could have found a black contractor, but he paid the white contractors, right? Because the white contractors said, look, this is what's going to cost. That's it. So he got the money to pay the white contractors, right? But he couldn't get the black contractor because he wanted to lowball the black contractor. Yo, give me a discount, hook it up and everything like that. So he throws the black contractor under the bus. And then if that happened like that, let's say he couldn't get the black contractors, why get on national television and say that, you know? Why not? Why? This is what I'm talking about, the exploitation, you know? There's some things that you leave in-house. You know, my brothers couldn't work it out, whatever like that, you know, whatever. We didn't come to agreement, whatever. You know, we'll talk about that later. You know, maybe they could, you know, like this. But he just basically took it upon himself to throw the black electricians or HVAC people under the bus. Oh, they were no good and all stuff like this. You know, and this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is this idea of just disrespect. And that's what you see right now on Black YouTube. You don't see any group of people tearing each other down on YouTube the way you see black people do. And now other people go at it on different topics and everything. Like when you see a white guy that got that's another thing. Two things I've noticed about YouTube, right? White guys and black guys who have like mainstream topics and everything. I look at how the subscribers, right? They be at 700,000 subscribers easy. And then you don't even know them. I just come across them like, damn, 700. I just automatically, if somebody got 700,000 subscribers, he must have something good. So I just go ahead and click and subscribe to him, you know? And then we talk about topics and everything like that. And they're in their home studio, the basement, everything like that. I'm like, damn. Same to the white guys, right? Maybe having a podcast, a bunch of guys, everything. And next thing you know, they got 1.2 million subscribers and everything, you know, and they're not on YouTube telling you, I got more subscribers than you and I got this and going at it with each other and everything like that. It's just a mess. And so they just basically handling business and just doing their thing. But when somebody has like a majority Black audience, right? First of all, the subscriber count is always lower. You know, I want anybody to, they say Phil Scott got 1 million subscribers, but some people say that he bought his subscriber list and they're not really all Black and it was just a subscriber count he bought, you know, 1 million subscribers a couple of years ago. And some people say, well, he bought that. The 1 million people didn't subscribe to him. He bought it like that. I don't know what the truth is about that. But the thing is, though, when you see people with a majority Black audience, right? It's always stuff that's negative, right? It's always stuff that basically tears Black people down or makes us look like we're victims and everything. Like this Rashid Riley clown, you know? He says anti-woke. The lady just said, look, these are people that have our values, right? If somebody basically puts out a product, right? And somebody says that's not my value, right? We're not going to buy your product. As simple as that. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. You know who started that? We did. Black people. Black people. When those companies that made comments that refused to hire Black people, whatever, we basically boycotted them. Now we could be doing that right now. Companies that don't want to do business with the Black community, don't want to invest in the Black community. We should have our own values-based app to say, hey, this company rates low in hiring Black people or doing business with Black people, everything like that. Instead of us saying we should do that, right? We're sitting there saying, oh, this person is anti-racist. So that doesn't solve anything. Years ago, there was a situation back in what year was this? 1997, right? And I'll never forget this, the technical situation, right? I don't know if you remember this, Bomani, right? Where the Texacos, it was like right after the Main Man March, this is before social media. They didn't know what Black people were thinking, right? There was a Million Man March, Farrakhan's on the rise and everything like this, right? Well, it was right after the Denny's situation where Denny's was accused of being racist, whatever. And, several comedians made jokes and everything. And there was a national boycott Denny's. And Denny's reached some sort of agreement, whatever like that. And they got Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson to go along with it, whatever like that. And they settled, whatever. And this is what happened. Texaco was going through, they had an upper management shake, right? And then some white guy who did not get a promotion recorded a secret meeting, right? And there were some Black plaintiffs in Texaco who complained that they didn't get promotions or whatever like that. And they had a class action lawsuit against Texaco, Texaco, the fuel company or whatever. So anyway, this white guy basically, to get even, right, because he didn't get promoted to CEO, recorded a conversation and basically said that it said, yeah, we got to worry about those Black jelly beans stuck at the bottom of the bag, right? Talk about the Black people who didn't get promoted to upper management, whatever like that, right? Right away, all across America, it just sounded alarm, a national boycott of Texaco, right? Everywhere across America, Black people said, we're not buying Texaco, right? In here in Virginia, right? The Texaco went out of business out of that. I think Citgo bought them out. The people who own several Texacos, right? I knew them. Got up there in the newspaper and said, look, we have Black people. This had nothing to do with this. Is the corporation. We're independent on Black child. Please don't boycott. Please don't. So all across America, Black people say, we're not buying Texaco. Texaco stocks are tanking, right? Tanking, right? And then he goes, guess what happens, right? They said, how do we get an impasse with it? They call up a trusted people that they always know. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, the Rainbow Coalition, and the National Action Network, and all these goofballs, right? They called them up, right? And they had a meeting with them, right? Even though everybody in Black was like, the boycott's on, man. We're going to show them what we got. We're going to show them what we got, right? So anyway, Jesse Jackson got with the black plaintiffs, right? They made that the center of the argument, right? And then what happened was Texaco reached some agreement with the plaintiffs, right? And then Al Sharpton comes out and announced that, yes, we reached an agreement. Texaco's in good standing. Let's not boycott. So therefore, the media starts saying, oh, the black leadership called the boycott off. Who appointed them as black leaders, right? And who were they to call the so-called boycott off? We just wanted to stick in the Texaco just as a thing. And at that time, Texaco was selling. There were so many franchises. They were like, what we wanted from Texaco was so many black-owned franchises, right? Like we got a few franchises with the Denny's boycott, right? So before we can even get to that point, right, the only one that benefited was the Al Sharptons got paid, right? His national got a payout, right? And Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition got a payout, right? And the plaintiffs, right? So we never got any of the franchise. And I think Texaco in Virginia, I think they went out of business, you know? They got went out of business, you know? So therefore, what I'm trying to say is, right, in tying what tonight is this, right? When your whole movement and your whole culture is based on negativity, right? And everything that's talked about us is the negative side of black life. People are naturally going to see us in the negative light. That's all we traffic in. That's all we talk about, you know, black crime, colorism, you know, middle class versus the black people in the hood, you know, classism, all stuff like that, all the divisions and everything. Everybody gets on social media and hype them up to make them bigger than where they actually are. In the real world, Black America is more harmonious than it is what you see in social media. And that's what I'm saying about YouTube. YouTube is not doing anything to elevate Black. If you judge Black America by what you see on YouTube, right, you're going to end up hating yourself. Or when people listen to Black YouTube, they're going to hate Black people or dislike Black people because it's everything negative, right? And also, I want to talk about another thing too. Is this the generalization, right? Most Black people are not on YouTube. They don't watch the stuff and everything. There's 45 million of us, right? A vast majority of Black people, middle class, do their thing, all the way to kids on to college, everything like that, living their life and everything like that. They're not involved in this Black politics and everything. When people basically try to talk about Black issues and everything, Pan-African and everything, when they turn on this stuff like that, they're like, I don't want to be involved with that. You know, you guys, man, every time you look around, you guys are fighting over this, talk about this and everything. Hey, my bills are paid. I got money in the bank and everything. I don't want to be involved in this nonsense. And so that's what the image Black YouTube give of the social activists and the activist community. That's negative. People don't have their stuff together, and they're always bickering and fighting. And it's all the stuff like this. And this is what the problem is, you know? The Zuckerberg won't allow us to use this media to destroy white extremism. You're not going to destroy white extremism because you don't have the numbers. You don't have the power, or you have the numbers, right? And that's another thing. You got to get out of this notion that you're going to use the white man's platform, right, to destroy whatever out here. You don't have the numbers. You don't have the platform. You don't control anything. You have no power. All you can do is use social media to build what you believe in and build something up and build things that's constructive. But you don't see anything constructive going on in social media. Everything is negative. Everything is how we could. Look at Jason Black. In all the years I listened to Jason Black, name one constructive thing that ever came out of listen to Jason Black. He has like 5,000-6,000 people listen to him live. You know, he has never shown his face. Everything is the race soldiers, fellow soldiers, and everything. Weights of the white supremacy and all this kind of stuff like this. Show me one thing that has ever came out of Jason Black. Nothing. It's just all our problems are exaggerated to the point where we have this thing we call pablum. Now, what is pablum, right? Pablum is talking points. Pablum are talking points, right, that are repeated, right? And when people have power, right, they basically to the point where people are intimidated to get strayed away from the popular pablum. You know, and so therefore people repeat the same pablum all the time right there. And then what happens, they become addicted to the same pablum, right? So when they turn on the YouTube, right, they want to hear the pablum that they've been they learn to believe, reinforce. And if you're not basically talking the same talking points, that's the pablum that's reinforced everything, people turn you off. And they go on to somebody, turn on somebody's channel that's telling the same thing. This is when we woke up. How the hell does 6,000 people listen to Jason Black and whatnot, you know? He's telling them all the stuff they want to hear. And then when he failed to basically tell black people to stay home this last election because they wouldn't believe on reparations, right? That's a new thing. They trapped themselves with reparations, right? Reparations not come. It's never going to come. So you threw out the gauntlet. No reparations, no vote. And you know for a fact of the matter is you don't have the influence and the power to tell black people to stay home from the vote. They're going to go out there and vote for the Democrats regardless. So all the pablum you say and everything like that, it sounds good and everything. It gets your ratings and everything, but it's not going to lead to anything. It's just more black exploitation. And in the meantime, Jason Black is making a lot of money, right? You know, 5,000-6,000 people sending him money and everything like that, buying these stupid CDs, whatever, DVDs, whatever he got. He's exploiting black gain and everything for his own personal gain. You know? Aphrodama says, stop whining and start winning. I am winning, bro. You know, I am winning. But what I am talking about tonight is black exploitation. You know, black exploitation. That's a problem. You know, and we went from, I thought that, I always say good things about black people, whatever. That's funny. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, if you want to talk about negativity on Black America, you will basically, if your platform is about negativity on Black America and everything like that, you will always have an audience. You know, that's what people eat up. That's what people live for. That's what people digest and everything, you know. Black Americans want to hear negativity about themselves and whatnot. White people tune in to hear negativity about us and everything like that. If you want to talk negative about Black America, you can't lose. You know, you will never lose going negative when it talks about black people, you know? Well, yeah, look, the bottom line is this. I agree with reparations too. But black people in America don't have any power. You cannot say, I'm an American, I want my rights as America, and say I want reparations too. They're not going to give you reparations just because out of goodness of their heart. Reparations will come when America falls, America collapses. We have a nation of our own that we can force them to give reparations. Reparations are only going to come by force. It's not going to come by, they don't care about the atrocities they ancestors committed. They don't care. If they cared about the atrocities that ancestors committed, you go all throughout the South, Nathan Bedford Forrest, John C. Calhoun, their statues still sits in public squares all throughout the South. They don't care about your atrocities. We got to stand up and be men. They don't care about what the pain we went through. They don't care about that. And the same white people sent us to war to die for them. Sent us to Europe, sent us to Japan to fight for them. And then when we got back, they lynched us and hung us from trees with our uniforms on. My brother Bob Jones, that's who you're dealing with. So they're not going to one day out of the goodness of their heart say that they believe that the fact that they let you out of slavery was reparations. Because in their hearts and their mind, you belong back on those cotton fields. You know? When you really know the truth, but now you understand that. Do you know that back in the turn of the 20th century, healthcare, national healthcare was delayed because they figured that black people would get it? They said if we could basically deny black people access to hospitals and all stuff like this, right? And if we stayed in the South, that's exactly what would happen, right? if basically they said if you basically we deny black people basic health care, that's why we had the Tuskegee experiments, right? With the syphilis and some of the experiment on black men, and they gave them syphilis and they went blind and deaf and so on. They did these horrible things to us. They even talked about one time, asked Lincoln, you know, what are we going to do to these black people? Round them up and kill them. They said, no, that would be a stain on. They actually considered rounding ex-slaves up and just slaughtering us. That's just a friggin' fact. So the bottom line is this, you know, that's what you're dealing with in this country. The fact that some white people had the humanity to help us out and we survived in this country and did great things is a miracle. But that's as far as it's going to go. But to think they that built this civilization, right? We would just happen to be the on the wrong side of civilization. Our ancestors were taken in captivity, right? And the way they look at it is like, you know, to the victor belongs the spoils. Not to the victor, let's share the spoils with the vanquished. That don't work like that. To the victor belongs the spoils means this shit is ours in America right here. Whatever crumbs you may get, what black people get, that's on you. But there's no way they're gonna say, you know something, we're gonna bankrupt ourselves to do what's right for black people. Since I know that, right? I know that they're never in a million years gonna do that, right? Never in a million years. I'm not gonna make reparations my focus because that takes the power out of my hands and puts it in their hands. And that's what these jokers are doing. They get on YouTube talking about reparations. That means that look how embarrassing that was in California. All these jokers, Tariq and all these other people, were out there talking about, yeah, we had a revolution voting on reparations. All there was a panel to gear black people. All they're doing is fleecing black people, right? And then Gavin Newsom, let's say if he runs in Biden, he'll say, black folks, if you turn out the vote, I'll make sure you get those reparations. And then if he does get elected, he won't give you shit. I thought black people were one of the street smarts. You're being conned by these balls and these clowns, these white people. Are you kidding me? You know, you guys look like a bunch of friggin' idiots, right? You let these white people friggin' con you. You know, they're never gonna do it. All they want is your vote. That's it. They don't care about anything else but that vote. You show up the vote. And you supporting their agenda.
Absolutely. I appreciate your Afrodamas report for the super chat. If you want to join us. And then let me see if anybody else have any interesting comments. Nothing interesting.
Right. I mean, if Africa says America owes us trillions of dollars, that doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing, right, to just build a campaign on what I think America owes me. That's insane. You know? Absolutely.
So let me play this Candace Owens video, and then we can play the
right.
immigration video that you sent me with that lady. But yes, so let's get to this one.
Begin. All right. Well, I'll tell you the headline here. His I Promise school is failing. But before we talk about that, let's just talk about my general commentary regarding LeBron James that has earned me the ire of the Black community, because how dare you insult one of our kings, King James? Oh my God, he can put the basketball in the net, and like, oh my gosh, Candace, that means he's a king or something like that. No, that's really stupid. It's really stupid to believe that we should be following the ideas of someone who is, in fact, a remarkable athlete. And I'm glad that he has this incredible athleticism. It's wonderful to watch him play basketball. But why do we listen to LeBron James? LeBron James, in my view, is all brawn and no brains. And I have said this repeatedly, and I'm going to just unpack this for you slowly before we get to the obvious failures of his school, which I said years ago. Nobody ever gives me any credit for being right? I'm just being a hater. I just hate him because he's a strong Black man who knows how to play basketball or something ridiculous like that. So LeBron James obviously does not read books. He is not clever. He is not smart. He is not what Kobe Bryant was, but he wants you to believe he is, which is why he is often seen holding a book and always remarkably reading the very first page when he has photogs catching him reading a book. Here is a meme generally showing that, is showing you 8 pictures. What are the odds? 8 pictures of the paparazzi catching him reading the first page of a book. That's because this is marketing. LeBron James is trying to sell to you that he's got intellectual prowess. He has none. If you need further evidence of that, here is when he is caught off guard and a reporter asks him to detail what he's learned in the Malcolm X book that he's holding in this interview. Take a listen.
So you're holding the autobiography of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago, but I've read and a lot of notes over the years. It's my first time actually reading this from start to finish. But just a very smart man, very, very, very smart man, and basically his words in the 60s and what was going on is actually what's going on today still. And understanding the how powerful the Negro can be. He used that word a lot. How powerful we are, but we have to unite, and we have to be together. We have to stand strong because there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be things that's going to be thrown at us where they try to weaken us. They try to
okay, get out of here. It's too painful. It's too painful. I can't watch it anymore. You know when you just have to bullshit a whole book report, you didn't read it the night before, you realize it's due, and you're like, oh crap, what's this book about? Malcolm X. Okay, he used the word Negro a lot. He a very, 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 very smart man. Gosh, I'm going to do this third paragraph on. Malcolm, we have to unite. And that's kind of the point of the book, is that Black America has to unite. That's probably kind of the point of every book that's been written by a Black person. And I really hope I get an A on this book report regarding this book that I didn't read. This is what LeBron James is. And people are upset with me for calling it out. You can like him as an athlete. He's not an intellect. And so when he announced that he was opening the I Promise School, I obviously was critical of this because you cannot give people handouts. It does not work. The students have to do the work. You can't say, oh, because you're Black, you just needed a school. And he said, I'm going to guarantee every kid a scholarship to college, as if that's going to work. That's not how it works in meritocracy, right? These children have to actually want to do well in school. And it turns out that they don't want to do well in school. Yes, not a single 8th grade student has passed state math test in 3 years at the I Promise School, which is based in Akron, Ohio. And just to be clear, he is funding the school entirely via his LeBron James Family Foundation. And you will remember the media campaign. I think Don Lemon went down with him to the school and talked about his goals, a media campaign behind LeBron James giving back to the community, how they were trying to convince you that this is going to be a remarkable success. A lot of marketing dollars went into that. Let me jog your memory. Take a look.
I promise to go to school, to never give up, no matter what.
The I Promise School is more than a school. It's a place where we are family means everything. A school where teachers greet you with hugs and high fives, where strong STEM academics are infused with love and care, and where our team mentality shines through IPS athletics, a place where learning is about more than books.
Well, you heard it there first, guys. They're going to greet you with hugs and high fives, and learning is about, quote, more than books. I don't know, maybe they should have made the learning about the books because, as I said, it turns out that not a sole student in its fall 8th grade class passed the state math test since the 3rd grade. This has just been going on for years, according to the Akron Beacon Journal. So this school is in fact a failure. It's not really a failure, actually, more than it is a revealing truth about something that I have been saying forever. Black America has to want to pick itself up from the bootstraps, of its own bootstraps. You can't have a community that whines about racism the entire time. Where's the racism at LeBron James's school? The entire thing is focused on basically saying you're a winner just because you're Black, and that's not true. You're a winner when you win. A lot of people are losers. Okay, that is so evidentiary. We have a lot of losers in society that believe that they can become winners if they whine the loudest. A bunch of people that don't want to work, want to be given handouts because look how cool I am. I go to LeBron James' school. LeBron James gave me a high five and a hug. Nobody cares about your high five or your hugs. Teach these kids to learn how to read. If they don't know how to read, fail them, flunk them. Okay, people need failures in life to be able to develop. That is the truth. Failure is good for people, not pats on the backs and high fives. But what do I know? I don't know. I guess I'm the only person who actually wants Black America to get better, and it's only going to get better via tough love and understanding that we should not be having idols like LeBron James, because even though his heart was in the right place with this school, he is not an intellect. This is obviously why this is going to fail. It's also the reason why affirmative action was a remarkable failure and why I didn't support it. And I'm glad that the Supreme Court has finally sided against it. All right, if you like this video, you're going...
A couple of things, right? Let me say this. A couple of things. One is, like, she's so gleeful. Oh, yeah, it failed. Well, not because they hate LeBron James because he made some comments about Trump, whatever like that, you know, and the antics with the Black Lives Matter, whatever. So they was rooting for him to fail, right? When she said the fact that affirmative action, did she even realize the fact that the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action were white females? Black males, affirmative action started off, like Ann Coulter said, to address historical wrongs in America, right? It said we got to build a Black family, include them in everything, because they were locked out. They were basically locked out of so affirmative action was necessary, you know. But what happened was, to sell affirmative action, right, and get it passed, they had to water it down. And then they brought in Asians, they brought in gays, they brought in, the last thing in the late 60s, white females, right? White females, look at any movie for the television show from the 1960s, right? Every white woman was portrayed as a housewife. In the 70s, you had this, what's that, with Valerie Harper, that TV show, Valerie Harper in the early 70s, whatever, where she was a fashion executive, whatever like that. The new one changed. How is that not even 3 years, right? From the show Bewitched and Honeymooners, everything, the white woman was always somebody's wife. The male went out there, he was professional, everything like that, right? And then out of nowhere, right, before the Black man could advance in America, right, here comes the emergence of the white woman, you know? So they included everybody, right? And so the white men's like, and not only that, it wasn't even about, I would even say if the affirmative action was based on single white women, let's say single white women who were single mothers, right? Or white women that weren't married, right? Should have access because they're different, or don't have a family, or don't have an inheritance, or don't have anything like that. They took all white women, whether their father was rich, father was had a trust fund, everything like that, and included them in with Black males, Black everybody else, into this thing called affirmative action. And you wonder why affirmative action never have any real impact on Black America. It didn't. So by the time affirmative action rolled around, right, even though what about they're not being number one, right, the Black men were the ones that didn't benefit from that, you know, from affirmative action. We did not benefit from that. You know, it was like the Asians, it was like the white females, it was like the homosexuals, it was like everybody else benefited from this thing called affirmative action, right? But the Black male in America, right, which it was intended for, right, to make right wrong with slavery, right? Because they asked us to be part of the society. You know, they asked us to say, hey, look, you know, we know it's the 60s, you guys, what do you guys want to do and whatnot? You know, you guys sat here in America, you know, with 20 years out from World War II, you know, and 100 years out from the end of the Civil War. What's the direction of Black America? And Black people on the whole say, look, we want access to this society. We live here. We want jobs. We want education. We want all stuff like this, right? And then those white people say, look, if you give Black people all this stuff, right, that means they're going to be able to buy houses in your neighborhoods, which is exactly what happened, right? Without them, right? My parents were able to buy a house in the 70s in a white suburb and everything like that. And a lot of white people were like, hey, geez, the Blacks are moving in. They showed those shows like the Jeffersons and everything. Black people were able to afford homes in white neighborhoods. White people moved out, white flight and everything like that, because the little bit of opportunity we got, when we took it and we was able to buy it, and the black middle class was born in the late 60s, early 70s, all the way to the 80s, you know, was exploded, you know. And so therefore, like I said, whatever little we had, we took it and been with it, you know. And then they come up with a new thing in the 90s called NAFTA, right? Which basically say, hey, you know something, we know black men, because we're mostly a blue collar people, you know. Black men, for the most part, worked in factory jobs and steel industry and stuff like that, was able to buy 2 and 3 homes, you know, buy homes for their kids. And that's how much money there was in Black America at one time, in places like Pittsburgh and Detroit, stuff like that. Black people had homes in the North, and they had homes in the South, vacation homes. We went to places like Sag Harbor, Long Island, in South Carolina. Black people used to vacation every summer and everything. So we built a life for ourselves in America, you know. And then here comes NAFTA. We're going to take all those jobs that were entry-level jobs into the middle class, right? And we're going to start shipping them on to Mexico. And then the McKinsey, McCormick Group, right, decided that, look, we're going to focus American manufacturing in China, right, and in Asia and stuff like that, right? So basically, there's no cars made in Detroit anymore. So the auto industry, all stuff like that, the steel industry, that black men knew they had a leg up in America, right, were gone. And so therefore, the 90s on, right, you had a whole generation of black men that did not friggin' have those blue collar jobs, and were forced to go to college and get college loans and stuff like that, and compete in corporate America and stuff like that, you know. But, you know, things are going to turn stuff around. So we're at another impasse now. You know, those blue collar jobs that built Black America don't seem like they're coming back. You know, Donald Trump wanted to bring them back, you know, but that's obviously not going to happen. You know, so that's what we're going with, you know.
Yes, excellent, Brother Kala. Excellent. So let's share this next video.
This is a good one. This is a really good video. You know, really good video. Like I said, all the negativity that's been going around between the African Americans and the Africans and stuff like that, which I'm tired of, and everything like this. This lady right here, I don't really kind of like her well that, but she kind of set some things straight, you know, as far as like the what's going on between Africans in America, African immigrants and African Americans and stuff like that. She really set the record straight. The video is 17 minutes long, and we can watch the thing through. You know, it really makes a point, because there's been a lot of negativity going around the internet, you know, about Black America. Oh, we don't have this, we're lazy, and all stuff like that. All this African American bashing is just too much, you know.
Perfect. Let me just share it, and then we can play some of it, and then you can talk, and then we can play some more of it, and then you can talk, and then we can play the rest of it.
Hello, this is Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, for your comments, and thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel, and we are commanded to love each other. Today, I'm talking about Black Americans and Africans. Are Black Americans jealous of Africans? That is the question. Every time something comes up about Africans on this channel, and if I say something that Africans don't think is flattering to them, they'll say that we're jealous. Not everybody, but invariably somebody will come on here and say, oh, well, you're jealous. We're jealous of Africans. And I never know what that means. Black Americans are jealous of Africans because we're really now just coming into the knowledge of Africans. We've been living over here in North America, isolated from Africa for all of these years. So we don't even know anything about Africans. They know a lot more about us and about what's going on here than we know about what's going on over there. So they say we're jealous of them every time something comes up. Like when Akon said Nigerians were the smartest people in the world. And I just said, well, if you're the smartest, then you ought to have some answers, some solutions. And so some Africans, Nigerians, and maybe some other Africans took issue with that. And some agreed that Akon should have just kept his mouth shut. But some thought, well, no, you African Americans are just jealous because we are the smartest. I don't know how we evaluate that other than based on something some white person said. This guy's name is Frank Lutz. He is a political consultant best known for coming up with talking points for Republicans. So a few years ago, he came up with this talking point that Nigerians were the most successful immigrants to the United States. And then that expanded into, oh, Nigerians are more successful than African Americans and they can come over here and do well. Why can't Black Americans do better? This was a talking point. This is one of the ways that America tries to get out of taking responsibility and acknowledging what was done to Black Americans. So they're constantly comparing Black Americans who were set here as a bottom caste. They're constantly looking for people to compare us to make us look bad, to make it seem like, oh, they're just lazy. They just don't want to work. And so this is what they did with the Nigerians. They took the fact that Nigerians who come here already educated, because they won't let them come here if they're not. So Nigerians have that advantage over the average Black American. They come here educated. And these Americans, knowing full well that they will not let Africans come here if they're not educated or have some means of taking care of themselves, will point to them and say to Black Americans, look at them, look how well they're doing. Why can't you do that well? They use the success of these few Africans that they let come into this country to deflect away from the brutal history of Black Americans in this country. They don't ever want to acknowledge that what was done was inhumane and evil. So they'll use anybody to make us look bad and to make us look like liars. They just want to look at this little small group of Nigerians that they started letting come. And I say Nigerians, it was other Africans too, but Nigerians are the largest number of African immigrants. So they're the ones that get compared the most. They don't compare us to Jamaicans and Haitians and people from the Caribbean because they have a similar history that we have. They were brought here in slave ships and used and used and used. And now America wants to say, well, slavery didn't mean anything. 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow and not allowing you to go to school, not even teaching you the language. We never had a formal way of even learning how to speak real English until 100 years after slavery ended. But now we're supposed to be able to keep up with everybody. So they took the fact that Nigerians come here already educated for the most part, and they are smart. And we were very proud of Nigerians at the beginning until they started trying to weaponize Nigerians against us because they had told that lie about Africans, that they can't learn. But then they very strategically and very cleverly indoctrinated Africans before they let them come here. So now all of a sudden, Africans are better than we are. That's what the propagandists say. So I just want to make the point that Black Americans are not jealous of Africans based on white people's talking points. Anything to do with a job or an education in America and how well they're doing in America, Black Americans are not jealous of Nigerians or Africans because of that. Now, I'm going to tell why I'm jealous of Africans, but it has nothing to do with white people's talking points. But I first want to finish what I'm saying about this. Okay, here's a list of places where highly educated migrants come from. Number 1, India. Number 2, China. Number 3, Philippines. Number 4, United Kingdom. Number 5, Germany. Number 6, Poland. Number 7, Mexico. And number 8, Russia. Now, this comes from the World Bank. This information comes from Statista, which is a reputable German data collecting company. These are OECD countries. OECD stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. I don't know how you get to be a member of this organization, but I'm pretty sure it has something to do with how well you cooperate with the United States and other Western countries. As you can see, there are no African countries on this list, so I don't know how Africans get measured against this list. Here's a chart of the educational attainment of the foreign-born population from Africa by selected country of birth, and this was done from 2008 through 2012. This chart lists educational attainment from less than high school graduate, or some college, and then the bachelor's degree or higher. And on this chart, just looking at the bachelor's degree or higher, the Egyptians are the most educated at 63.9%, and the Nigerians are the second most educated at 60.9%. So this was from 2008 to 2012. Now, what this says is that these people are already educated when they get here. So you would expect that they would do well in employment if they're already educated when they come here. And we also have to take into account that these are the people from the elite classes of these countries. These are not the poor people. The poor people stay at home because Nigeria is, by the World Health Association, the poorest country in the world. And the way Black Americans look at things, we don't just look at the Nigerians or the Africans that come to the United States. And the white people will compare that small group of elite Nigerians against the totality of 45 or 50 million Black Americans. By the same token, Black Americans don't just look at that small group of immigrants that come to the United States. Black Americans look at the entire Nigerian nation. And that's how come we don't see why they're comparing themselves to Black Americans. They should be comparing themselves to their own people. This chart came from a site called Africa Check, and it says, yes, Nigerian Americans do well, but aren't most successful ethnic group in the United States. And they list the highest educational attainment of U.S. diaspora groups by birth. And this was done in 2016. They list the country and the percent with graduate degree or higher. So again, India is number 1 at 44%, and Nigeria is down here, number 11 at 27.9%. Now that's good, but they don't have the most college degrees of all the immigrant groups in the United States. And I would also add that the Indians and the Taiwanese and the Russians and all of these other people are not always out here bragging about how many degrees they have. Here is a list of median household income by detailed ancestry, and these are immigrants to the United States. And there again, we see the Indians here at number 1, making the most money of any immigrant group in the United States. So this is the list from 13 through 27, and no African nation has even shown up yet as being a top earner in the United States. This is 28 to 43 of the top immigrant earners in the United States, Scottish to Yugoslavs. This is 44 through 59 of the top immigrant earners in the United States. And the Africans show up in this group. The Egyptians at 50, Ghanaians at 54, Barbadians at 55, Trinidadian and Tobagoans at 56, and Nigerians at 57. So Ghanaians are earning more in the United States than Nigerians, but you never hear Ghanaians bragging about it. That's class. Even if you do brag about it among yourselves, that's fine, but you don't have to make a song of it because there's always somebody doing better than you are. And so this is how the immigrants are doing in the United States. I think they're all doing pretty well. And that's the purpose of moving to a Western country like the United States. So you can work hard and make a good living for yourself. And there's nothing wrong with that. My point is that the people who are doing the most bragging are bragging, but they're not even right in what they're bragging about. They're not number one in education, and they're not number one in earnings. And I'm talking about Nigerians. It's all right to be proud of your accomplishments, but it is a mistake for any group of Black people to let white people use you against another group of Black people, because they'll take that same group of Black people and use them against you. Now,
Yes, Scott. That was about almost 12 minutes into it. So wanted to see if you have any feedback or you want to talk about anything.
Yeah, like she was saying is this. What we see on social media when people get their stuff together, when I know a lot of Black people in America, right, who get frustrated with Black America and stuff like this. And a lot of times people just want Black people to just shut up, just shut up. Stop complaining about racism. You always talk about racism, like Candace Owens. Shut up about racism. And how to shut Black people up is you take a total, like how many Nigerians, like 5,000 Nigerians that live in America that's doing well, 5,000, right? Measure them against 44 million Black people, right? And say, look, these people are doing great and everything like that. You guys should shut up, right? Well, Nigerians don't have a history here. We had 60 Black towns that came out of slavery, right? 60 successful Black towns that by jure and de facto were destroyed by white supremacists, by state, federal governments, and also Ku Klux Klan mobs and everything like that. St. Augustine, Florida used to be a once thriving Black enclave, right? But they deliberately built the highway through the area to bypass it. Now St. Augustine, Florida is disappeared into the bush and is crime-ridden and crack-infested and everything. Same thing with Houston, Texas. Black people used to have a huge section of Houston, Texas. And guess what? They built, the way they designed the city was to overpass the Black area and whatnot, section of Houston, Texas, so the Black community never developed. They did all these things whatnot, where they put the post office at. Nicodemus, Kansas was a Black settlement. Black people want their own promised land in Kansas, right? And he had all these Black men that were working hard and everything like that, but the railway company refused to open a depot there, refused to open up a post office there, And so the area, the Nicodemus, Kansas died, So all these things happened to us. It happened to us in America, right? That was systemic, that was deliberately done by white supremacists and everything because they don't want Black people to succeed on their own. Tulsa, Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard was a one thriving Black enclave, one of the richest enclaves in America, right? Thriving Black community and everything. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, you have Black people own oil companies and some of everything. Burned to the ground. Only time in history where American citizens were bombed from the air was Tulsa, If you look at the song You Dropped a Bomb on Me by the Gap Band, they showed the bombing, the actual footage of bombing of warplanes, the U.S. warplanes, bombing Black towns, the Black section of Greenwood, Archer, Pritchard in the United States. The only time America has ever been bombed in America, but by its own government. Black people burned and had to hide in the woods. Rosewood, Florida, another Black town that was thriving, that was burned to the ground. And so Wilmington, North Carolina, all these things, atrocities that happened to Black America and everything like that. So we came in the 60s. That was not that far removed. You talk about the 1920s. By the time Black people in the 19 civil rights, they only talking like 40 years. So you have Black people wandering around America, going to the industrial areas, trying to make a new life for themselves in the North and everything. And so therefore, we're just trying to find ourselves. And so we settled on this idea of integration and changing America and all stuff like this. And so therefore, everything had to do with, we throw ourselves at the mercy of white people. It had to do with us rebranding ourselves to white people that were worthy. Now, this is what I'm talking about, the exploitation movies, right? White people had to believe that Black people were civilized, were Christians. So we try to put out films and images to paper back in Ebony magazine. The white people picked this up. Oh, these people are not so bad. And white people rejected the best of us. Remember that. And then it compounded by the fact that by the late 60s, the black exploitation movies, oh, these people are gangsters, pimps, hustlers, and all stuff like this. And then you had the changing of hip hop music, where they basically monetized gangster rap and all stuff like this and put that out there, you're right, creating a fear of black men. You know, now we have social media. You know, you put up a blog, a vlog called Hood Vlog, you get millions of views. White suburbia is looking at all this stuff like this, right? And the bottom line is this is black exploitation all over again. It's always about portraying black people as negativity. And the sad part about all this is when black people who get on social media talk about black people act like they're trying to help. You know, they act like they're trying to help by talking about problems, right? But they never balance it out like we do by talking about the success in Black America. You know, we have more success than we do failure. So all they talk about success of failure, and they basically create this image of black pathology, and then we sit back and wonder, geez, why is all this racism happening? You know, I said Kala. He said in the world he didn't compare Nigeria. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, why are you mad? We're not mad at Nigeria. You know, I love Nigeria. You know, some of my ancestry come from Nigeria. I love Nigeria. But what we are mad at is people who take the Negropean route, right? And instead of fixing the problems in Nigeria, right, which Nigeria has a lot of problems, serious problems. The highest poverty rate in the world. The world's only India beats it as far as like open defecation and cholera and stuff like that. You know. A poor healthcare system, poor infrastructure, and everything like this. And Nigeria had billions of dollars. Nigeria has more abandoned projects, major projects that billions of dollars were allotted for, and they walked away from steel mills, cotton mills, sugar mills, everything were basically were failure. Look at Echo Atlantic, a complete failure. So therefore, what I'm saying is this: instead of saying, and also Tanaba, you know, that was supposed to be like a theme park. Movie studios, everything like that, $500 million investment, right? Nigerians want no part of it. You know what Nigerians rather spend their money in? The Nigerians have money, rather go to Dubai. They support their own thing. Nigerians basically will build Echo Atlantic to attract foreign. Nigeria had enough people in this country, right, to make Echo Atlantic work just by its own people. But the Nigerians don't want anything to do with Echo Atlantic. They don't want nothing to do with Tanaba and Calabar. They'd rather go to Dubai, go to Europe, you know, go to Cancun, spend their money overseas, you know, and waste their money prancing around in Japan and Europe and China and all these other places instead of building their own country. You know, so that's what we're talking about tonight. It's not about hating our brothers in Nigeria. I just want things to get better. You know, so and then Nigeria wants to talk about they want to invade Niger. Luckily, the Senate in Nigeria rejected it. I think Tinubu just did that because he could have actually sent the troops in without the Senate approval. But he went by the Senate knowing they was going to say no, so that gave him some cover. If Nigeria sent troops into Niger, that would have been a bloodbath that we would not seen the likes of for decades. You know? So therefore, when we talk about Nigeria, we're talking about this. And Nigerians allowing themselves to be weaponized. And not just in America, right? In South Africa, right? Nigerians are very talented, right? The best and brightest ends up in Europe, in America, and everything right there. And they do good business. But instead of being in a spirit of Pan-Africanism, that they're part of this global black struggle, right? They allow themselves to be used by white people to basically say, oh, look at these Nigerians that come to South Africa and they got this stuff together. And the whites out there, so white people keep all 90% of their wealth to themselves, right? And they say, look at the Nigerians doing well, you know? Same thing they do in America, right? White people get $1.4 trillion of Black America's money. They have that strategically set up. whether it's the insurance that we buy, the car insurance that we buy, the mortgage that we pay to, and everything, the rents that like that. White people get 99% of our money, right? And that's never going to change. And we're saying, geez, you know, we want to build a black business class, a black economic infrastructure for ourselves and everything. And we want to unite among ourselves, spend money with black money. The first thing they do is say, oh, Nigerians aren't complaining. Look at it. Well, Nigerians don't have a stake in America. They haven't been here for 400 years. You know, we don't consider America, let's say white people say America's our country. Okay, fine. But that don't mean you're entitled to us. That don't mean you're entitled to black wealth. Like when they made the movie, the documentary 70 years ago, How to Sell to the White. They said $15 billion, right? $15 billion they said that we earned from selling to black folks in America right inside our own country, right? That's money that was more money than they got in Japan, Taiwan, China, Australia combined. They got it right from black America in America. But did they set up black-owned wholesale companies? Did they partner with black-owned manufacturers and distributors and stuff like that while they're taking our money? No. And then when we say that we want that, right away they pivot to, well, look at the Chinese. They're not saying nothing. Look at the Nigerians. They're not saying nothing. So a lot of people allow themselves to be used by these white supremacists who we as black African Americans are their main target to crush. And that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, when we talk about black exploitation, everybody wants black America to bow down and lay down and just take it while they basically rape, exploit, and do what they want to us. You know? Yeah, Abdul said, I'm not mad at Nigeria. However, I'm mad at the Nigerian sellout buffoons. The Nigerians that are on call with the black race. Yeah, they're the Nigerians that basically down with us. I got like Nigerian buzz in the BAIO. They're my brothers. They're down with us. They see the world from a black Pan-African's point of view. The Nigerian race traders, which is a lot of them are, they can go to hell for all I care. If you're a race trader and whatnot, you know, you ain't my brother. You're a Negropean, you ain't my brother. But if you're down with black African infrastructure, you're my brother. That's what it is. There's no all skin folk ain't kinfolk. I'm done with this idea that just because somebody's black, we're all angry brothers. No, it don't work like that in the real world. We see that now, where we got African countries ready to go to war with each other to please their European masters with ECOWAS and everything.
Yes, Carla, that's what I'm talking about, brother. Let me continue play the show. So that sister can keep on breaking it down. You seem like you're enjoying it.
Oh yeah, you noticed that, huh?
I noticed that. That's funny. Yeah. What did you do? You send her all of your talking points so she can make a separate video. No, I'm saying, did you send her all of your talking points?
Oh, me? No, I ain't saying nothing. You know, me and this woman never spoke. You know, it's just common sense. You know, it's just common sense. You know, I just came across it and whatnot. I don't know if she's watching some of our stuff, but you know, hey, you know, when you know, two minds think alike. I don't even like this lady, but she's making a lot of sense on this video.
All right, excellent. So, family, let's continue.
I'm going to say this again. Black Americans are not jealous of Africans based on anything that any white people have said, like how well you're doing in school, or how well you're doing on a job, or how hard you work, and run around calling yourselves model minorities. Africans are not called model minorities. Asians are called model minorities in the United States. So if you're calling yourself a model minority as an African, especially a Nigerian, you are mistaken. You are not the model minorities in the United States. And I will say this again as well. Black Americans were proud, and I know I was, and a lot of Black people were proud when Africans came to the United States, to these elite universities, and did so well because they had kept us out of it, and they had lied and said we weren't smart enough to do well in those schools. So when the Africans came and did so well, we were like, okay, you see, you were wrong. But what they did was they basically tried to take the Africans and weaponize them against us. So this is where this misunderstanding, as far as I'm concerned, has come. But I'm going to end this video by telling you that there are some things about Africans that I am actually jealous of. The first thing would be their peace. I believe that if I lived in an African country, I could have a peace that I don't have in the United States. Peace within myself and being around people who are like me, who look like me. You're not shocked when I come in the restaurant and I'm a Black person and I'm Black. We've been in this country longer than the average white person, but yet and still, they have a sense of entitlement over Black Americans. I believe if I lived in an African country, I would not feel that anxiety and sometimes anger that I feel towards white people when they come across like that. Also, I am jealous. I guess if I was going to be jealous of Africans, it would be of place, of having a place in the world that I belong to, that my ancestors belong to, that we have been in that place all of our lives. Just like in South Africa, when those European people came down there trying to displace them, they knew that that was their country. And so they stood up for themselves. You don't get to come in here and tell me it's your country. No, it's our country, not yours. Now, the South Africans might still be struggling on some level, but they know that's their country. So that's what I would be jealous of Africans of the peace, the sense of peace that you have in knowing that everybody around me looks like me. So I don't feel out of place, or I don't feel awkward or uncomfortable no matter where I am. You feel that, okay, well, my humanity is respected here because everybody sees me as a human being. I would be jealous of Africans who can go to the beach and just have a good time without, or they might not want me to come in this restaurant, or they may not want me to come in that hotel, and I'm going to go in there anyway. But then you got to go in there and somebody going to make a scene or do something stupid or ignorant because white Americans really haven't had to develop their humanity. Everybody else around them has to develop, but they don't have to develop. So that would be what I would be jealous of Africans of. And I am, because I wish I had that. But as far as being jealous about some test scores, again, in these old stupid colleges that don't mean anything, or a job that anybody could get, that does not, I wouldn't be jealous of an African for that. But it's their peace and their place and their sense of who they are in the world that we lost in the transition called the transatlantic slave trade. And it takes a while to get over it. And that is what Africans and other people don't understand. It takes a while to get over it. And many of us are not over it. And even the ones of us who handle it well, because I have a great life in the United States. But there is that sense of place. Where is my place, my real place? And that would be what I would be jealous of Africans for. And that, and only that, and only that. Okay, y'all, but thank you for listening. Subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up, leave a comment, share the video, and as always, have a great day.
She dropped it, man. She dropped it. You know, there's nothing you can say after that, bro. She just dropped it, you know. So the bottom line is this: it's not about anybody coming to America, succeeding and everything. It's the fact of the matter is, notice how when white people are the biggest complainers, right? White people in Kentucky, parts of Kentucky, have the poorest districts, right? There's the white sections in parts of Virginia are poorer than the black sections, right? But the whites vote 99% Republican, and they still impoverished. White people are going through an epidemic of opioid and fentanyl, stuff like this. When you see white people in America, and this is what I'm going to talk about. When you see white people in America, right, when they talk about a white poor town, look at the comments. Oh, yeah, the coal mine shut down, blah, blah, blah. These people on time. No one ever judges them and say they should just move or put themselves up by their bootstrap and everything. They give us sympathy. Candace Owens won't say that, you know? None of the people, even our so-called black, so-called Pan-Africanists won't say, you know something, white people should do this. They always got something to say for black people, right? Or when black areas are down or job shuts down, there's unemployment and everything. Oh, these black people are just lazy. They don't want to work and everything. Nobody will ever say that about white people and everything. No one ever compare an African immigrant to a white guy that's sitting there strung out on drugs on the streets and everything. What's his problem, right? Because when they're white, you're given the benefit of the doubt. You know, society must have failed you, whatever like that. But black people are constantly judged, right? We're even judged when we work hard, right? You got a black guy who may be a manager at a Walmart, right? Somebody will come in and say, you know, he worked himself up to be a manager in Walmart and stuff like that, or work at the post office. That's all you can do. When not look, these African immigrants, they got degrees and they do much better than you are and everything like that. Well, he's having a job and he's satisfied with his job. Why are you judging him? You know, he don't have to go get a degree if he don't want to. He's satisfied with what he's doing. But no one ever tells a white guy who's working at the gas station, right, or being a delivery truck driver, that he's not doing enough or whatnot. He got to get a better education and stuff like this. It's only done on black people because we allow this negativity and this being exploited and being put upon, constantly being under attack. And the attack always comes by people who claims that they want to help us, or they claim they care about us and all this kind of nonsense. You know? See, like, look at this guy right here. Perfect example of what I'm saying. Highlight the last comment, Bomani. You know? How about highlight the last comment? You know, now I'm going to make you look stupid. I'm glad you made that comment, right? We're going to play video. I'm going to find the video, Bomani. Give me a second. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. These people that come over here from Africa and everything, all they do is hate for you. White people basically are always talking about immigrants. They don't want you here, right? They don't want you here. They think African countries are lazy. If it was up to the average white person, they would have no African immigrants here. They would cut off aid and everything like that. The white people support racist apartheid South Africa, you know. And Africans say, all they do is complain about everything. Oh, they always complain about everything. But white people are the biggest complainers. You know, let's talk about some white people complaining. Let's talk about that. You know, we're the biggest complainers. You know, let's talk about that. I'm glad you guys come in tonight because you are going to get cooked. You know.
There you go, right there. And while you're looking for what you're looking for, let me play the next featured video.
For years, General Abdurrahman Chiani led a guard that protected Niger's President Mohamed Bazoum. He's now unseated him and replaced him. The self-appointed leader has dissolved Niger's constitution. In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, a presidential advisor says Chiani is jeopardizing more than politics.
So far, blood has not been shed, but the statements of the coup leader are dangerous and can aggravate the situation. More will begin to question the legality of recruiting hundreds of soldiers. This may lead to an outbreak of an ethnic conflict. The people of Niger reject the military coup and mostly support President Mohamed Bazoum.
Supporters of General Chiani warn any foreign military intervention will lead to chaos.
The international community says it's here for us. We don't want them here. We don't want its moral lessons. It's no longer credible in the eyes of Africans.
Tiani's self-appointment came after chaos and demonstrations gripped the capital Niamey after Wednesday's coup. Crowds set fire to cars and buildings near the headquarters of Bazoum's party. 2 years into his presidency, demonstrators say the deposed president didn't do enough.
I agree with Chiani. I've spent a lot of time criticizing the mismanagement of security and the presence of foreign forces in our country. Their presence is more about diplomacy, but it's of little use.
Many Western allies disagree. They insist Niger needs military support from the US and France to fight the expansion of armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL. Niger may have a new leader, but its political uncertainty still looms across the West African region. Katia Lopez-Odoyan, Al Jazeera.
Are your kids in grades 6 to 11? Harvard has made SAT and ACT score.
Yes, brother Carla, let me just load that video up for you real quick. Right. Is that the video, the TikTok video? There you go. Is that it?
Hold on.
There you go.
Play that video first. That's gonna set it up what I'm talking about.
What do you do with Caleb versus the black student in class who is from the upper class family?
I think that white people kind of have like a head start.
Okay, but he doesn't.
Yeah, sorry, Caleb.
Yeah.
He's like the exception in a way.
Okay, so here's poverty by ancestry. 40 million white people in the U.S. are poor. That's a lot of poor white people.
Is that just because there's so many more white people?
Yeah, there's so many more white people.
What are like the percent?
Proportionally,
yeah.
Do you know what those numbers are?
So the highest level of poverty is, first off, is Native Americans, hands down, and then black people, then Hispanic, and then white people. I like how you all went to proportions because that's really important. There are more poor white people in the U.S. than there are poor black and brown people. What privilege does Caleb have that she doesn't have?
He doesn't have to think of it. Like, he just lives life.
Thinking about the fact that he's poor.
No.
I'm trying to find one, but I don't want it to be too long. You know.
Yes, my brother. We can always play some of it. This is my good brother right here, Afrodamus right here. He's letting you know he's ready to come on and debate you.
Okay. Bring him on.
Here you go, Afrodamus. You're on.
There's one right here, the poorest county in America. They're not black, they're white. But not even that, right? Watch the comments. Look at the comments, right? I can go to the comments, right? And the comments will go like this, right? There's nobody calling them lazy. There's nobody calling them complaining. And these are your Trump voters. These are your Klan people. These are all these other people, right? But look at the comments, right? Beyond generosity, hard work doesn't look. Being honest, generous. They call these people honest, generous, hard worker. Doesn't go too far in the world's days. That's only because we're talking about white people. See what I mean? Another comment: when Walmart closes, you know the town is not financially well. I stopped in a small town somewhere in Texas. There was an abandoned Walmart next to Albertsons. It's strange to see one abandon since a company, such a big company. I hope our country improves not only but other areas as well. Sympathy, pity, empathy. You see what I'm talking about when it's white people. You know, from the late 60s and 70s, I hit the U.S. The road became mom and dad to me as well as an orphan, adopted into a hateful, dysfunctional family. I appreciate your work, Nick. About time we have somebody has resources, time to figure out this. So in other words, basically, what they're saying is, poorest county in America, there's sympathy. Somebody from Northern Ireland said, I'm from Northern Ireland, and your videos are we'll see places where that we normally don't see. Of course not. A media covers up poverty in white America. They make it seem like Black America is poverty. White people, anytime you have an area where Black people and white people aren't adjacent, right, and there's just nothing but white people, you're going to have a lot of poor white people. But when there's areas where there's white and Black people adjacent to each other right here, there's that imbalance of poverty and everything, and Black people get the worst of it. Like places like Mississippi and Alabama and stuff like that, where you got extremely wealthy white people, right? And you got like the Mississippi Delta area, you got poor Black people, you know? Everybody look at this. There's not one comment that says these people are dirty, bad, you know? Look, it says it's disgusting our country doesn't take proper care of its own. These people shouldn't have to suffer like this. Not right. Now, see, that's a sentiment when people see white people in poverty. Now, there's nobody saying, well, these people should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They should get investments and blah, 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 blah. The same thing they tell Black people to do. No, but it's white people. And that's why I say people like Afridamus and these people come here and practice white supremacy because they've been brainwashed by whiteness. You know, they're brainwashed by the white man. The white man gave them a green card. So they come over here and they ignore the fact that there's white people, more white people suffering in this country than there are Black people. And white people do complain. That's why they join neo-Nazi groups. That's why they join far-right groups. That's why these racist groups are on the rise in this country. So it's the idea that they don't complain. You kidding me? A guy just recently, and you know what they blame to? The Jews. A guy just recently got sentenced to death in Pennsylvania for shooting up what do you call it? A synagogue, you know, a couple of years ago. You know, killed like 20, 30 Jews. And they just thwarted another shooting thing where these white nationalists are shooting up Jewish synagogues because they think the Jews are behind the poverty in white America. They've been like that for 200 years. They believe Jewish banks are what started the Civil War. They believe Jewish banks are behind the Federal Reserve. You know, Jews are behind the Federal Reserve. All stuff like this. So don't tell me about white people don't complain. White people don't complain. They put this in action. They actually take action and blow your shit up. That's what they do. They got bombs and whatnot. They got training camps in this country ready to overthrow this government and take it over. That's what they do. We haven't done that yet. So a little bit of Black people complaining online and whatnot is not compared to what these people are prepared to do and have done. So mystery that. So anybody want to get on here and debate me on that, you're going to get crushed and embarrassed tonight. Another comment absolutely breaks my heart. These folks in Appalachia, you know, it makes me want to help some way. How I know these big nonprofit groups probably don't help much, but like you like to think, it needs to start with grassroots level. My prayers go out to good people down there. They're good people, you know. They're not lazy people. They're not people hooked on drugs. They're not the niggas. They see themselves. And they convince a lot of Black immigrants and Uncle Toms and niggas and Negropeans to see themselves in the white people's humanity instead of their own racist humanity. So anybody who wants to debate Colin Thanos tonight, bring it on. Because you will get crushed. You will get buried. Does anybody want to smoke? Is anybody brave enough to get up here and debate me on this?
Yes, brother. Let me see the other video we had to play.
Yeah, play a little. Let's play a little bit of this, brother. Let's see this.
This is an old coal mining camp. Back in the day, there were 12 coal miners who stayed here with their families. Neat place. Kind of as far out in the middle of nowhere's West Virginia as you can get. Just down the road's an old coal mine. So all they had to do was walk right down the road to get to work. Today, it's been turned into an Airbnb. This is where I stayed on my last night in West Virginia. A really unique experience, I have to say, living like an old coal miner. But it's been a long time since any coal miners lived here. They just don't need places like this anymore. We're in McDowell County, West Virginia, and this is coal country, mister. Or it was coal country. There probably isn't a place in America that's seen a bigger boom than bust than where we are right now. McDowell County is now the poorest place in the country. You could say McDowell County is West Virginia's West Virginia. It was day 11 on my Appalachian adventure, and my last stop in West Virginia was the small town of Welch. It's the biggest city in McDowell County. That's where we'll spend most of our time today. Driving around this part of Appalachia land is kind of like exploring a real live ghost town in progress. This is not what the United States is supposed to look like. But truth isn't always pretty, and it's not always something you want to see, is it? This is downtown Welch. Well, from here it looks like a downtown. There's buildings and roads and infrastructure. But when you walk around here, you can see it's not really a downtown anymore. I walked around downtown Welch for an hour, and I was like, wow, oh wow, everything's closed. Like, everything. I think I looked into 20 storefronts along the main street here, and every single one of them has been abandoned. Can't even tell what a lot of this was. Looks like all this hasn't been open for a long, long time. This area had its 10 minutes of fame. Now everyone here is scratching their heads as to how they can replicate the success. And it has been a conundrum, I tell you. And it's not just here in Welch. It's all over this county. Driving around the back roads in the area, and all the little towns look like this. And every year that goes by, it goes back even further in time, just fading away like a once bright star. Kind of wonder if any of this is even going to be here one day.
Roofers are furious about this new product that's going.
McDowell County is in southern West Virginia, right on the border with Virginia. Ask anybody in this state which region's been hit the hardest, and they'll say, gotta go to McDowell County. A lot of us don't know much about this region of the country, except for the negative stereotypes. Folks are backwoods, they talk funny, and they're poor. This is backwoods, and people do have an accent. And yes, people here are very, very poor. The poverty here is just staggering. Half the population lives on government assistance, disability, Social Security, welfare. 1 in 4 people here are considered disabled, and only 1 in 3 people who can work do work. Suicide rates are super high. People here die 15 years earlier than the US average. And the drug and alcohol use here is just off the charts too. Just about every single negative metric you can think of is happening right here. One website called this the poorest, sickest, most hopeless county in America. In 1952, there were 120,000 people in this county. Today, there's less than 20,000. It's like that statewide. West Virginia's lost more people than any other state. And those who remain here are too poor or too stubborn to leave. A lot of them own their land, so they're unwilling to part with it. You can't blame them. But at this point, the government's paying a lot of poor people to stay here and remain poor. I mean, the first food stamps handed out in the county were given out here in McDowell County. That was in 1961, and it ain't stopped. And we're giving all this money to the people of Ukraine to fight a war. Well, there's a war on poverty happening right under our own noses. You might be asking, how did this happen? Well, it all begins with coal. Back in the day when you graduated high school in West Virginia, you had three choices: join the military, go to college, or head to the coal mines. If you chose the coal mines, you got a paycheck in a week, and you could buy a big old fancy truck. Not a hard choice for a lot of people. But coal is mostly gone now. Drive around these parts, and about every 20 minutes you come to a coal mine. Some are still going, some aren't. The ones that are shut down are far more numerous. Coal was such a big deal here, they even named the little towns after the coal mines. Johnny Cake, Jenkins Jones, Warrior Mine, Jed, 6. This is Coalwood, population 42. This is the entire town, right here along the road. It's an old coal mining town, and the only reason it's here was to house coal workers. That's how things were back in the day. Coal company opens a coal mine, builds some homes, opens some stores, and then brings in the workers. In some of these old coal towns, they even had their own currency. So you worked for coal bucks, and then you spent them on rent and bread and milk. They were wage slaves. Coalwood actually looks pretty good compared to most of the stuff I saw when I was here. Looks like people with pride have moved into some of these old coal company homes, huh? But coal was a blessing and a curse to these people. Technology changed, politics changed, and then at the end of the 1970s, all the coal mines began to shut down. The jobs left, and with them went pensions and healthcare coverage. Some people got out of here and they left to build cars in Detroit or made furniture in North Carolina. But a lot of people remained. This is the only anti-coal thing I saw when I was here. This was scrolled on the side of an abandoned building on the side of the highway. A lot of what's left in this county are the stubborn folks, people without work, people with disabilities, and lots of drug addictions left over from the coal mine injuries. It wasn't just the coal industry that got people addicted, though. There's a lot of people here who are strung out who will never set foot in a coal mine. West Virginia leads the nation in overdose deaths, and it's not even close. New Mexico is second, and it's way behind. There probably isn't a single person in this county who hasn't been affected by drug abuse. There's stories of kids killing their parents so they could rob them for money to buy drugs. There's kids being sold as sex slaves. The most desperate things you can imagine are happening here every day. More than half the kids in this county don't even live with their biological parents. That's because so many moms and dads are addicts, they're in prison, they're dead. And poor Granny, she can only do so much. It was so bad here that Walgreens paid the state $83 million to settle a lawsuit involving Walgreens' role in the opioid crisis. The state says Walgreens was handing out too many pain pills, which got people hooked. West Virginia also sued Kroger, Walmart, CVS, and Rite Aid. The state's collected $1 billion now, and they say they're going to use the money to solve the opioid crisis. I hope they do. McDowell County's Walgreens was run out of town years ago. There's another pharmacy here these days. And look, in the drugstore parking lot, there's a sign that they're hiring correctional officers. That's because right next door to the old pill mill pharmacy is the county prison, which also looks to be somewhat abandoned. What is happening here? I wonder how many people got hooked on opioids in this Walgreens and then wound up in the prison right next door. And then across the street from all of that, it's a rehab center. So you leave the prison and you go right across the street to get rehab. At least it's all in the same block. There's also a new fentanyl vaccine that's being developed. Apparently it blocks the good feelings that come with opioid use. Kind of like having your taste buds removed so you don't eat ice cream anymore. Everything's leaving here.
Yes, brother. Everything is leaving there. Everything is leaving there. What a mess.
When we talk about a black town and whatnot, what would the comments be? You know, in the thing, you know, oh, niggas ain't shit. You know, blah blah blah. Niggas, you know, blah blah. You know, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I said, you know, what has you Black YouTube do to build us up, to protect our image? Not saying that we ignore the problems, because we talk about the problems in Black America. You know, we do. You know, we talk about the foolishness that goes on in Black America. There's nobody more tougher on Black America than I am, you know, but I'm fair in my assessment. You know, I'm not gonna make it seem like that we're beyond redemption or whatever. We got problems like anybody else, you know. African Americans can rebuild these towns overnight. yeah. I mean, you would think, man, that African immigrants, man, they would go there and you would have like a little Senegal street, you know. You would have a little Gambia street. You see Afrodamas there. You see Afrodamas restaurant right there, you know. You would see Amara's bakery, you know, with this cashew nuts, man, grinding and whatnot, you know, that other thing. Africans can go to those places, man, and turn that shit out, man. You know, that's the real America. We come and go to a small town, build it. You know, Black America built 60 small towns right out of slavery that were thriving at one time, you know. You know, our towns die out and whatnot, and Black people are not, but white people's towns, look at all the sympathy. Oh, they're all on drugs, everything like that, you know, fentanyl, highest OD rate and everything. Most of the people on welfare and everything like that. But you don't see this on the 6 o'clock news. You know, you don't see this on 6 o'clock. White people are given a pass, you know, because people come here, are told to come here to worship and kiss their butts, to freaking kiss the white man's feet and everything. White people are just so great and everything. See, I know better. I grew up with them, you know. I grew up with them. When I grew up, right, all the Black people I know were civilized, right? I had to take white people to my city, back to the city in New York City and Queens, and show them what civilization is all about. Took them to our church, our family, and stuff like that. They didn't know anything about this stuff. You know, they didn't know anything about this stuff. You know, my father was a minister. You know, he's a minister to young white couples, you know, marriage counseling and stuff like that, you know. So this idea that people have this idea white people got all the answers and come on, you know. Yeah, that could be a small town that people could go in. And you got places like that in the Appalachian, not just that, in upstate New York, where towns are abandoned and everything. You would think the immigrants that come here would take those towns and let's say we could build something, you know. They want to come here and just climb to the top of America instead of putting in that work, you know. You know. So it is what it is, you know. And I don't mock human suffering. You know, as a fellow human being, I feel sorry for the people and everything, but I'm saying, why is the black community never given that same empathy? You know, that same empathy when they deliberately took jobs out of our culture and community and everything like that. When they let drugs pump into our communities and everything like that. You know, why are we not giving that same empathy? You know, look at the comments. Read the comments for that video. It's all sympathetic. We shouldn't let this happen. Everything. Go put on a video where black people are where black people. No, it's about immigrants because immigrants have this idea that you said earlier. All you guys do is complain. There's nobody that complain more than white Americans. You know, and these same white Americans, right, will complain and still vote for the same people that's screwing them over. You know. I'm not xenophobic. Xenophobic means you fear something. I don't have no fear of nobody. I welcome everybody. In my area right here, in Virginia is an African American stronghold. You know, all the black professionals, everything is African Americans. That's what I deal with every day, everything like that. And the Africans that come here, brothers and sisters from Togo, got people from Ghana here, stuff like that. They just love it. When you talk to them or not, they'll ask you, where do black people hang out at? They ain't trying to be around no damn white people. Where the black people at? You know, where's the black spots at? You know, are there black people in there and everything? So, despite the fact that what we see on social media, where Africans running their mouth about us and whatnot, they know for a fact of the matter is they're not going to venture into places like this. You know, they're going to be area where you see black police and black people in large numbers. That's where they feel safe, and that's the truth. That's the truth. So, does anybody want to come on?
No one wants to come on, Carla. So we can close out shortly, and I'll see what else we can play. Right, and see if we have any interesting comments. This is the comment that's there.
Okay, Africans should move to Appalachian and motivate these people. Oh yeah, man, Africans are great motivators. You know, they're always telling us what to do. How come they can't go to the Appalachian and tell the white folks what to do? You know how they got all this privilege. America's so great. Go there and tell white people in Appalachian how great America is. You know, I would love to see that thing. I would love to see an African immigrant come go there and tell them how they're just complaining. They just complaining all the time and everything like that. That they should be pulling themselves up and everything like that. I would love to see our African brothers and sisters go to white people and tell them that. You know.
Let me see if there are any more comments.
Yeah, that would be a great cultural exchange, you know. Well, Afridamus will fit right in, man. You know.
You're funny.
They can tell him.
Afridamus, come on in and defend the turf, brother. You're more than welcome.
Tell them racist jokes. Laughing at their racist jokes and everything like that. He fit right in, man.
Next tonight here, a middle school teacher's racist rant after a fender bender in the school parking lot. Here's Stephanie Ramos.
Go back to your welfare. Tonight, a Pennsylvania middle school teacher has been suspended after her racist rant aimed at an African-American parent dropping off his child in the school's parking lot. Probably on welfare, too.
Not even a little bit. 6 figures a year, man. It's because I'm young and I'm black, and the reason why you would say that.
That's right, because you're black. The parent, who does not want to be identified, says it all stemmed from a minor fender bender in the parking lot of Drexel Hill Middle School. In the video, you see the teacher come out from around the truck and yell derogatory statements and a racial slur toward the parent. Tonight, the school district's superintendent speaking out.
This is not the appropriate way to interact or to communicate with anybody in the public.
As for the parent involved, he commends the district for how they're handling everything, adding that one teacher does not represent an entire school. David.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live events.
Yo, Jen Crow said he was trying to get on.
So come on, brother. The link is there. Click and join, and we're ready to accommodate you.
It's not hard. And Africans too said they burn a nice cross. They burn a nice cross in African yard so you can enjoy the nightlife. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, here we go. Another nice clip for you.
We are a young, okay? We got a young, Wakar, Wanya Daffy. What's up? What Martinana will have a soldier in the civil. Soldier in the civil car will have one we are a young, okay? We got a young, we don't cook Wakar, Wanya Daffy. What's
He must have put somebody off.
Nigerian Minister of Interior beaten in the streets of Nigeria.
Niger. Yo, basically, that was a minister of what, the interior?
Minister of Interior of Niger.
Yeah, but what did the Minister of Interior? He just somebody goes around. It's there. The park's there. The roads. They travels the roads and everything like that. Oh, we need a road.
Good stuff. But village justice took over.
Yeah. So they basically like this. This is what happens, in Africa. And so they're beating the hell out of their. I think they gave the finance. Did we ever play that video? Where they gave the finance minister 48 hours to cough up the money, let's find that video. They gave him 48 hours to cough up the money. He must be dead by now, They gave him 48 hours to cough up the money, Cough it up, buddy, or you dead,
Well, let's get you some African Diaspora news here.
Yeah.
You love it. Yeah. You love it. You can't get enough.
Although I have nothing, let me say this. I have nothing against Phil Scott, the African Diaspora, the Disaster Channel, whatever like that. The negativity, I get sick and tired of hearing about racism and the Karens and all this kind of nonsense, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, I get it. White people are racist. Now what? Tell me something like that Dr. Rashid Wally goofball, Yeah, racist, white supremacy. So basically what he's saying is, okay, vote for Biden. Vote for a senile crook that's getting rich in the White House, doing all kinds of stuff like that. Just vote for Biden and all our problems are solved, those are FBA, Dusty, stop blaming Africans for the ghetto bullshit. That wasn't, dude, man, that was in Niger. That wasn't here, bro. That was in Niger. That was not here. Those are not African Americans. Those are friggin'. That was in Niger, Afrodamus. Do you even know what's going on over there? They're dragging politicians out in the street and whipping them and beating them to death and whatnot, you know. So I know Africans are beyond reproach according to you and everything like that. There's not tens of thousands of them sailing to Europe right now, drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, everything like that. But Africans are just perfect. You got white racists basically, and you guys working together to create this narrative that you guys. And you also a lot of migrants that you see in New York City are actually from the Congo and fucking Venezuela and Colombia and whatnot. You know, and I'm like, damn, you know, the previous video. I don't know. I don't know. Afrodamus meet the previous video. I don't know what you meant. I was talking about the video where the guy was getting stomped. He got gorilla stomped. You know, you see the dude, he fell on the ground. The dude came in just full on gorilla stomped him in his chest, man. He better get a operation checked out because I know that damaged some shit in there, you know. That dude gorilla stomped him, man. I was like, damn, man. So I'm like, you know, what the hell did you do to piss those people off that they gorilla stomp your ass, you know? It's just sad, you know, sad situation, you know. Niger finance minister, let's see. You know. Oh yeah, here it is. You know. I'm so sorry for this brother right here, brother. You know, see a grown man cry. I just said to you, you know. I seen a grown man cry like that, man.
All right, cool, gotcha. Let me see what else comments came in. Here we go.
Jankro, why can't you come in, man? We said we put the link up there, man. Just freaking
right there. I even double checked it. That is the link.
Click on the link,
there.
bro. Come in. Afrodamus, call in, man. Call in. Let's tell us about ourselves, man. I want to see some African American bashing right tonight, you know. You know, give it to us, man. Stick it to me tonight, Afrodamus, you know. I want to hear all the problems, man. You got us all figured out, you know. I want to hear it, Afrodamus. I want to hear your advice for Black America. You know, I want to hear from the great Afrodamus report. You know, I want to hear it because you're going soft on me, Afrodamus. You're going soft, you know. I thought you were braver than that, you know. I thought you were more of a man than that, you know.
Are you ready to play a video?
Yeah, play a video. No, that's not Phil's wife. Phil's wife looked like she's white. You think Phil can get something like this? Are you kidding me, man?
No, this is a Phil video. I don't know nothing about no Phil White.
Play this video first. Yeah. Is that Phil's wife? Come on.
Selves taking issue with an event called Soul Fest concert series that took place at Stone Mountain Park, which is a very racist park. Now, if you're not familiar with it, the mountain has carvings on it of Confederate soldiers and generals like that of General Robert E. Lee, just to name a few. The KKK rebirthed itself there in 1915, and there's been a whole lot of racist activity go on there. But Soul Fest, I guess, caters to Black people, and they're saying that it's a disservice to Black people, and they asked the Black groups to pull out, which they did not. And so, nevertheless, that event went on. So let me ask you, would you have attended something like that? The NAACP chapter in Georgia found themselves taking issue with an event called Soul Fest concert series that took place at Stone Mountain Park, which is a very racist park. Now, if you're not familiar with it, the mountain has carvings on it of Confederate soldiers and generals like that of General Robert E. Lee, just to name a few. The KKK rebirthed itself there in 1915, and there's been a whole lot of racist activity go on there. But Soul Fest, I guess, caters to Black people, and they're saying that it's a disservice to Black people, and they asked the Black groups to pull out, which they did not. And so, nevertheless, that event went on. So let me ask you, would you have attended something like that? The NAACP chapter in Georgia found themselves taking issue with an event called Soul Fest concert series that took place at Stone Mountain Park, which is a very racist park. Now, if you're not familiar with it, the mountain has carvings on it of Confederate soldiers and generals like that of General.
What you call it? Check us out. That right there. So I have a problem with that. Another thing is negativity. Stone Mountain. Basically, I remember Cannabis and Wu-Tang did a concert out there. Stone Mountain's actually a really good black town. Stone Mountain, Georgia. Have you ever been up there?
Yes, I have, and keep away from your mic. That way, there's no friction and
Okay.
things, or I don't know, just break up here and there. It's not heavy. Greetings, brother.
Yeah.
Welcome to the call, Jamaican
Yes.
Chancra. Welcome to the call.
Greetings,
Do
my
you know what you
brother.
have to say in reference to our topic tonight?
Yeah, well, negativity sell, foolishness sell. So that's why they promote it. I mean, I have friends who have channels that are progressive, and when they put out, okay, we're gonna have a program, blah blah blah. YouTube don't send it out. YouTube block it. See, so that algorithm they have there, they got it set up in a way that anything progressive for black folks, they ain't gonna promote it. It just you have to use another medium. But Zuckerberg, them people ain't gonna let you use their medium destroy them. They're gonna block it all the way. But I want to say something in reference to that lady, the Boule lady that came on earlier. I was trying to come on, but the link wouldn't work. So that Boule lady, what she's saying, is not really off, because I remember when I was coming to America with my parents in 1980, we went to the American embassy, and it was a brother that interviewed us. It was a black American brother. And you know what he said to us? He said, look, America is a beautiful place, but you see them black folks there, don't mix up with them. Now, this is a brother telling us this, You see, if it was a white man, the alarm bell would go off, but being it's a brother, And, when we came to America, it was a cultural shock. The first thing, because we came to Brooklyn. And, your impression coming from Jamaica, I thought America was like, man, you're going to come here and it's paved with, the streets are paved with gold. I was in shock when I first came. I passed some garbage sheep, and I was like, is this America? This is the great America that they're talking about? The next morning, people talking Spanish. I'm like, what? So, but, I gravitate to my people, but my parents who were older than me, they stepped back. They didn't associate, they kept that mentality like, oh, black people here. But me being a younger person, I go to mix and mingle, and that's how I came to find out about the history of the black people here, and that opened my mind, But that's what they do. A lot of us, they poison our mind before. That's why a lot of these Africans on the continent, they come here, and it's when they come here, they realize, a lot of them realize that they're black, See, like your friend Afrodamus now, you see, if one of them race soldiers catch him and knock him in the head, he'll get black real fast. You see, he'll realize, I'm black, but they have to go through that experience first. You see, they have to experience that themselves, and a lot of them coming from the continent, they come here, they wake up, because you see, the white man use hypocrisy on the continent and in the Caribbean, you see, because there he come, he smile, give us trinkets, give out gifts. So everybody, oh, these white people are great, they're good. What are you talking about? You know, so you come in now and trying to tell them about these white folks. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? These white folks here good to us. They bring us rice. They bring us sugar. What you bring? You ain't bring nothing. You come in here talking crap. But when they come here, then they get a rude awakening. See, that's when they realize, because there they don't have white people in front of them oppressing them. White people operate through the proxy. They operate through the black flunkies. So the flunky is out front. See, the flunky, all you see is the flunky. You don't see the white person, the person behind the flunky. You see, and that's what we face in the Caribbean and in Africa and other parts of the world. When we come here, though, we realize quick, fast, and in a hurry, because the white man here make sure he say, look, I'm in charge here. I'm in charge. If when you put the Tom up there, sometimes he gonna knock the Tom in the head to let Tom know, hey Tom, I run the show here. See? So while the talk what Afrida was talking, hey, don't run into one of them race soldiers, because you're gonna get a real awakening. Because when he put the noose around your neck and knocking you in the head, you tell him, oh, I'm not African American, I'm from Africa. Yeah, he don't care, he don't give a shit. So I'm saying, so you just remember that.
Yes, my brothers. Yes, my brothers. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the breakdown. And some people are saying that you know, you're breaking it down. One person said that. There's your comment right here for me. Excuse me. Where did the comment disappear to? There you go. So this guy think he's an expert in black behavior, laughing out loud. I mean, this other one said, bruh, you chatting ish.
Yeah, well, again, that's Afrodamus. You know, Afrodamus, he has some serious psychological issues.
That's not Afrodamus talking.
Oh, who is that clown?
On the screen so you can see.
Yeah, that. Yeah. Well, that clone AB, whatever the hell it is.
Afrodamus got one for you. It said this guy is such a Jamaican bootlicker. So that one that's one dedicated to you.
Well, again, let me say, those Negroes are some of the most.
And debate this, brother, man. I got you.
They are some of the most antebellum, anti-black, step and fetch it, jellyback Negroes I ever seen in my life. Some of these people here, and they come on to your program, so you know they know something positive is on your program. That's why they come over here with the foolishness. So I'm saying, you know, but something is wrong with them. They need psychological help, and they need to go sit in the corner somewhere and get some psychological counseling from Dr. Amos Wilson and those people who can adjust their thinking, because apparently something is wrong with them. But one thing I learned, I say, I don't argue with fools. See, I learned from an elder, they say, never argue with a fool, because when the fool catcher come, you don't know, he don't know who the damn fool is. So, you know, I never argue with a fool. I just make the fool keep them opinion, and hey, I got mine.
Yes, Jamaican Drunk, rock on. Afrodamus, join us, brother, join us. This is the link, and yeah.
But damn, what's afraid? He now go come on, man. You're afraid because Tyler will burn him up.
Drunk to say you're afraid. It's a fear battleground, brother. Fear battleground. Yes, Carla, what you have to say about these things?
Yeah, sad, man. Sad situation, man. The bottom line, you got to stand on the square. You know, the bottom line is like, yeah, people are basically, you know, he's calling our brother Jamaican boot. Who's he bootlicking, man? You know, he bootlicking us, Black America. He got to be more specific, you know. You know, Afrodamus has this thing where he basically thinks that anybody basically sees up, or like we said tonight, you know, Black America has problems. We got issues and everything like that. And sometimes things Black America does annoys everybody, you know. But the thing is, with other groups of people, you give them the benefit of the doubt. That's what we're talking about, you know. That's why we played a video of that place in West Virginia, you know. We play a place in West Virginia where you got a town that's really doing really bad, but you don't see it. I hear nobody in the chat room talk about these people should pull themselves up and blah, blah, blah. That, you know, it was all empathy, you know, even from so-called Black people. But when we talk about Black people, you know, it's all, yeah, you know, we got the answers. I would love to see Afridamus come on here, explain to what he would, if he, Afridamus, calls himself a winner, can go to these people over there in what's it called? I forgot the name of the town, West Virginia, and say, I'm a winner. I want to teach you guys, you white people out here, how to be like me. I love y'all so much. Y'all great. Y'all built this great country and everything. And I, Afridamus, want to be your ally and everything like that. I would love to see how that conversation would go. You know, does Afridamus care about white people? You know, does he care about white people? Does he care about the fact that there's more poor white towns and people are dying of fentanyl overdose? You know, he purports that he cares about white people. He's always defending them all the time. So what would his thing be? Now, when you say you're Afridamus, right, that means you're supposed to be like Nostradamus. You could predict the future. How come Afridamus didn't predict ECOWAS siding with the French and Niger and Guinea and Mali and Burkina Faso and all stuff like that? How come Afridamus didn't forewarn us about all this stuff like that? He's supposed to be able to predict the future, you know? That's what I thought, you know? Afridamus, man, did he give us any forewarning about what's going on? So Afridamus got to change his name, you know? You're supposed to be like Nostradamus. You're supposed to be the African version of Nostradamus, right? But the only thing Afridamus talks about is the Blacks coming to the Gambia and Black people going to Africa and setting up businesses. And that's the big threat. And that's the thing he's warning about, the return of Black people in America to Africa and everything. Nothing about the continued French control over Africa and the colonialists and the bootlickers in Africa, basically propping up the French and everything like that. It's all over to a bloodbath. How come Afridamus didn't warn us about all this? You know. No, you said that we're Blacks. You said that we're Blacks. You know, you're African. That means you don't see race. That means the white man in the Appalachians should be your brother. You know, that should be your brother. You should be on here talking about, yeah, man, those white people up there, the coal mines, were like that. Now, there was a proposal one time for the coal industry to switch to building solar panels. I could go up there and say, maybe we could make, to the white people up there, say, look, maybe we can start manufacturing something else, you know, and I really do believe that this environmental climate change stuff has a lot to do with the fact that why coal is going out of business. Coal is still the best form of energy. It's the cheapest form of energy. You know, it's abundant in that area. So why were these coals going down? You know, I would like to see Afridamus, opinion on that. You know, America got so much abundant coal and natural resources here. There's a natural gas pipeline being built between West Virginia all the way through Virginia. I don't know whether it's still going on, but they was going to build terminals. America has so much natural gas. America has so much energy, right? If America could build those natural gas refineries and stuff like that in West Virginia, that could put so many people to work and everything. But we need people advocating for those white people out there in West Virginia, you know? And I figured Afridamus will be that person to do that, you know? Just disappointed.
Yeah. Just want to piggyback on what you say about Niger. What happened in Niger? You know, they said that president, you know, he was part of he's Arab, you know. He's a Arab, and he's a part of a tribe there that is less than 1% of the Nigerian population. I think they said those people only make up 0.4% of the population, not even 1%. So I guess those Africans said, what the hell is going on here? These people are encroaching on us, you know, and they're sending us out there ill-equipped to fight these jihadists, right? Ill-equipped, right? And we are dying. So they said, to hell with these people, they cool their ass and take over. The same thing happened in Mali. Well, Mali was mismanaged.
Exactly.
And the same thing happened in Burkina Faso. Then we have the situation that is currently taking place in Sudan on the eastern part, with Chad in the middle. So if unrest break out in West Africa, that whole entire region gonna be on fire. See, that whole from West Africa to East Africa would be in turmoil. You know,
Now,
and what
this Jake Bro, right? I predicted years ago, right? And I told Bomani this, and I was hoping I was wrong. I said these states that were created by the Europeans didn't basically take into account real divisions among Africans when they drew them up. And now we say you got people in northern Mali, right? Don't consider themselves black. You know, the Tuareg and all these other people in northern Mali. And so what they're doing, they're joining jihadist groups. And it's not so much as a religion. It is mostly anti-black, you know, anti-black and anti-African. And so basically they're like this. So what you see right now in these countries is sort of like a race war. You know, the Janjaweed, right? Janjaweed people who are Sudanese, Arab, and African background, right? But they consider themselves closer to Arab. And they're the jihadis, right? They're waging war in Darfur against the indigenous Africans that were on the ground. You know, it wasn't even black versus Arab. It was Arab-minded people, like you got in places like Chad, and you got places like northern Niger, right? These people basically are joining this greater Islamic caliphate, right? Which is these people want to be part of the Islamic world. You know, and it has nothing to do with Islam. It has everything to do with the fact that these people are rejecting Africa, rejecting Black Africa. And so therefore what you see now is like an indigenous African uprising on the continent, you know? And that's why Nigeria better watch the gates, because there's a lot of people in northern Nigeria who feel some sort of way towards these the Islamic world and stuff like that. They consider themselves more Islamic and Sunni than they do part of Black Africa. So the Europeans know what they did when they created these countries. They knew these countries would never be on court, and eventually they'd fall apart. You know, they knew that. And like for years, wrong, but
you're right. And the focus should be on Sudan. That's where they should focus the energy. So look, let's go stabilize the situation in Sudan. Same saying, you know, because if they don't stabilize the situation, it's gonna spin out of control, because Egypt is here having in fact, they're having some problems in Ethiopia right now in Amhara. You see, and then Egypt is there. She's resentful that Ethiopia built that dam, so she pissed off at Ethiopia. So she wants to side with Sudan, you know. So it's a lot of confusion going on up there. And that situation is, if they invade, as I say, it's going to cause more problems. So they got to really think this through before they make any move. They got to really think it through. And as we say,
Egypt basically claims the Nile region. Let me tell you how Egypt has a Nile, right? That goes all the way to Uganda, belongs to them. Not anything like Chief X was saying, that the Nile basically is not navigable from the south to the north. We saw that Chief X was on the show a couple of weeks ago. And so therefore Egypt itself right here had no real connection to the Egypt of the White Nile and Blue Nile, right? And down the thing, right? They said that they have control over it because the British established the Egyptian Sudan territory. And that basically when the Egyptians, when the British left out, right? They said that the whole territory, including the Nile, is still under the administration of the Egyptian government, based on the fact that the British handed them over the Nile region in the British Empire, control over the Nile of the British Empire. You know, the British basically anointed the Arabs in Egypt, right, power over Black Africa, into Black Africa. And Ethiopia said that has nothing to do with us and everything. We don't abide by that. And that's what the problem is. That's why Southern Sudan seceded from Northern Sudan and said, look, we don't recognize this invention called Sudan, which was a breakaway from Egypt, right? And so North Sudan wanted to control South Sudan. South Sudan is probably the richest region agriculturally in the world. You know, the most fertile land in the world. You know, has oil, has everything. And so therefore, South Sudan is a state. And so therefore, now that South Sudan is a state, that's a problem for Egypt because Egypt's water supply is threatened by Ethiopia. And they're not going to stop until that dam is either stopped or whatever, or there's chaos in Egypt and they can't run that dam. So this is what we're talking about, you know. So
it's a lot of instability they're promoting because they know the African is trying to move up. So they said we can't allow this, so we have to spread confusion. We have to bring in confusion, and that's what we see developing. You know, they stirring up problems, stirring up confusion. So get us fighting, then you can't build. If you don't have peace, you can't build. You can't build if you don't have peace. Everybody running, killing each other. So, you know, it's just a terrible situation. You know, my wife is from the Sudan, and I tell you, right now in the Sudan, there's so much suffering taking place because nothing is moving, no food, nothing. Everything is hyperinflation. Everything gone sky high, and they have people, they say, coming in and they bring in the entire family come in and set up shop, and they don't care nothing about the Sudanese there. You know, nothing. It's just cold-blooded killing, straight up. They're raping people right in front of their house, women right in front of their husband. When the husband get vexed, they take a stick, poke it up his rectum, and run him away. So a lot of stuff taking place. We ain't hearing what's going on.
yeah. Keep walking.
Yes, greetings, brother. Keep walking. Welcome to the call. Unmute yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
Can you hear me? I have a mic issue. So.
Yes, and let me know if you see the topic about Blaxploitation.
Yeah, I see that. That's a lot of that happening on YouTube and social media, unfortunately. But there's just too many channels. You got Tariq Nasheed, you got this lady Megan. I don't know you guys. I see her on my YouTube feed. All she talks about is Africans. So like this more like giraffes. And so there's a lot of people doing the what is it, the cooning, you know. It's not only the African side. I'm seeing all sides here. So how can we get over this hump? That video that you played earlier, Akon said Nigerians are the most educated in the world. For me, as a black person, I'm like, okay, that's great. I'm happy. That should not make you feel less educated. So I don't understand why this African American lady just all of a sudden had to come online, talk about Nigerians are not the smartest people, all of this blah blah blah. You should be happy with that. You know, you talk about Africans being tribal. How about you? African Americans are also tribal.
No.
Let me being raised. I don't care if if they say Angola is the most educated, I am happy because
the whole thing is when people say stuff like that, right? They make superlative sort of like I'm in the insurance business, right? We're not allowed to say, like, I'm not allowed to say when dealing with other companies, comparing companies like that. we're not allowed by law to say this product is better. We're all allowed to say this product right here has these things right here. These problems have this right here. You can compare and contrast. When you make a comment like, oh, okay, Africans, Akon's doing that right as like a shot at Black America. Nigeria's smartest people worldwide. But then when you play the facts, it's not even in the case, you know? Everybody has smart people. Everybody has dumb people, you know? So what do we talk about? The like almost half the Nigerian population can read or write.
Yeah, but he did not say so and so is dumb. He said they're the smartest. He's empowering his brother.
What I'm saying is when you say look who it's coming from. Akon, right? Akon, come on. Akon, the failed coin, so-called Akon City and whatnot. This guy basically is somebody that got hatred for Black America.
He's still doing business, brother. Well, I mean, we are on our own worst enemy. We have channels.
Well, I'm not my own worst enemy. I like this. Akon basically, Akon basically is so convinced that Nigerians so smart, then why is he all in our business trying to convince us that we need to come and build his Akon City? Why doesn't he get Nigerians? Right? There was a track record. Nigeria did complete echo land. Why don't he get the Nigerians, right, to come over there and build something, right? And we could say, wow, man, look what the Nigerians did. We come over there. We're still waiting for Echo Atlantic. It's been like 20 years and they got one building up. So what I'm saying is, based on what? Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. This is going to bring this home right here, right? China and Japan hate each other. We can all agree on that. China and Japan hate each other, right? China and Japan does $400 billion worth of business and trade between Shanghai, Hong Kong, Canton, Tokyo, Nagasaki. $400 billion a year worth of business, trade, business investment, and everything back and forth, right? South Korea still hates Japan. They do almost as much between Japan and Korea. Korea and Japan, right? Taiwan, same thing, right? But look at what the Africans are doing, right? Instead of Africans saying, something, look how much we Nigerians are doing between Ghana and Nigeria. Very little trade, if anything at all, right? Look how much we're doing between Niger and Nigeria. What are we talking about? What did Nigeria talk about? Invading Niger on the behest of the French. Is that the smartest people on the planet? Does that sound very smart? No, it doesn't. So what I'm saying is this, or when you talk to us, right, and people say we're smart people, I'm just looking at the facts. There's almost no trade between African countries. None. Almost everything that goes to the continent and comes out are done by Europeans, Arabs, everybody else, but Black people themselves. So no one's in a position to be bragging about how smart we are. Or you can't be like saying who's the tallest midget, right? Or who's the smartest dumbass in the freaking world. Based on whose standards? There's not one industrialized African.
There's nothing wrong. I hear you, but there's nothing wrong with empowerment. And the continent is moving.
Continent is going backwards.
People are getting up. The young people are realizing that we need to get up. So there's the East African bloc.
How long does it take?
So
Singapore
things are improving.
Nigeria, and look at Singapore, a little tiny island. Its GDP is higher than Nigeria's.
But we have to remember, remember that, prior to the pandemic, those economies were moving up before that pandemic hit. All those economies were moving up. And then once the pandemic hit, everything stopped. And then boom, right now, then we coming into this situation. So this is all orchestrated, because we got to remember these people have been running this thing for 500 years. They ain't gonna just get up and walk away because we making a move. No, they're gonna fight for it. And that's what we're seeing happening. You see, because prior to this, Africa was moving up. They were saying Africa was moving, economy is moving, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, boom, pandemic. And then now we're going through this experience. So these people working too now. They ain't sitting, these white folks ain't sitting down with their hands folded now. They putting their program in action too, because their survival is based on our sufferation. We have to be at the bottom in order for them to be on top.
The Asians had a Bang Dung conference, right, in 1955. They realized that, right? And they intelligently said, in 4 decades, we're going to free ourselves from all this nonsense and everything. And I don't buy this nonsense about the Europeans, because black people, not just Africans, African Americans, right? We go to white people, right? And we pretend like we're fighting the white man, but we jump in bed with them right now and go sign deals and everything, knowing the repercussions. That's what you see right now in West Africa. All these bad deals and stuff like that with French, with the French and everything. The young people, this young guy in Burkina Faso, young guy Troy, said, I'm fed up with it. He said he's gonna be the next Ricardo Thomas Sankara. He said, I had enough of that. You know, the African leaders, if you let the Africans will tell you, oh yeah, racial white supremacy. That's just cover for them. Because let me tell you something. In every African country, there's an elite group of people that's living well, that never suffers, that live well. The president of Equatorial Guinea, right, who's invited to the EU, the African Union, all stuff like that, been in power for 44 years. He's a billionaire. His son's a billionaire. Everything like that, running the country into the ground and everything. And the people live in absolute poverty, you know? So I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, yeah, well, the European. No, the fact of the matter is we got leaders in Africa that allow it. Listen to P.L. Lumumba. You know, until we address that, the fact that there's people that benefit from Africa and the people that benefit from Africa are black like you and I. That's the problem. And so what they did was they co-opted the so-called Pan-African movement and got dumb Negroes in America, right? Going, oh, racism, like Phil Scott. It doesn't have an education on what's going on the continent, right? And just, oh, the Mzungu, like, no. Every time you see a white man in Africa, because some nigga invited him in there to do what he wants to do. So I'm tired of nonsense about, oh, European. No, it's the fact of the matter is people who think like me are not in power.
Well, I agree with you, because in order for the European to do what he's doing, he has to have complicity from us. So, you know, some of us.
We don't want to have that war like between us and whatnot, you know? If you're a Negro or you're a race trader and whatnot, I want nothing to do with you. I hope you die.
That's what Amos Wilson said.
You know, I don't care about these Negropeans anymore. You know, and the bottom line is, when I start to see what's about to happen, because it could spill over into Liberia, because Guinea is siding with ECOWAS, with Niger, right? Liberia is with ECOWAS, right? So it could be a situation where Guinea and Liberia could be in conflict in Niger, and that could spill over into Liberia. All because ECOWAS is nothing but a tool of the NATO and all those other people who propped them up. The African Union was built by the Chinese, and they had a spy system in there where they spied on everybody. And one young African brother said he noticed that there was a server that was putting out stuff, like he found that the Chinese were collecting data of everything that goes on the continent. Do you think they're gonna build you this building in Addis Ababa because they love you so much? We as black men got to stop acting like children. We're not. The reason why we're in this situation we're not, because we don't stand up like men. White people, white people are weak. They're older and they can't fight wars, anything like that. You know, they're not smarter than us. They're not that. We just choose to basically be like this.
Yeah, well, I said what Dr. Amos Wilson said. He said, in order for white supremacy to function, it has to recruit from the same group that they are oppressing. So that's what they do. They recruit us, and we don't have an internal corrective force to deal with them. You see, because we don't have that internal corrective force to eliminate those people and to let them know that, look, you will not get rewarded for betraying black folks. We got to develop to that stage, but we're going to get there. We have to. We don't have no choice. We are at a point now in history where it's either we move or it's death. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no choice. So, and I think our people will rise to the occasion. You know what I'm saying? In spite of what you see happening, I think we will rise to the occasion, and we see it happening on the continent, because that's where the power base is. It's the continent. If Africa live and all else die, we win. That is the prize. It's Africa, and it's not America, it ain't Jamaica, it ain't Haiti. It's the motherland, So anyway, I'm going to sign off, but I'm listening here in the background still.
Jen Crow, thanks for your input.
No problem, good brothers.
Hey,
Boy, brother, you take care. Appreciate your energy. What happened?
You play a video with the Niger finance minister crying.
All right. Is everything nowadays on TikTok?
Yeah, those are
All right, what's the point of that video?
the finance minister of Niger, who was just told after the coup that he got 48 hours to cough up the money.
What money? Did some of the donations that was given to him?
No, he was finance minister. He's in charge of all the money, and they accused him of looting the money, sending it overseas, spending it, everything like that. See, the first thing that happens when you have a coup is, right, they always ask, what's in the bank? That's the first thing that happens with a coup. They say, give me the keys to the central bank, and the military takes what it wants, like candy, and fruit. It just comes in and takes what it wants. And we need this, we need that, and everything. And they got complete control over everything. And when he tells them that there's no money in there, I don't know if they got to ship the money out, whatever like that, the gold, whatever, however they had, whatever out of the country, right? They're like, yo, you better come up with the money or else. And that's what happens in these countries, the first thing that happens when you have a coup, right? Like I was told, he had this one Liberian brother just passed away, his elder Liberian brother that worked with Talbot government. And he was like an elder to Rosenthal. And I was on a conference call with him one night. And with Rosenthal, a bunch of other people, he was telling Rosenthal, he said, look, if you're going to do gold, he's advising Rosenthal that you got to take the gold out of Africa and put it into like Europe or the U.S. Federal Reserve. And everything. Don't leave your money in an African bank, because a coup could happen and you'll lose everything. I didn't know what he was talking about back then. I was like, how can he say, look, if there's a coup or something happens, a military government takes over or whatever, they suspend the Constitution, whatever, he goes, you're going to lose everything. So he advised Rosenthal to back then, that was like 10 years ago. He said, look, you better consider if you're going to build a bullion bank, don't keep your bank in a country. He said a country like Angola is a little more stable. Keep it in a country like that or a country that's stable, or maybe South Africa, like that. But don't keep it in a developing country, because he watched it with his own eyes when Samuel Doe came into power. The first thing they did was loot the treasury. Loot the treasury and see what's in there. And so when it doesn't show up, whatever this coup They're pissed off because there wasn't a lot of money in there, and they're like, where the fuck is the money? You know, they could have been complaining in their books. Maybe they didn't have any money, you know. But evidently they're pissed off, and they're like, yo, you got 48 hours to cough up the money or you're gonna be executed. You know, no trial, no nothing. Just 48 hours to come up the money or you're dead. You know, so that's a sad situation. That cough up the loot, man. Cough up the loot. But back to tonight's title, right? I'm just going through, let's say, let me go through the list of lives right now on YouTube, right? Let's go on live. Let's go to YouTube, right?
Before you continue, let me introduce Afrodamas so they can join the panel.
Read this list up before
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, greetings, brother. Welcome to the call. We can hear you live and clear.
Awesome. You know what? I'm glad you guys can hear me because you know what? Because the connection I have, the headphone I'm wearing, I dropped almost $400 on this, Beats golden thing, because with me, right? What I know is I'm a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? I remember I was talking to some African over in Kenya. He doesn't know much. And I told him, I said, look, I remember because I grew up in a family, super religious, Islamic. My father was a Wahhabi, and I discovered that's like the extreme Islam. We had our own mosque. We didn't mix with the people. So I remember where my father was a diamond dealer, right? And what I know in my family, he reads the Quran every morning, early in the morning. So I wasn't raised to work for anyone. You see what I'm saying? So my father had his own office, we live in great neighborhood whatsoever. So technically, most people, when I compare my life to most people, I didn't grow up poor, but I believe in hustling. I'm not afraid to hustle against anyone. You see? So here in America, I'm not only thriving, I'm doing what I need to do. Like, you are either in the game of winning or not. Because why the fuck would I come to America, right? I want to practice capitalism. You're talking about race. Sure, of course. I'm not going to deny. I might be among the elite people, smart. I don't know how people measure it. But either way, I did not come to be ever controlled or ruled by no white man, black, or whatsoever. I'm living the dream that I pictured. I created my own business, but I had to learn the system. I had to work under people. I know how to take instructions. But the problem is, people think there's a shortcut. Negroes think they have this entitlement mentality. I hear people say, oh, they give these Africans advantage. No. First of all, I started my business. I didn't need any credit. Zero. I started from the ground up. And I've had Negroes that I've employed in my business. And the fact of the matter is, these Negroes cannot compete. So when Negroes, for example, like I'm from Gambia, someone might be like, oh, Negro, you from Gambia, you want to compare yourself to those Negroes that are not underperforming in a poor country. If you want to do that, you can, that's your right. You can do so. But the fact of the matter is,
if you want to compete against me, you have to be able to, in a year, make at least $300,000. I'm talking American dollars, not
So you're saying you
Mexican.
make $300,000 a year?
Easy. It's easy for me,
If
Carla.
you're making that type of money, man, shouldn't we see the manifestation?
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. We want to hear
Carla,
what kind of business, Carla.
hold on,
Congratulations, brother.
hold on. Carla, here's a fact proof, right? I don't have, I'm not bragging. I can prove this to be a fact. I went to Gambia like last year, right? I have spent, I'm talking in cash, over $200,000. And this can be proven by the, territory. Like I literally have an entire town on the beach.
Everybody in Africa got a whole town or whatnot. Come on.
That's not true. Not everybody does. Here's the thing, Carla.
Can
What
we
you're
pull
doing.
your
No,
town up?
hold on, Carla.
Can I
What you're
pull it up on
doing
Google
is,
Earth right now?
but here's the thing, Carla. You see what you're doing? First of all, right? Okay. You see, you are trying to diminish what I do. You're saying every Negro can afford this. That's not true. Not every Negro has over $200,000 or drop $100,000. Carla, how many Negroes are making over $50,000 a month? So when you try to act like you're trying to diminish, to act like any, I understand Gambia might not be rich, but I can assure you, right, where I got my properties are and the size, not any Negro can afford that. That, I can stand 10 toes down. Any Negro that can, if you can literally, if you can come up with minimum of $30,000, I would say, sure, you can afford it. I'm right on the Atlantic Ocean. you know it's not about faking. I'm not trying to talk big whatsoever. It's all on paper.
So
you
you
know
say you got that much money in real estate. Do you have any manufacturing?
here's Thank you for asking me that, Carla. I like some of your talking points, right? So I have enough land where right now I'm instituting manufacturing, industries.
What
So now,
what
huh?
industries? What
Okay.
industries?
So I'm into livestock and agriculture, right? And also building real estate. Um, so livestock, it ranges from sheep, cows, rabbits, chicken, turkey. I have all of that, guinea fowl.
Who's your customers?
Okay, thank you. My customers is locals and also people that are going to be repatriating to Africa because I am accustomed to what the American standard is. So like Bomani here, right, who brings people to Africa and he wants it to be black centered. Despite my views whatsoever, I would like to agree that maybe Bomani can overlook that, and just for the comfort, he would be comfortable to understand that he is a man who would bring standard quality. I will be able to tell you where your meat is coming from, the history of where I got it from, the eggs, the vegetables. I'll be able to tell you the history, all grown, because that's what we always talk about. You see what I'm saying? And also, I acquire enough, beach space where I can get you oysters, clams, fish, and all within the American standard. Because I've lived in America longer than I've lived in Africa. So I'm able to, integrate these two worlds and get you exactly what you need. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me ask you a question, right? Okay.
Okay.
You asked a question. You said how many Negroes have $50,000 a month? Nobody has $50,000 a month. Not even 90% of white people. So what was your point about asking that question?
Well, my thing is, okay, here's the thing. Okay, I want to debunk the fact, okay, if you want to judge, let's say, Gambian person, all Gambians, I get that. Not everyone can come up with that. But if you ask me for $50,000 cash, in cold cash, I can come up with it. That's
Okay,
my
so
entire point.
what point I'm trying to make is what does that have to do? Your point is tonight is you say black people in America.
Because the truth is, right, the fact is, okay, what I'm doing, right, many people believe that you have to be like a multi-platinum musician or like a
I see
professional sports
that's
person.
what happens. What you just said right now, that's what happens when you basically get most of your information from the internet, right? In my house tonight, right, I have a couple of friends of mine over, right? Husband and wife team, right? African American, right? Between the both of them, they make $300,000 a year. You know, one's a computer engineer, you know, works in the Navy, and I forgot exactly what she does and whatnot. You know, and also she has owns her own hair salon. You know, I'm around black professionals every day. Almost everybody I know makes at least six figures and stuff like that. I deal with black professionals in my business every day. I have a business, you know, and everything. But the thing is, I don't feel like I have to. What people I know don't have to brag about what I have and everything. I don't go looking down on people who have less than me or whatever like that. That shows a level of class. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this: though, if you let's say I'm gonna take you at your word, you have a little
And
bit of
also, color your mic and you're having feedback, and then it's like audio playing again.
That's not me. That's him.
Can you guys hear me? Am I clear?
Somebody give me feedback. That's not my end.
Look. Here's the thing, Carla. I think,
You let me finish.
Carla, I think you're misreading into everything, right? First of all, I acknowledge. For example, I watched Bomani's video, where he took people to Africa, and I don't blame Bomani in that video. What he said, you know, I'm a very reasonable person. He's coming from the West. He's accustomed to certain services. And the service that Bomani was talking about, guess what? I require that service from anyone. And I don't pretend. And I like that Bomani did not pretend. So I am saying here, as someone who is a native African, who understands that culture and also as a technically I'm a black diaspora and I understand this culture to integrate these two worlds. I am able to provide this high standard. For example, what Bomani was requiring. You want your food to be on your table on time. You want it to be quality. You want to be able to ask the individual, right? Right. For example, if you ask the average Gambian, they can explain to you the history of the food. They can explain nothing to you, right? They cannot keep up with the time, right? And I'm acknowledging all of this. I'm saying I can beat all of that. So I don't get the complaint. I don't get the pushback. I'm not trying to flex on anyone. I'm saying there is people like me that exist. You know, it's not about people being in their feelings. You might not like what I say, but you might ask yourself, what is this person talking about? You know,
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
let me ask you a question. Okay. About the white people in Appalachian, right? There's a town there, and this goes back to what I'm saying. Your assertion is that black people in America complain too much, right? But
Right.
my assertion is that white people complain the most. You know, I remember a couple of years ago, back in the 90s, right? There was a man, I don't know if he was here, there was a man that got popular named David Duke. Do you remember him?
Right. I do.
Okay, all right. Let me stop you right there. Right now, black people in America were making tremendous progress in America all across the board. But he came up with this idea that white people were being discriminated against because black progress is tied to white people suffering. So therefore, all across the board, even the Clintons and everybody, basically said, even though black people didn't really benefit from affirmative action and minority set asides and everything, they said disadvantaged groups set asides for governments, and black people were getting contracts and see everything like that. They had minority set asides for programs for black businessmen to get like that. All that went away because of one man named David who came around and convinced a lot of white people that they're suffering, even though there was no evidence that they suffered everything like that. White people went against that right here. And I give Donald Trump one thing. A lot of we have 160 black colleges in America, right? And they was begging for money. Donald Trump was the first president that made HBCU funding permanent. Okay, and so what I'm saying is this though, white people complaining about that. Oh, why they didn't say anything? So we say white people don't complain, right? So you know what their complaining is, right? Their complaining is they put it to the vote. Black people complain and it's on YouTube, right? But it never transitioned into a vote or anything. They act on it. White people basically, when they complain, right, a Jewish mosque will burn, right? An abortion clinic will get shot up. You see what I mean? They have militia groups. They act on what they complain about. So when black people are just venting about unfair stuff and everything like that, right? What you should do as somebody from an outside, quiet. I know you're not going to do that, right? Because what it sounds like you're taking the white people's side. And white people are the ones that complain the most, right? In that video we played about West Virginia, right? Every last single comment was like this. There was white people that tried to go in there and say, we're going to retrain you and do all stuff like that. The white people don't want it. Candace Owens basically was telling, saying LeBron James, the kids of LeBron James who don't want to learn, they want to do that. But why does she go to those Appalachians and say these people don't want retraining or everything like that? They use the coal mining excuse to be on drugs and everything. You see what I mean by when black people take the white person's mind and they basically run with it? Just be anti-black.
Okay, Tala, can I respond real quick before I forget? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. You said, a lot of stuff, right? For example, me, I don't compare myself to white people. I think that's where the disconnect is.
Oh, why not? Why not?
For me, here's the thing. Because white peoples, they have their idea of what they consider to be, precious to them, right? It's different from the culture where I come from. But that doesn't mean that when it comes to, infrastructural excellence, I'm opposed to that. And in fact, in the Gambia, for example, there are many people who, even though people don't highlight it, who many of the hotels you speak of, they are owned by Gambians, in fact, you see. So at the end of the day, when you talk about Africans, you have to be open to listening to what we are saying, because there might be a possibility where these white people have, got you accustomed to believing in something that takes power away from you. What I believe in is the truth. The truth shall set you free. It's not about race to me.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question to that point.
Okay.
Black America right now, and 70 years ago, they did a documentary, How to Sell to the Negro, right? They said Black America generates $15 billion right here. That was more money at the time than America trading with any other. It was European part of Europe was still rebuilding. Asia was still rebuilding everything. So they said we got a people right inside of our country that can give us $15 billion a year. And they start marketing to black people, everything, soda, the products, everything, American economy boomed in the 50s when they discovered that they got an internal colony that they could sell to, right? But they didn't basically say that we're going to basically, and we said, look, you're going to sell to us, right? And that's what Jesse Jackson's Operation Push Movement is all about, right? If you're going to sell to us, you're going to employ us. We want distribution, you know? We want jobs in trucking and everything. We want to start building our own black. That's legitimate, right? White people are still fighting against that. They get $1.4 trillion we generate now, right? They get 90% of that, right? In everything. There's no distribution channels that basically go to the black market and stuff like that. They sell to us directly online through stores, everything like that. Yeah, they gave us some jobs and everything like that, but they get more than they get more from us than we get back. And so we're saying that that's not fair, right? In the city of Hampton, right, which is a black city, right? I remember this is 1996, right? I was studying this in the almanac, right? And back then, they said that even though the city was half black, right? White people, right? Because they let black people have some houses, and we got all these black people. We have HBCU, Hampton University. Black people got jobs and everything. But guess what? How much of the city contract with the black people? 1%, right? Now, a couple of years ago, right? I moved over the city line from Chesapeake to Virginia Beach to Chesapeake, right? And I bumped into the mayor of Virginia Beach, the guy that got Pharrell there, Bobby Dyer, cool as hell, cool ass white man, right? And I bumped into a shopping center. He was all drunk and whatnot. Hey, man. He gave me his card and said, come down to my office, right? Come down. I said, well, I don't live in Virginia Beach anymore. He said, hey, still just come down. He said, yo, we got to get this place popping, man. He goes, he goes, city of Virginia Beach is a rich city. Virginia has so much money. We got a $6 billion surplus of Virginia. That's how much money Virginia has. And we got a surplus in the city of Virginia Beach, right? He told me, he said, look, I want to see more black people as vendors and everything. And you know something? True, that last Pharrell concert, something water that happened in April right here, Pharrell made sure that all the vendors out there, right, were black. You know, there were black people who owned their own pizza shops, stuff like that. And the concert was a success, the soundstage, everything like that. And Bobby told me, he said, look, I want to see black people. If you guys are doing concerts here to the city and everything, I want to see black distributors. I want to see this, that, thing, because it's only fair. Only fair.
But Kala, to me, that's a handout. Kala, imagine someone like me, right? Hold on. Kala, I just literally told you. For me, right now, if you ask me, right this minute, you and I talking, if you ask me to come up with $30,000-$40,000 cash, I can come up with it easily. Nobody gave it to me. You know, I started from scratch. Nobody gave me anything. You know, coming straight from Africa. You know, all my own ideas, implemented it in this country.
What does that have to do with us here? You keep saying
because you guys are because you guys are hating on us.
What's that got to do with us? So we should just sit back and be because I can't come up with $50,000 because Afrodamas come $50,000. So we should just sit back and shut up. What does the white people come up? They go to the bank, they get loans. They got the Small Business Administration. They got enterprise zones. Do you understand how America works? Do you understand?
I do. Kala, here's the thing. Kala, first of all, you have to have credit. Hold on, Kala. Hold on. You have to have credit. First of all, you have to have good credit. Minimum 735 credit score, right? You have to have minimum of $20,000 in your possession, you know, for you, first of all, to be able to even be considered part of the conversation. One thing with me, right? I came to
Yeah, but Adonis,
America. Hold
I
on,
have,
hold on,
I have,
hold on.
I have a question.
Hold
I
on,
have a
hold
question
on,
for you.
hold on, hold on. Let me finish. I came to America with a backpack, teenager. So I'm just saying, nobody gave me anything. I started from nothing and got myself to where I am. I like literally everything I'm doing, I have predicted. I told people that's why I'm
I'm
called
doing the same thing.
Afridamus.
So what?
I'm doing, hold on,
Let me tell you
hold
something.
on, hold on, hold on, Kala,
Basically,
Kala,
I go.
You gotta share the mic. You gotta share the mic. Guys.
Kala.
Share
I'm
the mic.
also,
Share the mic.
Kala, you said that I did not talk about what's going on in the Sahel. Go check out my video. Okay? I did.
No,
That's
you
in
didn't.
fact
You
my
didn't talk about that until it popped off. Come on.
no, I did. But keep walking. Go ahead.
This
No,
something.
yeah, I was gonna ask you. Yeah, I'm at work. I'm going in and out. But I would say that I've been listening to you, and the most valuable thing you have said was you have a business. All this other all this other things that you're talking about, brother. The tribal stuff. Yeah, that has no meaning with me. But let me ask you this: why are you not talking about that on your channel? Like how to start this business, the Gambian business.
I do
How
talk
come you don't
about
have
it.
those videos on? And you guys are just chatting.
No, go check out my videos. It's there.
I'll watch it. I never seen.
I have not seen any business. I've only seen a little bit. I've seen where you are in Gambia, in the beach. Yeah, but I have not seen any like real.
You have a website.
Look, that would be amazing.
Look, here's the thing. Look.
Do you have a website? Bomani has a website, right? Tells documents everything. I have a website for both my businesses and whatnot. You can check out. You know, I have a website.
Look. As far as what I'm talking about here, right? Like I have my own business where the website. I have my website, my Google business, all of that. But here, as far as like YouTube goes, it's proven I'm over here and I'm talking about it. It's in my channels, and I'm here to inspire people, especially African people. You know, it doesn't matter what type of African you consider yourself to be. You could be from America, Jamaica, wherever, right? But the reality is, us from the continent, we are considered the bottom of the ladder, especially the country where I originate from, even though I've lived in several African countries. Black Americans were made to believe that Africans are not smart. I am telling
I don't
you
know.
that.
That's
Like,
a generalized charge. I don't know why you
no.
say stuff
Look,
inflammatory
Kala,
stuff like that. No one. Where did you ever
here's
hear
the
that?
thing.
Where did you ever hear that?
Kala, here's the thing. Kala, you have to realize one thing. Do you know that I have lived in America longer than I've lived in Africa? Do you know this?
Yeah, but what does that got to do with anything? If you have a
I'm
bias
just
and everything you do, listen to is just negativity and everything. There's a
no,
lot of black Americans negative.
Kala, my ex-wife,
You know, it doesn't matter. You can live your life when mine hasn't developed.
Kala, my ex-wife was black, okay? I'm just telling you, you know, if you look at my history.
You say she was black. In your mind, and it tells me that in your mind you really think you're white inside. You know that color just. You know.
No, Kala, do you see how wrong you are?
You're really in your mind. You think that
No,
you're a white.
but I don't. But
man
I
in
don't.
blackface. That's what you sound like. You know.
No, but I don't. I don't think I'm white at all.
Okay, so that's what it sounds like. You know. You said my ex-wife was black. That means you're really white because you adopt the white man's thing. And the bottom line is this: in my mind, I want you to play a video. I want to play something. I want to play some of this video. Play some of this video. Top 20 black businesses in America, right? Now, the top 20 black businesses in America, right? Do you think they're African immigrants or you think they're African Americans? But my African, ask your question. What do you?
Hold on, sir. We can understand you. Your audio is
I'm
messed
gonna
up.
remove you. Just join back in and make sure your audio works good. Everybody got to, on these networks, everybody have learned to have good microphone, good software, good something. I mean, the age is too advanced to where, you know what I mean, we have garbage equipment now. These things are not very expensive. Microphones, cameras, camcorders, and so on. Just to put that out there. Go ahead, Kala or Afrodama.
Yeah, okay. Well, I want Bomani. I want you to play some of this video I sent you. Top 20 black businesses in America.
But hold on, Kala. But
we don't always have to
let
play
me.
that video because that seems like to be the only thing you want to play when.
Oh no, I'm not gonna play all.
So
Play,
Kala,
Kala,
let me say this right. Kala,
you're a black
hold
business.
on,
You
Kala.
can just get to the point.
Yeah, let me say this right.
What he's trying to make is
Kala. When I went to school, right?
Yeah, Afrodama, you gotta give him a chance to finish talking because
The point I'm trying to make African is this. You're basically saying, right? Like I said, despite everything, this is what I'm saying. Despite all the problems and complaints you think we have, right? We're still the most successful group of black people on the planet. You know, we still have more than any group of black people on the planet, and that's just a fact. Everything we do in America is a fight. And this war between black people and white people in America is a love-hate relationship. Sometimes it works, sometimes we get along with them. But the bottom line is what you want us to do is basically be grateful for white people letting us stay here and everything because you want us to be like you.
No. Can I answer that, Kala? Here's the thing, Kala. What you're saying is right. The reason why we are not part of this is because you guys are trying to be equal with the white people, right?
We're trying to pass them. We're not trying to be equal. We're trying to pass them.
Hold on, Kala.
In Georgia and
But
Virginia,
Kala,
taking the fuck over. We're
Kala,
not trying to be equal to them. We're trying to take over.
Hold on,
That's
Kala. Here's the thing, Kala. For example, right? My clientele is high-end clientele in the business that I'm in. So when I go see my clients, the homes they live in, like I live in Seattle, and Seattle is known to have lots of multi-million-dollar people who who are lay low, right? Who you don't speak of. So for me, the business I'm in is high end. For me to be able to hire me, minimum hourly, you have to be able to pay me $500 US minimum to be able to talk to me, right? So I have high-end clients. So when I'm able to see that with my own eyes, at the end of the day, what black people are fighting for, to me, is silly. Why are you trying to be like somebody else when in reality you can just create your own world?
Let's play this video. Let's them show the real black America. Let's show them the real black America. What's going on? What he don't see on YouTube.
All the big businesses tend to be owned and controlled by whites, and you will hardly find one owned by a black person. Anytime blacks in the US have tried to establish themselves throughout time, they're always being suppressed, stopped, and silenced in one way or another. Despite being oppressed for as long as we can recall, the blacks have still not given up. They keep on fighting and striving to the extent that we now have black billionaires in the USA. They run multiple businesses and employ thousands of people too. In this video, we are going to be seeing the 20 biggest and richest black-owned businesses in the United States of America in 2022. 20. Salamander Hotels and Resorts. This business is owned by Sheila Johnson, who is also a co-founder of Black Entertainment Television, BET. Salamander Hotels and Resorts is a 168-room luxury hotel, resort, and spa located in the Virginia countryside. This business generates about $220 million in revenue annually and has over 2,000 employees. The hotel is built on a 340-acre property and boasts a 230,000 square foot spa with many outdoor activities, such as hiking, ziplining, and horseback riding. The resort took 10 years to build, finally opened in August 2013. 19. Devon Industrial Group. With 53 radio stations, cable network TV called One, digital media company called iOne, and news provider, News One, all under its belt. 8. The Anderson DeBose Company. This business generates over $500 million in revenues. To be specific, it generates $703 million in revenues with just 543 employees, thanks to the good job of its leader and CEO Warren Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson DeBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their service roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. 7. Thompson Hospitality. This company employs over 6,000 Americans and generates $760 million in revenue and is headed by CEO Warren Thompson. This company is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it #1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. 6. Bridgman Foods. Apparently one of the biggest employers when it comes to black-owned businesses. It employs over 20,000 Americans and generates $870 million in revenues. Its founder and CEO is Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Incorporated, Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Lavra Bar. 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. This business generates about $1.4 billion in revenues with over 259 employees. It is headed by no other than the great Billy Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. Modular Assembly Innovations companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Troy Taylor is chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola Beverages Florida, LLC, which was established as an independent, privately held Coca-Cola bottler on May 29, 2015. Coca-Cola Beverages. This company generates over $1.3 billion in revenue with its over 4,500 employees. It has over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida, as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola Company, as well as many other partner companies. This company has received a number of awards, including the Minority Business Enterprise.
If I lost it all and I had to start from scratch, here's what I do.
the Year class for honor in 2020. 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Ron Hall Jr. is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Bridgewater is an automotive interiors manufacturing firm specializing in just-in-time assembly, sequencing, and delivery of seating systems. This company generates over $1.9 billion in revenues and employs over 2,000 Americans. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, Honda, and Ford have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. 2. Act One Group. This company generates a whopping $2.8 billion in revenues, having about 2,500 employees. Its president and its CEO is Janice Bryant Howard. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and over 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howard, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yesson Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. 1. Worldwide technology. We are finally here. Topping the list of the 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is Worldwide Technology Solution. This company generates about $11.2 billion in annual revenue. It employs over 5,000 American citizens. Billionaire David Stewart is the founder and CEO of this great establishment. It was founded in 1990, and it provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are Worldwide Technology's customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force. That was it for the biggest and richest Black-owned businesses in the
Yes, brother. So that was it. So number 1 was very.
So I would like to know,
impressive.
how come I didn't see any of your Black immigrants from Africa on that list of top Black businesses in America doing billions of dollars, or even complex like that?
You know what? That's because you guys are looking for the white man's validation. First of all, I just told you, right? Hold on. Let me finish. I saw where, like, you showed a list. You guys were showing a list of, like, this African people, immigrants, how much they make. These people are making, 58,000 a year or 60. For example, someone like me, I can easily make that in a month, right? So therefore, but my country is not there. You think I'm gonna go around shouting, telling people how much I make? I'm not gonna do that. You see what I'm saying? So because you Negroes are looking for white people's validation, so therefore you are you are, because here's the thing. Let me finish. Can you let me finish? Because you guys have not created anything. When you were slaves. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Can I finish? Hold on. Let me finish.
Regardless, agree with him. Just give him a period of time for him to
like when you guys were slaves, all you did was pick cotton, and after that, you haven't built anything. The only time you were even part of work was when The white man had the whip on
The
you.
bottom line is now
So
we
hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah,
So hold on. Let me finish. So most of your people that made it, most of your people that made it is from entertainment.
I don't know if you can hear us also. Hold on for a second. Arkala, I know you want to just reply back to everything he's saying, and you may not agree with what he's saying. Seriously, just give him a chance to talk what he has to talk. If you want to write some notes down in this.
Okay, all right, let him talk.
Reply back to what he's saying.
Take 2 minutes and then let me rebut. You know, he can't keep rambling.
No, I mean, as soon as you talk for 10 seconds, you're ready to talk back.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'll mute myself.
That's why
two minutes.
I'm just gonna end the call because it doesn't make no sense to be listening to. We can't. I'm trying to make sure I hear everybody, just like everybody else trying to make sure they. But after that, let's talk.
Thank you. So my point is, you guys have been here for over you guys have been here at least for 400 years. And you still have to depend on the white man. And I came here, from Gambia, where on the internet they put that, my country is supposed to have low IQ, right? But I came here within a general, it's just me, even though sure I have family members here prior, but they didn't give me anything. I see in the chat people talking about my father being a diamond dealer. Sure, yeah. Okay. People are so stupid. For example, I'm not saying I'm dirt poor. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm saying. So the entire point is when I came to America, I wasn't given anything. Okay, fine. My family paid for everything. So I'm not here to say, no, then my family didn't give me anything or maybe give me a little bit of money. My first few years, obviously, dude, I'm young. They're going to give me some money. Okay. But wouldn't that prove that, why are people mad at me? Because my family is able to give me money. I don't understand this type of thinking. You see what I'm saying? If you are brought into this world by whomever, they are supposed to take care of you. So why I don't really understand why they're like, oh, Afridamus, your father was a diamond dealer. I didn't hide that. I made that known to everyone. But I will tell you right now, here in America, I started from scratch. I was cut off. I'm talking about within few months. Once I came to America, the money I came with ran out. I had to start from scratch.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm looking at you say, oh, okay, you guys depend on white people. Gambia receives $244 million a year from U.S. taxpayers, right?
Well, also, he talks about slavery and nothing was built. So those key points at the beginning.
Built cities, and we did this thing that he talked about McKissick, a sister owned a construction company that built the stadium in Pittsburgh, things like that. So basically, what he does is the thing is, I want to know Afrodama. He's supposed to be a businessman. Have you ever subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine?
I don't need to because I don't make any money from the blacks. You guys don't have any. You guys don't have any money. You guys.
It's my turn to talk.
You guys are more like beggars. You don't spend money.
Hold on. It's my turn to talk, right?
And let him talk. And while you're talking, Kala, just address what he just mentioned. That way you can address it directly.
What did he mention?
It said black people in America are beggars.
Well, if we're beggars, right?
And they said also black people in America haven't built anything and been here since slavery.
So the bottom line, this is because he's ignorant. He's ignorant. He doesn't. He never read Black Enterprise magazine, Ebony magazine. So we're the only group of black people that have our own almanac for achievement. Right?
I did. Color. I was subscribed to the Ebony magazine. I supported all this.
Okay,
but
well, let me
here's the thing. All the things that the blacks talk about.
Yeah,
it's a bunch of BS
you gotta let them finish.
entertainment.
You mentioned several things, and then I'm just trying to get Color to address all of them.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: so what he's doing is is that the white supremacist punk that he support, right? They sit there in their little filthy hovels, right? Talking about it could be the laziest. It's always the laziest ass, dirtiest ass, no good white trash thing. They always talk about the black man. The black man's lazy. He'll go to work with a black man every day, and the black man works circles around him, right? He'll go home to his wife talking about how the black guys on the job are lazy, whatnot. These are how racists do. This is how racists do. You know, black people don't do this. White people have had everything handed to them. You know, all those black people that built those 20 top black businesses, they did that fighting. They did that fighting. $11 billion, top black business in America, $11 billion annual revenue. That's more than any other country. Not countries in Japan and China don't do that much money. We're the only group of black people, non-white people, that became billionaires in America. Show me one Asian billionaire in America. None. So when you come here that we don't have this one, that's because you're projecting your own failures onto us.
Because it's useless, because despite that's just for tokenism, the white people give it to you, but you don't have any power. Here's the thing. You guys don't control your own food supply. For example, even me, Afridamus, by myself,
so you get
You get hold on. No. Kala, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Kala.
You don't control shit.
Hold on, Kala. I do. Hold on. Kala, let me finish.
Off your own toes.
Kala, let me say
this,
right?
no position anybody controlling
Hold on. Kala, me as just an individual, right? I have control over, I have cattle, right? I have control over what?
You can't make that work in Africa.
No, it's working. I have employees. I pay them every month.
If I had employees of business in Africa, you think I'd be in America right now? No.
Kala, I don't care what you believe in. I'm just telling you facts, proofs. In fact, I have top architects, white people. They draw the plans for me for free. And I'm building quality buildings. In fact, in the next 2 years or so, once I unveil it, you guys would be more than happy to bring the guests, because I would be the best quality, despite even if you hate what I say. But as a black person in Africa, my place would be the best place for you.
Yo, you guys show me, bro. I want to see what you have. You talk a lot of junk, but we want to see what you have on the continent. Show me what you could do on the African continent.
Well, I just told you I'm going to. Here's the thing, right? Kala, I have access. I have total control over 10 acres of land, all beachfront property, right? And here's the thing: I have spent over $100,000 cash to acquire this property. So the reality is, this money, here's how I look at it. They have the US Treasury. They can print this money. So with my brains and my, intellect, right? Even though they say, oh, Gambians have low IQ, I'm able to generate. I can literally give you the numbers. Over $300,000 every year. I've been doing this back to back over 5 years. You see? But I'm not on that list. I don't want to announce it. Please do not tell the IRS. I don't want them on my case. But my thing is, it don't matter if white people give you millions, right? This is your slave master. You cannot be anything here in America. You can compare yourself to me. I have farms. I own it outright. Acres of land. I own this. This is my property.
I would
on the
rather
beach.
be a guy that owns Bridgewater, whatever like that, that makes
Look. But here in America, I have enough money. Here's the thing. I have enough money to own properties also in America. So I'm set. So it don't matter. You can drop me anywhere. I have enough money to thrive wherever. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, that's fine with everybody else. You got some money and you're happy, but my point I'm trying to make is this. The point I'm trying to make is this, to summarize everything, right?
And you know, Carla, you know who taught me? My father.
Well, that's good. That's good.
My father.
My grandfather taught me a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
But
and you know what? My grandfather, he fought in the Second World War. He was invited in the Buckingham Palace. Guess what? He was a wealthy land owner. You see what I'm saying? And even though he died many years ago, right? His inheritance is still feeding people.
All that stuff means absolutely nothing to us. You know that?
No, Kala. Money, green. Here's the thing. First of all, why do you think I'm able to come here and dominate? Where do you think the origin of my money is?
How come you're not on that list of top 20 black businesses then?
Because here's the thing. They don't need to. I don't need to be put there. It's all about, because here's, I have control.
The first business said they generated.
No, because Kala, what you don't understand is, right? If they put somebody talking, they want to program you to believe that you can make 50,000 or 60,000 only in a year, right? Why would they want to make people know that, okay, you can be like Afridamus and make over 50,000 a month versus a year?
Most people are not striving to make $50,000 a month. If you gotta go through this, if I gotta be an Afridamus, right? I'd rather go work in a fast food.
But what does that mean? What are you? What do you mean by in your mind?
What I'm saying is though, I'm saying this. My expectations are higher, right? All those people you saw on that video. I've been studying these black businesses since the 90s, right? I subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine, which you obviously didn't. I watched all those companies grow back then, right? Back then, these were black men, and they had the same story, talking about racism, talking about they couldn't get loans, black people telling them no, getting called nigger, stuff like that. They have the story of the African American, right? And they don't sell out, and they persevered. And when they persevered, you got the #1 guy selling coke in the world in Florida, a black man, African American man, billionaire, because he went for it. So he didn't sit there and say, oh yeah, this, that, kiss ass. He basically went and took when he won.
Kala, I agree with you, right? Kala, imagine, right? In the continent of Africa, right?
There's something playing in the background also. That's what
Really?
we're hearing the feedback, your background.
Sure. Oh, okay. What about now?
It sounds like it's gone. Kala, you clear?
Yeah, I'm clear.
Look,
okay, go ahead.
Kala, I agree with you, right? When it comes to the numbers, right? Sure, if you look at like a black American, they can say, oh, such and such made X amount of money, but you are still a slave under the white man, because here's the thing. For me, I'm not comparing myself to the white man. Look, I'm not comparing myself to the white man. I'm innovative, right? I'm not trying to be under anyone. This is why I came to, hold on. This is look. Let me tell you, I'm doing exactly what when I was 11 years old, sitting under those mango trees. When those people were doubting me, I told them, I said, you niggas are going to be watching me straight on TV, right? I did the math. I said, I'm going to go to America. I'm going to live by my own rules and I'm going to make money. I'll come back here and make you niggas kiss my boots. And I'm doing that.
Yeah, but
You see what I'm saying?
Why does it got to be vitriol? Well, when you get
No,
further,
it's not vitriol. It's not vitriol. Kala, but why do you hate that I'm doing what I promised?
Hey, all good, all good. We also got a comment for you by Bobcat Traction.
Oh, Bob, what did he say? What did he say? Yeah, Bob is a loser. Here's the thing, right?
Yes, right on the screen.
For me, like, you can take that away from me, right? I came here, you know, my money ran out, and it's not like I had a bunch of money. You know, you can say, oh, Negro, pull yourself by your bootstrap. I didn't even have a feet. I had to grow the foot to put a boot on it and pull myself by the straps, right? And today, look at me. You know, I'm talking, you know, I own many properties. So what is the excuse for these Negroes if it's not about these Negroes being lazy? You know, they see the white people as their daddy. Let me, sir, can I finish?
How come you don't say that about the white people? How come you don't say about the white people that we played in the Appalachian? Why is it always about black people?
Can I finish?
No, you got to answer that question.
Look, okay, I'm not concerned about white people because guess what? I'm not white. I'm not white.
Hold on. Guess what? We got poor black people. Why are you trying to bully and pick on the poor black people in this country who don't know any better or not? How come you never compare yourself to the white people out there that's doing bad if you're doing so well?
Okay, let me see. Here's the thing. To be realistic, right, Kala?
Because
hold on. Let me finish. Kala, none of those white people, obviously, they are not at my level.
The bottom line is this: you basically, if white people got the best of everything in America, those white people will pick up, move to a town somewhere and start all over again, like that. You have nothing to say about them in their situation, right? But you basically always talk about black people. Black people, like this, most black people are working class, paying their damn bills, everything. That's all they want out of life is to pay their bills and raise their families and everything. And you're basically talking about because you so-called got some money, why can't you do like this? And I ask you a question: if you're so great, then how come none of you people are in the top 20 black businesses in America?
Look, here's the thing: you want to continue to compare yourself to the poor white people. I do not look at those people as my competition. You know what I'm saying?
So you consider black people in America your competition? You understand? This is our.
I do not.
Look, this is not your country. You're a foreigner. This is not your country. You know, you're a guest here.
No, here's the thing.
Your ancestors didn't help build this country. You didn't fight any wars. Country. This country is not yours.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Us. You know, a black person could be a bum and he's still over you.
Can I speak? Here's the thing, Kala. Kala, your ancestors did not build this country. They were cutting pickers. Okay.
Now that's what I'm talking about. You're ignorant or whatnot. You know, the roads you see.
No. Can I speak?
Guess what? Who built the railways in this country?
The Chinese.
No, it wasn't Chinese. The Chinese came in 9 and completed the transcontinental railway. Who built the railway?
Hold on. Can I speak?
You know that.
Hold on.
After Damas, once you say certain things, you got to give Kala a chance to finish. Also, it can't be about what you have to say. But Kala, go ahead and respond if you want to hear him. So because you're making a lot of accusations, so you got to give him a chance to explain.
Look, Kala's ancestors were cotton pickers. They were not builders. Okay.
So here's the fact. Who built the White House?
Well, you know, the white people did. They
No,
drew the plan.
it was
Look,
black architects and builders.
yeah, well, the white people had slaves. They were laborers. You know, they happened to be
So the bottom
African.
line is all the stuff you see in the South, the ditches, everything, the fields that were cleared and everything like that, the roads that were built by black hands. The brick, the brick masons, all the stuff like that you see on the east coast of America. They were all the slaves were not all picking cotton.
Okay, Kala, why do you want to be proud of an era when your ancestors, the only things they built was under the whip of the white man?
Well, the bottom line is, I'm proud of all my ancestry, you know?
No. Kala, you're talking about when they were under the control of the white man.
Hold on, the same country. You're over here, right? And if you was living in the Gambia, I would take you seriously. But you're over here.
But why can't you take me serious even though you and I
don't take you seriously?
Here?
Because the bottom line is everything from the culture, everything in America you see comes from Black America.
Okay, Kala, where did Black America come from?
Well, Black America, wherever we was in Africa, right here, wherever we was, but now you know, we're transformed into something different.
No, Kala, I'm asking you, where Black America, right? Where did their ancestors come from?
Well, our ancestors came from Africa, right? But these are the hands that built America. These are the hands that built America, right?
So then, Kala, wait. Can I respond? Kala, can I respond? So, if your ancestors, Black America's ancestors, came from Africa, West Africa, Central to be specific, you know, don't you think, how can you legitimately create a division to try to separate us Africans?
I'm not separated. You're the one that's starting the division.
No. Because no.
You said we're your competition, and then what happens is when
I never said that.
What you don't like is the fact that somebody like me, right? Or I'm a Pan-African, I'm African, but my people come first. I'm African American first, right? So we come from my people and talk about my history. I'm going to defend my own people. You know, that's the difference between me and all these other Painos, Pan-Africans in name only. These fake people that run around calling themselves Pan-Africans that kiss your ass. I don't do that. Because you have no Africans in the last 120 years have done anything to really impress me, to wow me. We're the only Black people on the side.
No, but Kala,
like this.
Kala, here's the thing. What you are saying, right? Here's the thing. You, despite your ancestors coming from where I come from, mind you, this is the extension of Africans. The Africans were taken to here in America, Jamaica, whatsoever. And then the white man came back and colonized that same land. Meaning, your ancestors were taken from their original land, but they didn't leave the people alone who lived there. You know, hence we're seeing the fight here in Niger, Burkina Faso, all that. Think about it. This is from hundreds of years ago. But you see yourself different from me. I don't understand that.
I'm saying the fact of the matter is this, right?
I see you as one of me, but you see me as different.
Some of the stuff you say, and you know something, and it's not about this because I have more African friends than I do actually African American.
No, but you see me as different when in fact
because the way you talk like.
But Kala, it don't matter what I say, right? You should be because for me, it don't matter what you say. I don't see you any different than me. Our opinions can be different, but I don't see you as different from me.
That sounds good and everything. I know you're trying to soft soap me, but
no, I'm just being real. Like your opinion might be different from me.
respond to that. Let me respond to that, right? The question tonight, right, is the topic of the show is negativity or YouTube negativity, right? And I believe that, like I said, 90% of what we see about Black people on the YouTube is negative, right? If you look at YouTube and everything like that, and I got to catch myself sometimes, you would think all Black kids are out here gang banging and stupid like that. And I got to catch myself sometimes, you know, and Black people got all these problems and Black people always talk about this. But I sit down with Black people all the time. We never talk. You know something? When I go to a family gathering right now, the conversation of race never comes up. No one talks about race. No one talks about white people. Never comes up in any conversation whatsoever. The only time race comes up is when we're online and you're around people. I don't talk about this stuff like that with my family. You know, I don't talk about none of this, you know? So it's the idea that Black people are always complaining and this and the other thing. Most Black people in America are very conservative in their thinking, you know? They believe in hard work like this. But when you look at people on YouTube, oh, why Black people are complaining? I said the difference between Black people who are complaining, but sometimes they may be misinformed or just emotional, something, whatever. And the difference between us and white people is white people will act on what they feel. They'll, whether they're wrong or right, they'll act on it. They'll come. There's a guy that came 2 years ago in Buffalo, right? This white guy thought that this white 18-year-old boy thought that Black people were taking over America, right? He went into a grocery store and gunned down 8 Black people in Buffalo, New York. That's what I mean by they act on what they believe in. You know, Black people are just
but Kala, why is that white boy gunning down those people hurt your feelings more than
because those are my people, man. What do you think?
No, but what I'm saying.
Hold on. If I had I'll kill that little motherfucker. Yeah.
Let me finish.
Because I'm human. I'm not like you. Can look at my people suffering and whatnot, just walk over a dead body and whatnot. I'm like a human like this. You do something to my people, I want revenge. I'll hunt you down.
Can I finish?
What
I'm saying. Hold on. Why does it hurt your feelings more than people getting gunned down in Philly, Detroit, Chicago, New York? How come that doesn't hurt your feelings?
Hold on. That's a red herring, right? Because if you listen to me all the time, Bomani and we always talk about the gang violence, the music, and everything like that. We talk about that all the time. That's one thing, right? That's one thing, and they're two separate things. We talk about the killings and all that stuff like that. We talk about it all the freaking time. And I talk about, and matter of fact, I talk about that more than I talk about white killings. But you want to make it seem like we don't care about Black on Black crime. I care more about Black on Black crime because it affects me more. I'm more likely to get killed by another Black person. So of course it affects me more. So what you go around doing, taking the white man's talking points that they don't care about Black on Black crime. All you care about is racism. No, we care about that too. But the bottom line, we're going to let that off the hook. But the boss, since you asked, right? Yeah, we do talk about police shootings and stuff like that. But the bottom line is most Black people, when we sit there and talk, we always talk about be careful when you go over here. We're sick of this music. We're sick of stuff like that. And we know deep when it really comes down to it, where these guns coming from and who's putting this music out there and why did they get rid of conscious rap and all stuff like this, and they can monetize all this demonic rap out here, you know? So the bottom line, we know the white man has a hand in this too. And why is it that when they know killers and criminals on the streets and everything like that, the police making arrests and all that, and they're not properly policing and controlling certain communities, you know? So the bottom line, the police do have a responsibility in this. So yes, we do care about black crime.
Look, here's the thing. Look, I'm a media junkie, right? And I'm a media junkie. You know, I read, I do audio, all of that.
You didn't you never subscribe to Black Enterprise magazine.
Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
One Black businessman that in the world that had never subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine.
Look, I have. By the way, just so you know, I have.
And it's all about all the Black businesses in America. That's what the media is all about. If I did not subscribe to media and stuff like that, I wasn't listening to Black blogs and everything, I would think like you do. Black people are just complaining and stuff like that. There's Black people that are making so many strides in this country right now that's unfreaking real. I can't even keep up. Record numbers of people graduating from college, record numbers of black businesses open. We had the black-owned business app. Download
So-
the black-owned business app,
so-
black businesses and whatnot. In my
You know
area,
what?
check this out. I
Kala.
didn't even know this, right? Check this out. I didn't even know this, right? I opened the black business app, right? And in my nice area right here, right, there's like several black restaurants. I didn't even know they were black-owned. I'm thinking in my mind, like you are, if there's a black-owned business, there must be a hole in the wall. And I'm like, oh shit, man, Southern Flair is a black-owned place. I didn't even know that. In my mind.
Kala, let me ask you this. Kala, let me ask you this. So, Kala, will my business be considered a black business?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't consider it.
Why?
Maybe somebody else would, because there's Ethiopian. You go to New York, the black-owned app has Ethiopian restaurants, Senegalese restaurants.
Wait, Kala.
But I would caution about putting the Afrodamus on a restaurant, because you are a Negro-pean. We don't want Negro-pean anything where.
Kala, but do you see what you're doing?
If you are a Negro-pean, right, then you basically go out. Like I said, what you should do is take your business. Let's say you have a restaurant out there, right? You should take your business, right, to that small town in West Virginia, right, and set up shop. With the white folks who may agree with everything you say, Afrodamus, right? But the black people from Africa, like in my area right here, we have a black a lady from Togolese people. We got a lot of Togolese people, right? They own African braiding salons. All their clients are all black, African American, nicest people in the world, right? Took a little while to warm up to them, but they're nicest freaking people on the damn planet, right? They're right there in the thing. And I was in the restaurant one day and whatnot. I was like, yeah, this line. This girl told me around, said, look, you gotta hurry. You better. She told me in an African accent, yo, look here, the line's moving as fast as it can. I was like, oh, sis, she stood up for herself. But I'm sitting there mumbling about the line and whatnot. And she was like, well, you got to sit there and wait. She's talking an African accent. I was like, all right, sis. She knows how to flow with Black America.
Look, Kala, here's the thing.
You don't want to get along with Black America.
Kala, here's the thing. I'm doing just fine without you people. You guys are too broke. Here's the thing. Can I speak? Hold on.
Stay away from us. Stay away from our issues. Stay out of life.
Hold on. Can I finish? You guys, hold on. You guys are too broke and you complain way too much anyways. You can't afford to hire me. So therefore, my thing is, I'm fine with the white man, and thanks to the white man, if it wasn't for them, how can I?
Yo, check this out. I got a place. This is funny. This is funny. Bomani, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Afrodamus, keep talking.
All right, yeah, go ahead and play it, and then
look. Here's the thing. Right?
Keep talking.
Kala, like you are telling me I should go for non-paying customers versus paying customers. What is the purpose of being in business? I don't have time to deal with Negroes complaining. White people, they pay, they do not complain, and you go by your business. That's it.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus theme. I got the Uncle Ruckus theme in the background.
Yeah, I thought it was something you're sending me, but go ahead and explain what you're saying, Uncle Ruckus.
Well, I'll send it to you. I don't think. I want you to play.
Hold on, Kala.
I don't think you get what your point is.
Kala, do you eat Japanese food? Poki?
Yeah, I eat Japanese food. Why?
No, because the thing is, I noticed the way I eat, most Negroes can't afford to eat like that.
Yeah, bro, you are so ignorant. Dude, you are so ignorant. We got the Ninja House, everything right here, and all you see is black people are everywhere in all the steakhouses that work there and everywhere I live at. All the steakhouses, Japanese steakhouse. You got Japanese brothers that know how to do sushi, know how to do the hibachi and everything like that right now. Where do you live at? You are freaking a goofball, bro.
Let's get this comment in. Barutia Contempo Afrodamus, this is a comment for you. And you can see right in the front, I am not an Afrodamus fan, and because he demeans African Americans, but he's telling you something heavy, making $50,000 in Africa, not being under white people nuts making $100,000 in US under white people nuts.
He never said he's making $50,000. Ain't nobody in Africa making no $50,000 a month. That's a freaking lie. You know, I have yet to see anybody.
What about
Dangote?
What about Dangote?
I have yet to see one African success story of these Africans that basically went back to Africa or whatever like that and is caking off. Dangote has a monopoly. Dangote was in America.
Look, Kala, here's the thing, right? I'm going to be showing a short documentary about my life, whether people like this or not. I don't care who likes it or not. I'll show it, and you will see what I built, and it's standard anywhere. I'm building it as we speak. I'm putting concrete in the ground. I'm putting these African Negroes to work. I have no time for lazy Negroes. All that black spirituality talking about, I don't work on Friday. No, Negro, you gonna work. I don't care about that, all that African superstition. You need to get your ass to work. You see?
You sound like a European. The average African does not want to work 40 hours. There's no pension funds in Africa set up that people work 40 hours.
Kala, let me ask you. So Kala, I should accept that? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you would be better off trying to change the African mind than try to come over here telling us what to do. That ain't working.
No, because you guys are lazy, Kala. You guys are
then
very
why is it
lazy.
that we got millions of black people right now retiring with 401ks, pension funds, and everything like that?
Okay, why do you guys have millions of you crying?
What about all the black
men? Our brother, one thing you have to realize and think about this. I want you to think about this. Think about all the people who are retiring from working 30 to 40 years. My parents is two of those people, 35 years in New York City. You know what I mean? That's what me and Kala's around. We're around people working 30, 40 years, building careers. So how can those people be considered lazy? And I mean, I'm sure there's
they're just slaves.
But most of the people that we know, they have full-time employment. But when I go to Africa, most of the people, what I see is this bunch of guys playing around. I mean,
Bomani.
I mean, Kala, hold on for a second. What I want to find out is what is the laziness based on?
No, Bomani, I agree.
I mean, we're trying to get to a point where we can have a conversation about this because I mean, I've heard things.
Bomani, I agree with you, right? If you go to Africa, right, them Negroes are much more lazier than the Negroes over here, no doubt.
Well, how can you make
hold on, let me finish. Can I finish? Hold on.
The trucking industry is dominated by black African American men.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
All black men. What are you talking about lazy? Well, the black people in America sat home tomorrow, this country would collapse. What are you talking about lazy?
Let me finish.
It's the hardest work.
Look, let me finish. Them Negroes over there in Africa, of course they are lazy, right? Why do you think I own, acres of lands over there, right? Because they're not doing it. I am. And I'm sure Negroes are going to call me a white man. Not only am I dominating them Negroes over there, right? I'm dominating the Negroes over here too.
How are you dominating the Negroes over here? How are you
dominating
over here?
Kala, I make the same amount as
he makes
your
a month.
Yeah, you're popular entertainer. Do you understand this? I don't think you get that, Kala. I don't think you know who you're talking to. For real.
Say it like this. Show us a website. Show us this. I like to see your businesses in Gambia.
Well, you will see it. No, don't worry. You will see it. You will see it. Look, Kala, I am building an entire town. I'm not
man.
just talking. I'm doing it. Like I'm not.
Hey, yo,
I'm
you
not
should why don't
funded.
you just join with
And,
Akon?
hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something, Carla. I know how you Negroes operate. You're gonna come out and start saying, "Oh, look at Afridamus. He's sponsored by the white people." But no, this is all me, my own idea from scratch, and I didn't inherit shit.
Yeah,
I
but
gave up.
money.
I gave up all my inheritance. I gave it all up.
Yeah, man. Otep, brother. Black power, man. Peace to the motherland for you, African.
But Kala, how come you not Kala? How come you don't want to respect what me as a black man I'm doing? But how come you don't want to respect it?
Yeah, look, I heard you, bro. Like, I've been in this for years. I've heard it all, bro. Anyway,
No. But why don't you want to respect what I, as a black man, I'm doing? How come?
Yeah, bottom line is this. You know why? Because the type of black people I need on the continent, right? The type of those type of black people that got industries and stuff like that. They got real money, real connections and stuff like that. Then when those type of black people get interested in Africa and whatnot, you know, then I'll be happy, right? Right now.
No, but Kala, I literally, I just told you, through fact, the black people, I make real money. I can literally buy. Look, Kala,
not the type of money we need, bro.
Kala, I can no bullshit, Kala. I can literally buy my own Negroes. I have enough money to buy my own Negroes. Let's just be real.
Yeah, you're a comedian. You already go into comedy. Yo, check this out. Bomani, keep playing that video. I want to show you a black man who just lost 30 years.
Look. First of all,
30 years giving a couple yellow freight. You know, African American man pissed off that he lost.
Let me ask you this, Kala. Do you think you said it's not real money? How many Negroes you know? If you ask them to come up with 20,000, hold on.
I'm trying to get black people, the billionaires.
Okay. How many Negroes?
I'm not dealing with Dusty.
Hold on.
I wish you a lot of luck, man. But you know, dude, man.
How many Negroes are you talking to that can come up with $20,000 cash?
We need more than $20,000, bro. That's chump change, bro.
Man, you're just hating, man. Stop hating, bro.
I'm just saying reality. Anyway, play the video, bro. You know, I wish you a lot of luck, though, Afridamus. Man, keep it up, bro. Do something. Employ somebody over there. Do something. Maybe impress somebody over there with that. But you coming over here, the type of black people I want are the people that got the billion-dollar corporations that might be interested in Africa. That's the hardest people to convince about Africa because they see all the stupidity they see online. You know, that's why I've been Bomani and I do this show. And people coming to us now saying, man, we like your show because you guys talk intelligent and everything like that. You know,
Kala, I got the money. I'm telling you, I got the money.
We know. We got to know so many people with money. You know,
I got the money. Kala,
you know?
Kala, I'm a self-made man. I got the money. I'm just telling you, I got the money. I'm not even bragging.
Go to the Gambia.
I got the money.
Man. Maybe you can partner with Black Acres.
I'm doing it.
Look,
look, the Black Acres are not at my level because I got way more money than they
I don't know, man, but they got videos out showing their shit though, man, you know?
Look, wait till I start showing the videos, they won't look, I got white people money. That's what you need to understand. Okay. I got white money. I got my reparation already.
Yes. So you have white people money now. Work with the Black Acres of the Gambia and some of those good black.
No. Black Acres are not at my level. I'm telling you, I got way more money than they do.
To work with them.
Look. If I show you my property, what I've done so far, like you would realize, you would understand what I'm saying. They are not at my level. They don't have the money I have. Trust me.
So does that mean that you're not willing to work with them?
No. I'm willing to work with them. In fact, I want to empower them. In fact, I'm very impressed by what they are doing, over there. I respect people like that who, fall on their own faith. In fact, because somebody was trying to get me to talk with them. They thought I didn't like them, but in fact, I actually like them and I respect them. I am willing to work with them for real.
Yes, and also there's a comment right here for you by Barudi. Let me know if you can read a comment.
Barudi, you know, Barudi is just Barudi is one of those people. He gets triggered by what I say. You know, for me, Barudi is anti-African, even though he thinks he's African. Here's the thing, you know, why is he triggered by what I'm saying? I'm saying Africans have to put in more work. That's all I'm saying. So why is he upset by that? I don't get it.
Yeah, plays video Bomani. We'll see brothers losing their pension, man. They're pissed the fuck off. That's a real black man out here. Black men out here fucking losing their shit,
Yeah,
man.
well, they're begging the white man as usual.
Oh, so how they begging? They worked 30 years. You know, it's like
Look,
the work.
Carla, guess what? You know, I've worked for government, right? Right? But why? I don't need to wait till I'm 65. Like, I'm making way more money. Look,
The
when I work in government,
African,
hold on.
well, all the
Hold on,
stuff
Carla,
they do, if they would
Carla.
just go to one job and sit there for 30 years,
Carla,
they'll be much
Carla,
better
Carla.
off than
Okay,
they
I'm talking.
are.
I'm
Liberians,
talking.
man, they're
Carla,
doing really well because they
Carla.
get 30 years to a company when now they're able to go back to Liberia and take them the equity out of their houses paid for.
Yeah,
And
yeah, those are
Liberia,
losers.
all
Carla,
these
Carla,
scams
Carla,
and now
Carla,
other Africans get into.
Carla, those are losers. First of all, for me, right?
Oh,
Why
they
would
lose.
why would I wait to make 30, 40,
It's called delayed
50,000 a year?
gratification.
Hold on. Why would I wait to make that a
401k.
year? Hold on. Why would I wait to make that a year if I can make it within a month? You see what I'm saying? That's my whole thing. Yeah,
Oh, you
this
may make
Negroes.
1 month, right? But you might
What?
make another dime for the next 5 years.
Look, here's the thing. We only know about today, right? Make what you can
That's
make
where you're
today.
living. You probably made $50,000 one time in your life, and when now you think you're gonna make that every month. Come on, I know how it goes,
No.
man. Fake.
Look,
Whatever.
look, I've been consistent for years, so you can say what you want.
At a warehouse in Florida due to truckers finding out that their pension and their health care will not be funded by Yellow Corporation any longer due to them having financial difficulties. Now, it is said that Yellow, the third largest freight company in the country, owes about $1.6 billion in debt, and about $700 million of that belongs to the federal government. And so they seem to cannot find a way to pay their bills. And so at this particular meeting, a worker let them know how he felt. Check it out.
Nobody tell me, nobody here tell me how I get emotional. Why you talk like that? That's right. That's right. You don't know where I'm from. I want my ass over this motherfucker. I've been here 30-something years. I agree with you. 30-something years.
So as you saw that brother letting them know, hey, I've been here for 30 years, and what you mean I'm not gonna have a pension? You know, and that's very disheartening, right? You go to work and you put money away so that you can retire, and you know, you pay into a healthcare plan, and you go to work and they say, by the way, you're not gonna have any of that. And so it is said that the truckers and the union are talking about striking to force the company to honor those plans. But the company is saying we just simply cannot afford it. And in fact, we do have a little bit of money to get a restraining order on the truckers to stop them from striking, because if they go on strike, it will definitely finish the company off, as customers rather will go other places to, you know, send their mail and their freight and everything else off. And so they're saying hopefully things will turn around for the company. Hopefully some money will come in, but it doesn't sound like it will, because the company Yellow has flirted with bankruptcy 4 times in the past. And so this might be it for them. But again, I am not mad at that brother or anybody else in there for hearing that news that I've been coming to work all this time. I mean, even if you've been coming to work for a year, you don't want to hear that you no longer have a pension, let alone not having health care, right? So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of this very unfortunate story. And for more insightful commentary.
Yeah, see, African, this is first world stuff. This is the industrialized world type of problems. I don't know if you understand this stuff.
Look, here's the thing. Those brothers crying, they are losers. First of all, I said, let me finish. Look, I set up my own retirement plan. You can, set up your own 401k. You see what I'm saying? You can do that on your own. That's what you get for relying on other people. Expecting. Hold on. Let me finish. Here's the thing.
That's what I do for a living.
First of all, Kala, let me tell you. Kala, during the
pay 50-50 into a pension fund that by the time you retire, right, you get money for life. Now you can roll over that pension fund to me to an annuity, and I can get more money to the person there every month. And it could bequeath to a beneficiary. That's how it works.
Kala, here's the thing, Kala.
And then you get it for the rest of your life.
Kala, I used to work for government, right? And I know exactly about the matchup, the deferred comp. I had one of those. And when I left, right, it was in a bad situation where Kala at the time. Let me tell you, Kala, hold on. Kala, let me let the people learn from that. The white people with their racism. In fact, this is gonna shock many. I have my record to show. I have sued the government all the way to the Supreme Court for discrimination. I'm not one of the Negroes that just talk. I make shit happen. But when I left, I only left in my bank account. I only had $33,000. One Mercedes Benz, an American muscle car, a house. You see, I set it up, but during the pandemic, I would say, I have the amount of money I have made. These Negroes, if they had made that type of money, they wouldn't be there crying to the white man talking about, you cut the pension. These Negroes are losers. They are losers, if you ask me. They are begging the white man just like slaves. It's disgraceful. They need to take charge. Right now, there's no such thing as retirement. I have plenty of goats. I have lions. I have cows. I have turkeys. I have chickens. I have rabbits. I have horses. I even have a camel. You see what I'm saying? So, if you are a man, why do you want somebody else to decide for you what retirement is? When you see a man crying to another man,
in America,
because they don't,
we have steel workers. They
are losers. They are losers.
Yes, let me jump in now. Yeah, I mean it's maybe your concept to call people losers, but I grew up in New York City, and Kala grew up in New York City, and part of the New York City life was having your parents or your family just have these union jobs, have these jobs to where
work for Con
Bomani, I used to be a union member.
You have to also just try to listen to what we're saying also.
I used to be a union member.
No, let me just finish about what I'm saying. Is these jobs created a quality of life for a middle income family of people, and it was it's one quality of life where people can have an education, get a job, and actually have a quality of life. Now the entrepreneurship life, most entrepreneurs fail. I've been in this business for a long time. I'm still not rich yet, and I've been into this business, and I've seen so many people fail. Just I'm talking about when I mean business, I'm talking about there's different businesses as an entrepreneur. And I've been one of the few people that I've been able to just still do the same business that we started with, all three of them. And you make a little something. I'm not making big money like you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on your level yet. I hope to get on your level. That's if the money you're making is real. You know, but we do understand that business can generate a amount of money from little to no money, a lump sum of money based on the business and industry that you're in. But most people just are not gonna be able to go out there and be able to live this kind of life. So they actually depend on people like yourself who say that they're making this kind of money to create the quality of employment. Now, I don't know if you pay your workers good or if you pay them a certain salaries or benefits and things like that, but this is what the corporations does. And so it's actually not a bad way for living, because now you can own your home. You can also put your money together and invest it. And let me know if you want to add anything to that, Kala.
No, Bomani.
Let me know what Kala has to say, because you're making a lot of statements against.
Like the bottom line
is
is we have two different cultures, right? I come from, like you said, my family came from the South. My grandfather came to Harlem in 1946, right? Worked his ass off when I got a job in Reconnection, one of the first blacks in 1955, right? Within 7 years, within like 8 years, they bought a house in Jamaica, Queens. My father came up from the South, lived with his sister and my uncle, and that's how my mother and father met and everything in Jamaica, Queens, right there. My father, every black man that came from the South worked at the longshoremen's, and without them, they were in New York. So the black men from the South were the strongest men that ever lived. They went there, and my father was picking fruit and hailing bags of potatoes when he was 8 years old before he went to school in the morning. So when they went to there one night and got those jobs as a longshoreman, that was easy work for them. My uncle Dennis, all of them were able to buy homes, everything. This is the late 50s, early 60s and everything like that, right? My father got a job with in a place called Varn Products in Oakland, New Jersey, which is a chemical plant and whatnot. And that's how we was able to have a middle-class life in America and whatnot. And everybody else were all civil servants, blue-collar people and whatnot. All my uncles put their kids to college, everything like that and whatnot. So we had that leg up and whatnot in America and whatnot. The bottom line is, and we took family vacations. We had a beautiful life in New York, between New York and North Carolina. That's where my family's come from, So to say like, oh, they should have did this, they took what was available. They went to New York. Everybody started as a longshoreman, right?
It said basically the people like that are losers because they depend on a system, and because but think about all the people that you and I know now that are enjoying retirement, whether it's from the military or from the corporations. But Afrodamus, go ahead, brother. Want to just make sure. I hope you hear us.
My Uncle Albert worked the same.
Look. Here's the thing.
He was able to travel the world. My grandfather retired from Reconnection. He had $200,000 in savings and retirement when he retired in 1988.
How old was he?
My grandfather retired at 65. Something like that. 65.
So imagine he had to wait at 65 to make.
But in the meantime, he had a house. He raised a family.
Yeah, but
all over the place. He wasn't broke. My grandfather, he took me every place. I was his favorite. He took me every place. Fishing, Jersey Shore, we were every place. We went to road every summer. All the family just pack up and go down south for one night and visit the kinfolks and everything like that. There was plenty of food every day and whatnot. I would go over this person's house, this relative's house, and there was plenty of food. There was plenty of things. There was plenty of presents under the Christmas tree. I never wanted for nothing when I was a kid. So what he's supposed to do? Oh no, there's somebody named Afrodamus coming, and this you're a loser. We gotta quit all this. Let me tell you a funny story, right? Let me tell you a funny story.
Look,
right, Queen, right?
Can I speak?
Hold on. Thomas, to your point, I'm gonna tell you a funny story, right? My grandfather had a side hustle, right? Even though he worked at Congress, he had a house and everything. And this was right when all the black people moving into this neighborhood, right? And all the white people moving out to Levistown, right? There's a Jamaica Queen, Glassboro area, off Southern Boulevard in Queens, right? All the black rows and rows of houses, nothing but black people moved from Harlem, the South, everything. We moved out into these white areas, and the neighborhood became black overnight. Black families and everything from everything. This is where Run DMC, LL Cool J, all come from. You know. Anyway, my grandfather had a side hustle. He would go to Freeport, Long Island, get crabs and fish, everything, and just sell them on the street. Right. Also, he went to his one brother's house. Right. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just selling some fish right here." He was making money, right? And the one guy said, "What happened to your job at Con Edison?" I still work there. He goes, "So you got that job at Con Edison and you making money?" He goes, "Well, you ain't gonna move out of this neighborhood on me. You know, you better quit that side hustle." He goes, "You ain't getting rich off of me." When I shut the door in his face, he goes, "You ain't." I'm gonna kick you there. You're staying. But that's what Nick Rose was. Nobody was like, so he did something as a side hustle, but every man was expected to have a job, right? You may have something as a side hustle, but you know, my grandfather had a side hustle. He would sell crabs down the Freeport, just have crabs and everything like that, cut them up and put them in newspaper and just sell them to people and whatnot, and fish and everything like that, you know. And just a side hustle, he did on a weekend, you know. And so, but that's what the situation was. Nobody was talking about. You know, like black people or black Americans, we're a working class people. We're moving working class to the professional class. We were never that people that were entrepreneurs. The people coming from the islands and people coming from the Caribbean, they were more like the people who own stores. We got this one place in Far Rockaway that was a fish place, man, fried fish place owned by Jamaicans. They were mostly our people that own businesses and stuff like that, you know. But black people from black African Americans, we're basically just people who are civil. We dominate the civil service in New York, the MTA, the busing authority, busing and stuff like that. You know, the police and all the stuff like that. That's how we made our money. That's how we say so. We're not entrepreneurs. We let the Chinese and everybody else, Indians, whoever else, run businesses because it's not even worth our time. You know, because New York was just good for us.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Let me know what you think about that, Afrodemus.
yeah, here's the thing, what he's saying. Your grandpa, right, had to wait till he's 65 to experience what 200,000 is. I'm telling you, I'm not even, you know, that age. Like I would have made way more money than your grandpa ever made at 65. That's my whole point. Why should I wait till I'm
Because you got a
65?
family.
Look, my
African
thing is, look, here's my thing. I control my own investments. You know, during the pandemic.
Do you have a family?
Do you know? Look, sir, at one point I was a single father. I raised my mulatto child. You see what I'm saying? My
boy.
mulatto son. That's
boy.
right.
Yeah, as I said, man, I can tell you was one of the type of dudes that like white girls and did
Nah,
like that.
I see how you got all that money now. You got all that money because your white girl was rich.
Nah. Hold on.
Be smart,
His
dude.
mama
You
was
got
white girl to Gambia.
Hold on.
You got him a rich
His
white
mama,
girl. That's smart right there. There you go.
Nah. His mama wasn't white. She was Indian. You know, Indian with the
How
dot.
is the child a mulatto?
Well, he's
Indian.
He's a Sonika.
Indian.
Anything non-black is mulatto to him. You know,
That's right. Yeah, he's a true Soninke because I taught him Soninke culture. But here's my thing. I control how here in America, right? This is why you saw that Negro go there crying to the white man. You would never see someone like me do that because I invest on my own. Look, I used to be a union member. I was a government employee at one time.
Is there something you never did, Thomas?
Look, but I was a government employee and I was a union member. And I can assure you, like, you cannot pull my leg because, you know, I've lived both lives, right? What I was making, you know, a year, when I went on my own, I made that, you know, easily a month. In fact, there's a channel out there, right? Hold on. It's a white channel. It's a very big channel that features entrepreneurs that came up with their own ideas and making so much money, right? I was featured on that 2 years ago. Maybe one day, as you keep searching, you would see me, my face on a white channel, big channel, where they feature people that are entrepreneurs who started from nothing to something. So I'm not just talking, you know, I can back it up, you know, it's reality.
Well, also what you can do,
Negroes,
you can teach us so we can learn. So me and Kala can
exactly.
make
You
money like
see,
you. Because me and Kala both have our own industries. We both have our own agencies or business enterprise. And
yeah.
and since you know so much about business success, maybe you can share some business ways to be successful in business so we can learn.
You know, thank you, Bomani. Here's the thing. Me, I'm not opposed to, you know, teaching how it's done. You see what I'm saying? It's much more simpler than you honestly think, because all of us can work together and make money. There's because think about it, the United States, they have the US Treasury. They print this money. You don't need to beg them. You just have to create a niche, you know, to make sure this money flows your way. Simple as that. And you take it to Africa. Plain and simple. People talk about 100,000. Do you know how easy it is to make 100 grand? It's very simple.
Yeah, you must.
But
Yeah. You have to tell us how simple it is. Because have I made that much money? Yes, in business, but yeah, it wasn't easy making it, and and then you have a lot of expense when you make that money, also.
you know, there's a lot of incentives. For example, you have to be an entity. You know, get you LLC. There's a lot of advantages to getting an LLC. You know, that is a start, right? And make sure you enter a niche. You know, study the market. Make sure minimum is $1 billion market, because you don't need a billion. You just need a fraction of that money. And trust me, the money
Keep
is
on
there.
going. I've done everything that you have said so far, so I keep going. I'm in that industry, and I have my corporations, and we have our books and all those things.
And
Now, but what we need is we need customers. So you do your
do you
marketing.
do you have a Google business
Yeah, I mean,
account?
brother, those are. Tell me something advanced, man. Those are basic stuff. See, not every single industry
Do
work.
do you have landing pages?
Yes, website, landing pages,
Landing
marketing.
pages and
You have you have your
and what
videos,
is
you have your pictures,
and
your
like
presentations, you have your
your
conference calls, you have your email list,
wait,
you have your reach outs.
your target demographic. Have you learned
Now,
how
so
to,
one
you
thing,
know, introduce AI to answer
one thing to be
questions for you?
realistic is the customer base of the business that we're in is a very low percentage. You have to think about all the people that actually are interested in even traveling to Africa or doing business or investing in Africa. As far as
But
black
but
people.
but 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 that's what I'm saying. You have to change your loyalty. Why don't you become universal? Because the blacks are not paying money. Paying custom
Thank you.
by
So, Kala, so we see the difference now. See, I'm doing all the right thing. The only right thing I'm not doing is I mean, and brother, I'm listening to you loud and clear, and I respect your feedback because me and Kala and other people have been talking about that, and I've been telling them that it's unfortunate, but we have to keep on trying to get more people into this market and really build this market. Running out to say, we're gonna build riches by just getting white people involved and things like that. It doesn't really work for our market and what we're building.
okay, let
So
me tell you this. Let me tell you this, right? If
White people
you
are not
have
going to risk their
hold
money.
on, hold on. If you have website, right? You have Google business, right? Let's say minimum a day. You know, if you do your marketing, let's say you decide to spend $8 a day, that's moderate. But if you want to be aggressive, you can spend $16. So out of that $16, if you get, let's say, you would get minimum of 42 clicks, minimum, right? Out of those clicks, you should be able to convert at least 2 a day. So whatever service you're providing, if you convert 2 a day, they have to be paying customers. So if you can convert that 2 a day and you do the math, depending on what you charge, you should be, because that should cover your marketing charges. 2 a day, minimum, you should make $10,000.
Well, let me ask my good brother, College Genesis. College Genesis, is it that simple? Because everything he's talking about, we're done.
I mean, dude, man, I've heard it all, man. I was like, Voice Watkins, I've heard it all. What I don't hear is the right type of black people saying, you know something? Oof, I got an epiphany. And there's some reason why, now, back in 1980, maybe 2006, 1994, 2006, there were African Americans who went to South Africa and invested big money. Eugene Jackson, you got the African Venture Partners and stuff like that. South Africa has a well-developed infrastructure and everything like that. Even though they had a crisis and everything like that, they still had a infrastructure. And African Americans fit right in and made millions of dollars. Mark Blanton is in South Africa right now. I met him in Virginia Beach a few years ago. Him and his lovely wife, Dr. Latasha Branton, is in South Africa doing tours and real estate development in South Africa. And it's attracting the type of black people from America that I want to be, the middle class, upper middle class black people who are interested in Africa. Those are the type of black people I want and everything, because when those type of black people come here, we can then attract the black people from the really upper class echelons to invest in Africa, right? I am not dealing with more nickel and dime, hand-to-mouth people anymore, And that's just...
Carla, here's the thing. Maybe we have different philosophies. I get it. Do you want people who are about sensationalization, or you are in the business of selling a service where you are going to be making money? Like, for me, some might call it ruthless. I'm not interested in your sense, your emotions. Are you going to spend money? If you are not a paying customer, then you are not supporting the business. You see? So maybe you should open up your business to paying customers instead of this quote unquote black thing.
The business, unfortunately, the business I do for a living, right, can't be ported over to the developing world. And if I want to do my business, my agency, and build my agency, I would have to go to Europe or maybe Japan or something like that, because there's nobody in Africa that have health maintenance systems set up with insurance companies and everything like that.
But why don't you introduce it?
Dude, man, let me tell you something, bro. Africa does not care about the life. You know how we invest billions of dollars in Medicare, Medicaid, and everything? I get paid for signing people up to Medicare, Medicaid plans, which the government funds and pays for. I get a commission and like that. I recruit agents that work under me, and I get a commission on what they sell and everything like that. But the thing is, though, in Africa, there's no healthcare system set up like that, because insurance companies, what they do is this. They'll come to a country right there, and it's, how hard it is setting up a healthcare system, right? Even in America, Virginia, rural areas, right? There's healthcare clinics I can't come to certain rural areas because the people are too spread out. They're like, there's not enough population density. Now, when you talk about...
Carla, have you ever thought about this, right?
Yeah, Afrodamas, do you have something else playing in the background?
Oh, sorry. No,
as soon as Carla started talking, then I hear audio come from your background, like the show's playing.
I actually don't.
Yeah, with all this money, both of you guys be making, man, you got to get new equipment, new quality.
Look. I actually have very good equipment, like the headphone I have on costs over $300. Okay, so It's not
I
a
was
matter of.
I mean, you got jacked, man. You got-
No,
somebody-
it's Beats by Dre.
Oh, there we go. We
Yeah.
can hear you better now. Perfect. You're good now.
Now this is what
Yeah.
hold, this is what I'm
But
saying.
Kala, are you in the business of making money? Oh,
But
you are
look,
in.
I make money by billing insurance companies and billing the government and billing healthcare plans. You know,
Okay,
and what I do,
perfect.
hold on. Let me tell you what I do. Right, that's all I do. If let's say they in South Africa watch Blacks Without Borders, right? I had an ambulance business a couple of years ago. I had to let it go because this Nigerian guy here, man, just really fucked me up. The director of one of the companies, he was a real asshole. This guy Alex, man, he was surprised I knew what tribe he was from. I said, "You're Ijo, right?" "How you know that?" I said, "I know all about you Nigerians." You know. Anyway, but the bottom line is this. What I was, if you watch Blacks Without Borders, a guy named Austin Holloman, right? He basically says that he does ambulatory business, right? Well, he bills insurance companies, right? If you have an insurance plan, right? If you get sick, one of that, his ambulance services with delivery to the hospital on a helicopter, whatever like that. That's part of an insurance plan, right? You just pay the deductible and you get healthcare service and whatnot, you know? Now, if you have a society that's trying to save lives, right? You will have that, right? You will have that. Like we played a video. We didn't play a video of that brother from Liberia that had an alert thing will alert people if they have emergency, which is good, right? I said that's a start. I'm saying like this: if you have a system in a country, right, where if you get sick or you break a leg, you need an ambulance, and the traffic is so they don't even obey laws that you hear emergency vehicle, everything like that, you know. So basically that's out the door.
Look, Kala, let me cut to the chase. Let me help you out here, okay? You're talking insurance. Look, you just wake up, find you a white girl.
No, I don't do that.
Let me finish. A
Nah, I
liberal
don't do
white
that, bro.
girl. Let me finish. Just hear me out. Find you a liberal white girl that works in a bank, okay? At a high ranking position, you know, write a grant, shift it, talk to her, and have her approve this.
It won't work because you don't have governments that set up
Kala,
that they don't care about the healthcare system.
Kala, have you ever done
I need
what I'm
doctors.
talking-
No, I need specialists.
Hold on.
I
Have
need
you
dentists.
ever-
I need
hold
all
on.
these things in a
Hold on.
network,
Have
in
you
a contracted
ever-
network.
Hold on.
And I need people, the government to pay half of the people's pay. People pay the deductible. That's not too much to ask for. And once you have this thing, insurance companies are always pegged to something that's solvent, right? For example, what if Nigeria basically had established its own health insurance trust fund with like 5% of its oil revenue, right? It will be solvent, right? Insurance companies will come in and say, "Oh, the trust fund's funded, right?" And therefore, Nigeria can guarantee all of its citizens, right, a basic healthcare system, right? So what they do is they take that money and turn it over to the insurance companies, and we'll take that money and give them all types of services, right, with that same money, because we take the money, insurance companies take the money and invest it in treasury bills, mutual funds, pension funds, bills all over the world and whatnot to make it solvent, right? And then we pay out, make sure all the claims are paid out. That's how insurance works. But you cannot build insurance firms like that with countries that are unstable, that are constantly debt. Anyway, Bomani, it's getting late. I gotta really run, so I want to wrap.
Yeah, look, I gotta go to Hiroshi here. Is
There you go, man. You can wrap it up.
Hiroshi is getting anxious. My Japanese over here, she is getting. Anyways, I don't want to say too much.
You have two comments. You can read the two comments that people sent to you, especially.
He said we're not going to your underdeveloped Gambia to become victims of your primitive savage. Well, I'm not asking you to go anywhere. You can do whatever you want, but I'm gonna do what I gotta do. That's the thing. So, if you don't know how to talk to the white women, that's on you, not me. You know, don't blame me because you have no game.
Yeah,
You
one thing
know,
about us, we have a black movement, so you know it's a black family thing, black operation.
look. I'm not as. Here's the thing. You. My thing is fine. If that works for you, more power to you. That's all I'm saying. If it works for you, fine.
Perfect.
Then
So now we see why you make a lot of money. You have a lot of rich white women giving you money. You must
no,
be
nobody gives me no money. I
contracts.
work for everything I got.
What kind of work you be putting in, man? You gotta tell us what you be giving them long. We give them long or short strokes.
Look, I gotta go. You're crazy. I gotta go. Okay.
Thank you, bro.
Bye.
Good linking with you, man.
All right, bro.
Yes, college. I don't.
Always interesting. Always interesting. You never know.
He said he didn't want to answer if he was giving him the long stroke or the short stroke.
Yeah, long stroke Abradamas. Yeah. I can imagine Abradamas, man, having bent over, you know, doing his thing, whatnot, you know, what white kids doing that, you know.
Like he said, man,
These white girls.
He said, get you a big, a good time money with white women.
You know,
that was advice,
line,
right?
And the bottom line is dedicated to this movement, right? You know,
and to open up your network to other people. That's the. That was the advice, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not the first person that told me that. I was like, you know what? Some of us have built a movement where we're loyal to the movement that we're building, and and it doesn't include me going out there and doing all these things with white people.
Not at this stage. Once we get
we
become
came so
billionaires,
far, there's no need to do all that.
When we become billionaires and people, whatever that going to work or something like that. But once we're well secured and we're insulated, we're like that. Yeah, fine. But there's no.
He was giving us the advice on how he make his money, so we know how he make his money. So it's all good.
He's not here to
hustle, but we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, I can't do that, bro. Not this business.
We'll keep on building our building our
my insurance business. Look, in my insurance business, I deal with all types of races. But in this Pan African movement, this is where I'm. This is black. This is my black side right here. You know, when I'm in my regular thing, I deal with white people. I deal with all kinds of people.
Oh, look at this right here. Let me see what this is about right here.
I don't think Colin Down should debate about bus types. If Colin makes money, fine. Main thing for Colin Sess is help him develop Liberia. Look, I want to help Liberia like that, but the bottom line is this: my business can't port over to Liberia in my lifetime, whatever like that. In the future, you know, maybe Angola down the road. When African countries get serious about giving everybody a healthcare plan, everything, I will come to Africa, man. It'll be heaven. I will leave America. And boom, right? If I ever see one of my insurance companies headquartered like Dubai, United Healthcare failed in Dubai. Negotiations broke down. United Healthcare is the largest health insurance provider in the world, you know, and somehow they didn't work on Dubai. And I don't even want to think that they're on the African continent because they look at countries like, you know, what's your safety, what's your basic, they get basic healthcare, but the bottom line is not easy with insurance companies, right? With billing, claim. If risk, insurance is always about risk, right? If people aren't, the general population are not following certain dietary things and certain safety things aren't in place and protocol, everything, they're just taking a risk on you, you know? And so they don't get involved in certain countries and everything, unfortunately. Now, when African countries get a country that could be on the thing for attracting American insurance companies, Rwanda. Rwanda already have a couple of Dutch-owned insurance companies that go there and stuff like that, and people pay like a dollar co-payment when they go to the doctor and stuff like that, you know, for basic health care. Rwanda is like the first African country. And I think was another one too, but Rwanda is the first one that gave all the citizens health care. You know, so you go around. South Africa has health care, and their health care premiums are really cheap. Even the dental coverage is really, really cheap. If you got health insurance, you know, it's really, really cheap. You know, and so, like I said, I can operate in countries like that, you know, and sell healthcare plans. Also, travel insurance and accidental insurance. You know, I would urge anybody, if you're traveling, you should have travel insurance and indemnity insurance, you know, in case you get, people don't think about that until you get hit. Because a lot of countries in Africa, right, you know, like they want the money up front. You know, they want the money. You get hurt, whatever. Like they go to the hospital, they're going like, you know, that's $400. Like, what? I don't have $400. Guess what? You can't come in this hospital. In America, they have to treat you. You know, they can't turn you away. You know, so these are the things that I like I said, I would be a great asset to if we said, look, we're going to, but that only comes when you have to have an industrialized workforce. You have to have that industrialization. You have to have those millions of people paying into the system. People pay into Medicare and Medicaid and stuff like that for years and whatnot. You know, that's how the system works. If you can't have 80% of your people sitting around selling coconuts on the side of the road, living on $1 a day and talk about building healthcare, it don't work like that. Try to get Afrikaners to see that. You have to industrialize. You need a workforce. You need people paying taxes. You need people paying into the system, you know? And then when they get older, they got Medicare. They got a retirement fund and everything. That's the way it should work, you know? You ain't supposed to be hustling your whole damn life, but you should have something, you know? And like I said, the best thing we ever produce in Black America is the workforce. People will be able to retire with nice insurance. I deal with people insurance. People got Cadillac plans. A lot of people that got TRICARE like that, they got insurance like you won't believe. They're like, oh, I'm set, man. I gave 30 years in the Navy. I work this company right here. I got everything I need. They got all kinds of stuff, you know, insurance and money coming in every time, everything like that. Those are the type of Black people that got money. The people that are retired. And now people retire 65, right? And they're still young. They're still out there. You see them couples out there jogging, everything like that, man. Those are the type of people you need on the continent, you know? They're still young. They're traveling and stuff like that, you know? And everything. And 65 ain't like 65, 60 years, 50 years ago. But 65, you're almost 1 foot in the grave. Now 65 means you're out there shooting basketball hoop and shit, you know? So, you know, that's what it is. It is what it is, you know?
Yes, brother Colin, it is what it is. So brother, we can close out on that note.
Yeah, it's been a good show. I think we basically covered a lot of points. Black YouTube, I mean, YouTube is just negativity. Now I'm looking at some of the shows that's on. Let me, matter of fact, this is what I wanted to do before we close out, right? You know, let's go. Let's run down some of the topics, headlines of YouTube. Everything is negative, you know. Let's see what shows. We got Kazorian's show, Giant versus Midget of Africa, Nairobi versus Lagos. From the African Diaspora, you know, that basically would be between thing that's Kazorian's show. Another topic, the Fight Club, the greatest ever love and prosperity relationships. Yeah, it could be negative. You know, a couple more. You know, and notice how on Saturday nights we're like the only one on. Everybody's out clubbing. You know, nobody does shows on Saturday nights because they're playing. Okay, another one from Noisy Hoax Live Celebrity Newsroom, Ratchet Channel, Queen Op, Juicy Expo Day, Juicy expose each other. Negativity, 463 people watching right now. Let's see. Let's try it again. You know, okay. You know, not a lot of shows on. We're chilling in the South. You know, but I'm just saying that just the general headlines of some of these shows, you know, just negativity. You know, 50 Cent walked past rapper that disses him, you know, I don't need a man, another YouTube thing, more than this negativity. I can keep going down. Another show, it's begun. Just negativity. A Tanzanian visits Kenya for the first time. What these people I can't find. Umar Johnson, 20-minute video, the trouble with the LeBron James Academy. For someone who's never built an academy, Umar Johnson has a video out that he made 3 days ago talking about the trouble with LeBron James Academy, you know? Where's Umar Johnson's academy? More negativity, you know? Let's see. Man, no black YouTubers on today, you know. Ebola, we're coming for you if anything happens to our brother Ebola. Wow, you know. Jules Malema says, Ebola, we're coming for you if anything happens to our brothers. Julius Malema, he's talking about Tinubu. Wow. Anton Daniels, trucking industry trouble. Yellow Corp fires 30,000 people. You know, whatever. What else do I have to say? You know, what else do I have to say? You know, everything is basically negativity and basically exploitation. You know, black exploitation, black people problems are all on the news and everything like that. And you saw one night, you know, with Afridamus, all the negative talking points. That's what happens when you have white friends and you love white pussy so much, right? You know, when you watch a lot of white porn and you around white people and everything, you love white people, you know, you don't think to criticize them, you know. I bet you anything when we're playing that video of those people in West Virginia, Afridamus was probably breaking down tears crying. Like Steven and Django. Remember that? You know? That was Afridamus. Oh, no, poor white folks. You poor white folks and everything like that. You know, you guys are so suffering and everything. I don't know what to do. And then he says, you know, that's why I don't say Negroes like this. So he always compares himself to black people, but he has nothing to say about the white people who's failing, you know, because white people are allowed to fail because their humanity is validated, you know. Their humanity is validated. Our humanity is not. You know, you could be a black man working a job. Uncle Ruckus, this is Afridamus theme. See, the problem with the Negro, the problem with you Negroes in America and whatnot, you know, you blacks. Every time I hear Afridamus, man, this music plays in my head. Nah, nah, nah. Uncle Ruckus.
Here you go, man. So you ready to close out, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you sharing. Yes, that was fruitful. And yeah, man, most of the time you just gotta let Afridamus talk and say all this negative stuff and things like that.
It all comes out.
Yeah, let him just but he's on a roll and you cut him off, let him just go because he be on a roll, you know, and but you got him though. But that's the only way we can educate our people is that let people say certain things and then we just share with people that, you know, these things aren't the way some of us view it. And you know, because a lot of times people just view things just, you know, they're misguided, you know what I mean?
Yeah, narrow-minded.
They're practicing bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they don't want to evolve, so we have to encourage them.
Exploitation, YouTube exploitation. You know, most of the negative stuff that you see, even the friggin' when people talk about the tension between black people and African Americans, Nigerians. You know, like I said, I tell you, a couple of years ago, I was driving Uber and I had these fine ass Nigerian girls I picked up from the airport, and I was like, you know, they was like, "Where you want to go to?" They're like, "Where's the black clubs?" Right? And I was like, "Okay." So I took them to Montego Bay, a Jamaican spot, right? It was on Newtown Road. You know, so I took them to Jamaica spot, right? You know, so these girls come up there tall with their mini skirts on. You know, so the bros out there, all heads were broken. Like, "Oh, we good, we good." Come around from DC, it's like, where? I said, well, y'all want? I said, y'all want to go to the white? So we don't know white people. Where the black spots at? That's real life. Now, at the same time, the same Nigerians will get on that. Oh, how did this? What? But in real life, right? Them motherfuckers gonna live or be around where there's black people at. You know, that's real life. You know, Afridamus is by himself. You know, him and Judah, people like that. I really feel sorry for them. You know, they think that white people are their savior and everything like that. That must be a miserable fucking life. You know, until he runs up against the wrong white supremacists and everything and get his wake up call. is not going to change, and hopefully don't cost him his life, and we know, and Bomani knows, right? You do not basically venture into areas where there's white people and stuff like that. We always know this country is still dangerous. It's still dangerous for a black man to be in public with a white woman, It's still dangerous to this day. Look what they did on bros down in Mississippi. Jabaz is defending them, right? The cops basically, when these guys messing with white girls, these guys waiting to start cops are whipping their ass just for being with white girls. In 2021. So these guys thinking they come to America and they think all this race stuff is us, something like that. If they want to come here and partake in the Snow Bunny vanilla shit, go right ahead. Ain't nobody stopping them. I'm not stopping them. I'm not saying I'm not Umar Johnson. I don't know what the fuck you want to do. I'm not a player hater. Do what the fuck you want to do. But at the same time, you choose to do that, man, then I can't take you seriously about any of the stuff I'm talking about, it is what it is. So the conclusion to this conversation is the fact that yes, there's YouTube is exploitation, black exploitation, right? It's everything is negative, right? I get back to the original comment, right, about exploitation. Exploitation always brings out the negativity and stuff, when something's it's easy to exploit negativity. If we do something, you do something positive in life, whatnot. Robert Townsend tried to be positive, right? And his films, he did all right films, but it wasn't selling. I remember when the movie, when the movie Malcolm X came out. What was it? Malcolm X? No. The movie Get on the Bus came out. Spike Lee's Get on the Bus came out, right? And so they released that movie at the same time with Set It Off. So they knew, because they wanted people to go see Set It Off and the Get on the Bus movie with Spike Lee. Same thing when the Malcolm X movie came out in '92, I believe it was, right? They had mysteriously had a Michael Jackson a miniseries that came on that everybody was talking about. The white people know what they're doing. Everybody went to go see Spike Lee's Malcolm X, but they basically put that the Jackson 5 TV series on. So there's constant battle. Black people would talk about Black Power, this, that, and the other thing, and then when they came up with Superfly, the Mac, and all this shit like this. Black movies that were positive, like 500 Black Inside and Cornbird, Earl and Me, or The Education of Sonny Carson and stuff like that, were left to the wind, and movies where Black people were doing negativity were given all the shine. Negativity sells. All the rappers like the Poor Righteous Teachers, Brand New, all these other people just disappeared, right? J. Rue the Damager and all these other MCs and whatnot just died, went away. And who got things? The Snoop Dogg, the Biggies and everything, who's talking about crystals, blunts, and murder and guns and gats and everything like that, Same thing on YouTube, If you're talking negativity, gender war shit, there ain't no problem between Black men and Black women in America. It's grossly exaggerated. I see sisters all the time, man. Hey, how you up, sister? Like this, It was when you basically womanize, right? If you treat a woman just with respect and everything like that, like that, be a gentleman and everything like that, women will respect you. They're respect. But when you act desperate all the time, I get your number, them type of niggas, when they don't respect that. First thing they ask you is, where's your woman at? Why don't you have a woman already? Why are you coming to me? And then when a woman sees you with a woman, right, and see with a man, then they want that competition. They're going to go after you because they know you've been vetted by some other woman. And niggas don't freaking understand that shit. You can't be some, oh, man, I want your number and everything. Like, what the fuck you? You should be married with, you should have women. You should have several women. Why you stressing me? Nobody wants a desperate-ass man. And that's what you have on the internet now. Desperate-ass dudes who fail women and anger women and everything. So they get online talking all this stupid shit, that don't make any goddamn sense. So that's what I'm talking about. If you really want to know knowledge seeker, right? That's a conclusion. You got desperate ass, punk ass niggas online. All they do is talk shit all day and all night. And they make it seem like the tension between Africans and African Americans is worse than what it is. They make it seem like black people's problems are way worse than they are. And I would show a video where a white family, white area that's the poorest county in America. They weren't black, they were white. They exaggerate black poverty. They exaggerate black crime. They exaggerate all the stuff like this. Why? Because exploitation of black people and black people problems sells. With that, I will say sayonara, and I'll see y'all later.
Yes, brother Khaled. We're gonna close out with some beautiful music with Sons of Africa.
Sons of Africa. Good night, brothers.
Yes, brother. Good night. Take care. The family, another long night on the late night shift, and I'll switch over to the dark space. So, Sons of Africa by Melanie Ganji.